I'll do the. Then some. I'll do them. I'll do the. Man. I'll sign. So you can't. You can't. So since you can't hear me, I can say whatever I like. So I'm pretending to be the guy doing the speech, and also the guy who is doing the hand signals, which don't match the speech at all. The hand signals are just saying something like throw the cheese off the wall. You know, just continuously cheese, wall, throw, wall, cheese. Well, I'll try to fix the sound after this, but Ali B can go fuck himself. If he didn't hear this song the first time, how can you say not to hear it the second time? So that's like shove the cheese up Ali B's arse, you know. Even though I wouldn't be singing for you anyway, Ali. You're a cunt in my eyes. No, I'm a cunt in your eyes. You're not a cunt in my eyes. So there you go. No one can hear. I'm kidding. I got the sound back. I knew the sound was back because I checked the watch page there. Shit. So that was a little joke. So that was like me knowing that it was a joke anyway. Ah, shit. So none of the song came true. I enjoyed that actually. Well, let's. I think I started off. Yeah, I don't know what happened there. I kind of started off one hangout. Then I went out of it and I didn't know how to get back into it. So I sort of started off another hangout, and I think there was a bit of conflict there, you know. So that's otherwise everything seems fine now. Do I want to sing that again? Well, actually, we know the song. So what I was going to do is, yeah, what I was going to do is, I got a big red head on me there. I got these little things. You see those things sort of hanging out around my nose. I think I'd have to get a fuller diet, I think, as opposed to, I gave up meat. So once you're used to eating meat, you know, and you give it up, you have to be committed to a new and healthy diet. You have to cater for everything, you know. But yeah, okay, don't worry about it, Ali. I don't want to have to use the wrench now, and so don't be a knob, Ali. I wouldn't. You owe me an apology, actually. You owe everyone an apology for calling everybody cunts who believes an official story, even upon investigation, when an investigation tells their senses that they're dealing with fraud here. And when you have experience in uncovering previous frauds and previous fakeries, well, then you can feel free enough to call fakery, you know, and you don't need to be told that you're a cunt because the people who are doing this kill willy-nilly. You don't need to be told that by a truther, by somebody who's out for truth, apparently. So, hey, don't worry, you're welcome to stay, Ali, but no nastiness, man, or no bullshit. Is that all right? You're welcome to stay, and anyone with a wrench, Mum, how you doing? Good to, let me go through the chat. So say hi to Mum. We had a chat the other evening and saw each other for the first time. So that was great after such a long time, you know. I mean, you get, again, I thought looking from here, your avatar to me looked like just some guy on a safari or something. He's looking at someone's taking a shot of him and he's in a Jeep or something, you know. So that was just but when I realized it was from Jaws and Robert Shaw from Jaws, well, that's a different story, isn't it? Because, of course, all I had to go on is just a textual message. It's like anyone else. It's like the likes of Mark Taylor, you know, getting emotionally involved with him is ridiculous at this stage, you know, because they're faceless and nameless, you know, and playing a part, acting a part. So their job is to demoralize you. So there's no point in getting emotionally involved. But again, with a friend, with someone who's always been, you know, around and just following the same path in a sense, you know, it's good to put a face to that. So, yeah, I hope I'm coming through okay. No song came through. That's I sang Man in the Moon, Brian. So let me just say hello to people anyway. Teddy Carl, how you doing? I don't think we ever spoke either, Teddy. Ali B, how you doing, man? I have nothing against you, Ali, absolutely, but I will say what's on my mind. Like if I'm having a conversation with anyone in public or at any point, you know, we'll speak our corner, you know, and we'll stand our ground. And I don't say anything lightly. So believe me, when I talk about people not dying in events, that's not because I have no concern for anyone who suffers a tragic loss. It's because the whole event is steeped in fakery. So we try to satisfy ourselves what is the truth or otherwise, especially when something is pushed upon us by known liars, known propagandizers. Then you know, we must have the truth, you know, because other people are going around with solemn faces, or else there's different changes being made on the back of these things. So there's actually an onus on us to check for fakery first of all. This is a prerequisite. You know, you have those keys when you're entering into the investigation, or we're all coming at this from our own point of view. You know, this is why every point of view counts. And no one needs to be told in derogatory terms that what they've discovered upon investigating a matter is ridiculous, or it's nonsense. You know, absolutely no one needs to be told that. You find out what's the point of view, what's the evidence, what's the position. Like, you know, unless you're stuck on a certain and fixed position that you're unwilling or unable to move from, Ali. Maybe you're unable, Ali. I told you you're an actor. I don't make any judgment on the man. You send us off on a stupid wild goose chase again the other evening, and I think, you know, that's where it goes. For me, I don't want to be involved in those sort of things. I can dispute you and wreck your moon theory in seconds, you know. So you should have moved. Any honest investor, you should have moved on from that. We understand that there's a different system at play here, you know, and being able to describe it isn't going to be easy, but we can rule out certain things. We don't hang on to thin threads, you know, just because I don't know, they're comfortable. Is it comfortable? That's even an uncomfortable position to take the position of the moon landing to a reality. But anyway, this is all cause for controversy, and I certainly don't want to get involved in controversy anymore. And I realize the stuff that I would be talking about here wouldn't be par for the course in general. So I don't mind that. This is an outlet for me as much as it's for anyone who chooses to listen, you know. So I've often said, even if there's only one thing that one idea that you gather and you run with from any conversation, that makes it worthwhile, doesn't it? What else are you going to be doing with your time? So yeah, I just have a few interesting things to talk about. Not really talk about, not prepared or anything. Just a few things I'll mention, and yeah, dots are connecting everywhere, you know. The truth, here's the thing about it, the truth is known, the truth of our situation, the truth of the nature of Earth, the truth of the nature of the inundation, I'm going to call it, you know, the flood, if you want to, just a point where the whole Earth was inundated with water. The truth about the barrier, the truth about the sun, the truth about all the luminaries, this is all well known, you know. So what's happening now is a secret is being let out. And we're in the midst of unraveling that secret, if it hasn't already been unraveled, at least some of it anyway. So I think there's people in the know, and again, they're in their millions. I'm sure they are. They're in their millions, and they're privy to this secret, and they know it's coming out, and they got to keep stum, you know. Then you have actors on the stage who. This is all possibilities, you know what I mean? I put this in the same likelihood as the opposite side, you know what I mean? Where there's a speak, you know, a bit more, I would say, but there's a big monolithic force and power that is out for our ultimate doom and destruction, you know what I mean? All possibilities, but again, this is following the thread. So if we're all to awaken up as individuals, we have to be pushed, we have to be prodded, you know, we have to sort of be tossed from that slumber, and it's only when you are challenged will you hone again. We're remembering, so we're coming back together. We're a divided entity at the minute, So we can't take anything now that we will still grasp to as being normal, as normal, because everything is abnormal, you know. And I think we all sort of sense that as well as we move. I think as we move along, me personally anyway, as we move along, in terms of understanding, I guess, the more artificial and the more sort of unbearable, in one sense, this world is. And even the sun. I got a bit of a color today, but our sun is overbearing. You know, it's not a natural. This is not the natural system. Can you cast your mind in the direction of imagining a canopy of sorts, a huge canopy protecting us? Well, actually, when I think about it, it's not even that it was protecting us; it acted as a barrier. So if you could imagine these huge structures acting as giant pillars, holding back the waters beyond. There always is waters beyond, whatever you can go into infinity and beyond when you start thinking about the nature of these waters. You know, are we just one universe in these senses in terms of a multiverse? We don't, you know, these are untenable questions. We can't answer them, and so we have to just leave them aside for the minute and focus on working out locality, I guess. And yeah, again, that's us as the dodo investigator. You see, we're dodos because we think we're a cutting edge. We think we're figuring out a puzzle that has been long forgotten and just hidden by, I don't know, a few hands. No, this is a well-known secret passed down through the ages. And I number it in the millions now who know about flat Earth, but even more than flat Earth and beyond that, you know. So, I don't drink too much or too often, just a can of beer. It's not bad, it's just... it's one of those, it was scorcher today, you know, so I wouldn't drink too many beers as well. Your body tends to try to get rid of this foreign substance, and you urinate out more than you take in after a certain amount, and you don't want to be dehydrated on days like today. But yeah, sorry, I was just saying hello to the chat. I only got to Ali B. See what happens, Ali. Happy Ray, how you doing? Brian Walsh, Brian up in Dublin, how you doing, man? I know no sound for the start. Nothing I can do about that. I'll sing another song in a while anyway. I don't know if I'll sing the same one, but one thing I will do is I want to go through the song itself. We all know it, Man in the Moon. And yeah, so just got to myself. I said hello to Millennium. Rolo is here. How you doing, man? Lord Rolo, I haven't spoken to that man in ever so long. And of course, Lord, you explained where the Lord came from. PC, how you doing, man? You say throw some 666s, 666. I mean, I know what the 666 is now, and it's nothing to be. It's all in reference to the sun. I mentioned this the other evening. It's just, for me, it's the three movements that the sun undertakes. And, you know, I'm going to read something from here. W.B. Yeats. And I was wondering myself today, you know, did these people know about it back then? I mean, he was around, let's say, he was in his maybe 30s, around the turn of the 19th, 20th century. So I was going, did he have an inkling, or what was the story, you know? And I just said, I'll go to the first poem that mentions, did I say the moon? I think I said trees. I think I said trees, and lo and behold, or something like that. I said it to myself. Lo and behold, on the second page, and this is just selected poetry. So there's about 200 pages in that. Like, so this is all his different works, you know, throughout the years, just amalgamated together. Most of them, anyway. So anyway, I asked that question, and yeah, on the first page, very first page, from The Rose in 1893, there we have a poem called The Two Trees, page 20. It doesn't matter, page 20 of just a collection. So the two trees, and I said, oh man, nice. So I'll have a read of that, and well, my question was answered pretty immediately, really. I would have read it all before. I would have read the whole book, but again, when you're reading stuff and it's sort of encoded, I think they're, you know, again, they're privy to a secret, and they're sort of talking openly about it. But if you weren't in possession of certain keys or information in the first place, flat Earth is a big one, you know what I mean? Or again, trees is another big one, and that's what I went in looking for. And yeah, when I read the poem, The Two Trees, and I'll read it in a minute, it became clear to me anyway, certainly. So anyone else out there would be interested to see what you might think of it. Anyone wants a link, just say the word. Give me a few minutes, and I was going to do another thing. Rollo says, yeah, it's because someone nicked Rollo on Google back in 2007. I think Lord Stephen Christ had the exact same excuse, Rollo. No, it's okay, man. You're Rollo to me. Roll out the Rollo. So yeah, good to see you here, man. I have a few interesting things to talk about, and listen, after a while, you're welcome to come on. Absolutely. You know, I notice when you're just sort of thinking or talking to yourself, you're less prone to come up with new thoughts, I guess, or spot connections, you know what I mean? You're sort of more limited. So, yeah, let me go through so what I'll do is I'll go through the song, and I'll sort of, as I'm going through it, I'll half play it. I think it's a good compromise. I'll half play it, but it's very interesting. And I've been through this before. Man in the Moon, of course, is telling you, a dog with a mallet up his arse knows man didn't go to the moon. And since I think I've realized what the moon is, well, then it's an obnoxious notion to think that man can actually go to the moon. And I've mentioned this before as well. Ask yourself why they called the fake moon missions the Apollo missions, you know. So again, this is the surface layer, man in the moon. Why not bring it out in music form? If you believe they put a man in the moon, nothing is cool. So that's telling you you're sort of a fool if you believe that they put a man in the moon. So they're telling you that. So this is not a big secret never to be mentioned or hinted at. Just like the movie Capricorn 5 came out. Same thing, you know, they suggested in a different format exactly what we suspect happened with the moon landings, you know. Now, we can't take the script literally, but we get the idea from it. So you know what I mean? This is all, it's like the movie JFK. That was a compelling movie. I remember when I saw it, I think it was the early 90s. I was going, fuck man, if this is all based on reality, and this is of course when you're naive and you think that there's truth from your TV or from your movie screen, from your silver screen, from your monolith, if you will. Everyone has their own personal monoliths now in terms of their little iPhones or my computer here. Look, this allows, what's a monolith? Well, that's another thing I haven't thought about in a long time, which is Stanley Kubrick and that movie. And of course, that came out just before, it was in the cinemas at the time of the moon landings, the supposed moon landing. So that tells you a lot. I talked about David Bowie and his ground control to Major Tom, just all out at the same time. So you've been, you know, TV been a new thing, especially over here in Ireland and England, especially in Ireland as well. I don't even know. Yeah, RT had one channel, as usual, you know, and this was your truth, and it was sort of, it was a monolith. It was your view into another reality, you know. For the most part, our own reality was pretty mundane. You know, it's being told what to do all the time and having this structure that you didn't really understand or enjoy. So yeah, this is where well, this is what it was developed for, to unmask brainwashed people, and just how brainwashed we've been. Well, I guess few of us even know to what extent, what is real anymore. As and I opened up one of the hangouts with Strawberry Fields. Yes. Can I tell I take you down? 'Cause I'm going to Strawberry Fields when nothing is real, nothing to get hung about. Strawberry Fields Forever. That's coming from the Beatles, John Lennon. So yeah, this is what I started. Yeah, this is the background to the. Let me put up the. This is the background to the song itself. So the song is just a superficial layer. So what else does it contain? And yeah, the lyrics are very interesting indeed. And of course, these are coming from insiders, people who know the truth. And they're not going to tell you, but they'll give you these little clues and pointers and hints, etc. Let me share my screen. You won't have to look at me anyway. Yeah, you should be able to see that now. Just so you can go along with the words. Now, I looked up Mott the Hoople. And it's just, I didn't look at it too much, but it seems to be a fabricated band, it's sort of a one-hit wonder. And I'm not going to go through it now because I'm not too interested but the overall general association is you're talking about another sort of Doors band, a band that's put together, put across a certain message, and then exit stage left, exit stage left, usually in a ridiculous manner. I think he died in a bathtub. Was it? I guess what's the symbolism there? What's the significance there? A watery tomb, Davy Jones' locker. Inundation. Again, everything goes back to the inundation and the change of environment. So yeah, so so just to move on from that, Mott the Hoople, you can Wikipedia it, and there's a nice long article on it. And again, I haven't looked at it in ages, so yeah, just a fakery, fabrication theme. And of course, he goes down on here to mention Elvis as well. So again, that connects with Mott the Hoople and the fabricated bands and the fabricated motivations of bands, as they're put forward to the public. And so yeah, it just goes, Mott the Hoople in the game of life. Yeah. So the game of life, anyone who has memories, I think of the 80s, the Game of Life came out. It was a board game, and it references a few other board games as well. And the Game of Life purpose, the ultimate purpose, was to, find contentment. I remember enjoying it somewhat, but it was a little too complicated. Not complicated. It was a little too involved, I thought. It would sort of be outside the child's ability, the growing child's ability to sort of grasp the deeper meaning. And now, if we were to look at it now, if I was to bring it up now and refresh my mind, I'm talking about maybe I was 10 years of age, maybe less even, when we always got good Christmas presents. There's another thing, the Christmas tree and the train that goes around it. Oh gosh, okay. We have to start making these connections because it's all around us, I'm going to show you that Yeats knew back in the 19th century. So, he was Freemason, member of the Golden Dawn, all of these secret societies. I think that's the core secret, though. Well, there's a bigger secret than flat Earth or the nature of our environment. It's the nature of who we are and what exactly is going on here. Yeats's epitaph was cast a cold eye. So this is This is if he even died. If he even died, you know. If who knows? Who knows? I remember it's cast a cold eye on. So I think he's buried in a cemetery up in Sligo, and on his gravestone, maybe literally now, but it's definitely referenced in one of his poems, one of his last poems, is cast a cold eye on life, on death, horsemen ride by. So it's sort of like, you can read a few things into that. The four horsemen, the apocalypse, of course, spring to mind, but you also have the curious visitor on horseback, you know, nothing to see here sort of thing, cast a cold eye, be separate, be detracted from it. And yeah, well, one thing I've certainly come to realize, and it's great, it's wonderful really, because it's what I was looking for all along, in a Darwinian sense, and Darwin is mentioned here as well, but in a traditional sense, it was a cold and deterministic sort of nothingness. Necessarily, you know, we were told we came from nothing. So if you accepted the word of science, if you accepted the word of TV, of media, of wheelchair-bound dummies, you know, then it was a cold and empty nothingness. And necessarily, we came from nothing. There was no overriding or overarching power. It was all random chance, and you go to nothing. You know, yeah, I can see how ridiculous it is, and I guess I must have guessed, I must have prayed long and hard that wasn't the case. I always remember sort of justifying things in terms of looking for significance in things where there actually is none. But now I see that there's significance in everything. I absolutely do, you know. So everything is flipped completely. So, I mean, the reason I said that is, yeah, the shape and nature of the earth is well known. The circumstances surrounding the destruction, I'm going to call it, are well known. And yeah, maybe the bigger mystery lies within ourselves, and who are exactly we who are inhabiting this experience, you know. But I definitely think it's all coming out as it was meant to. You might have noticed in the channel description I put ever nearer 420 suis dodo. So yeah, so game of life, you know, game of chance, and you take certain paths and risks and investments and commitments along the way, and make yourself something like Monopoly in a different sense. You know, we used to play Monopoly, so there was a big difference between it. You know, we didn't take to the game of life that easily, whereas we would have taken to Monopoly or chess, or, you know, drafts or something like that. And there's an interesting one about chess as well. It's mentioned here, yeah. Now we got Monopoly, 21 card game. Yeah, it's a house of cards, 21 777. 777 represents G, which is 666 really. The capital G looks like the 6. And all it is, for me, is just describing the three separate movements of the sun, or of what the sun may be on, or what the sun maybe is, you know. Three separate movements: circular movement, horizontal and vertical movement. And I talked about this the other night as well, that if you imagine a huge whirlpool and something sort of swirling around the outside, well, I mean, I mentioned, which are always worth repeating, I mentioned about the ship's navigator telling me, retired ship's navigator, all tides surge from the north. So that means that, you know, taking that hand in hand with the North Pole center and on the flat Earth, of course, well, then you have trillions of tons of water coming and going from some place. You know, that's the only way you can describe it. You would expect to see under those circumstances the highest tides in and around the North Center itself. And of course, that's what you do find in and around Alaska. You have massive tides, and sometimes 70 or 80 meters, which doesn't seem like much, but it's huge in terms of, think about it, like where you're standing now, imagine 80 meters up, that sort of variation. twice daily. So you can say that this water has to be coming from somewhere and has to be going somewhere. And the way I think about it is, you know, those breathing machines. It's like a sort of like a sundial, not a sundial, a timer, an egg timer, sort of in a sense. But you know, you have the little compression and expansion movement on a continual basis. So yeah, if you imagine all that water going somewhere and coming from somewhere, and if you could again just throw your mind in that direction, you imagine something swirling around. So something that's caught in those currents on a continuous basis would just behave on a predictable and a completely set course. We can picture it, you know, on a small scale. If I put a cork in the edge of a pool of water that I've pulled the plug on in my sink, and it starts to swirl around, well, that cork, if you slow it right down, the cork will experience three motions. It will experience a circular motion, right, clearly, based on the vortex, you know, and well, based on, yeah, well, why does the water go down the drain? Yeah, well, you know, density, but there's also, we live under a magnetic field, an electromagnetic field. And this is a real force, you know, because it's an oppressive and it's a pushing force. So the higher we get up, right? And I compared it the other evening to sort of pushing two huge south poles of a magnet together, you know what I mean? No matter how hard you tried, at some point you just wouldn't be able to go beyond, and you'd be pushed back all the more strenuously, depending on how strenuously you made the approach. So I think this is what's happening, and it was never meant for us as well. So it's an invading oppressive force. And I talked about churches before, with their certain spires and their certain roof shapes and materials used to coat the roofs, copper usually. Yeah, or the pyramids the same. This is a protection from the ether. I compared it ages ago to a wedge. It's certainly like a wedge. That's the way I'd see it, like a teepee, you know. And imagine a sort of a syrupy ether falling down. So it falls everywhere. But if you can, it's the best sort of shape to divert it away, you know, at all sides. So then you have beneath that an area that's free of what's otherwise all around. And again, if this is an oppressive force, yeah, we would be better off without it. And I think I know, well, of course, the giant trees played the role in terms of supporting pillars. You know, they held back these waters. And when you remove them, here's the bi ball as well, right? Here we go with the bi ball. And Hitler had one ball, right? Hitler was born in 420. Well, we're not to take this literally. Again, if we take literally the swastika, everything is evil and dark. But if we understand that the swastika references and points to the North Center, then we can see that Hitler having one ball might have a different meaning. And 420 as well. I'll talk about 420, which is coming more and more into significance. That's why I put it next to the dodo in my description there. But yeah, the trees play a massive part in everything. And yeah, it was one complete harmonious system, and we have lost that harmony, but I think it's been rebuilt, you know. And this is the thing: the sun is an invader as it stands. The sun is everything, right? But it is an invader. It's not how we were designed to, or it's not how it's a natural. It's not a natural system for our systems. So I think that's in a state of repair. And I'm not going to say exactly what I think the sun is, but there's plenty of clues everywhere as well. And it's pretty simple when we think about it. You have to be a flat earther too. This is a prerequisite, you know. This is why the bowlers try so hard as well. They know, and they're playing a role, right? The more I tell you you're a fool, the more you want to tell me that you're not a fool, especially if you know you're not a fool. But especially if you know you're on shaky ground as well, when you're entering sort of flat Earth territory, you're automatically labelled immediately by everyone in real life. It's only the very occasional kind ear or open ear you will meet. So yeah, I got onto that because I was talking about just how that we're in an unnatural or a broken system now, and all of these songs, they all contain clues. They're letting you know in their own sense about one certain aspect of things, and yeah, once we have those new ears and those new eyes, things will start to make a little bit more sense. Not saying that we have the ability to work out everything. But yeah, this song is pretty clear to a certain point to me anyway. But interesting, he talks about checkers and chess. You have the Masonic black and white colors of duality. Now, of course, there's all these different evils attached to different things, but that's not the case at all. I mentioned as well in the last hangout, I was very delighted to come across that the French cockerel and the FFF, the French Football Federation, and their logo. And I found a checkerboard and a chessboard pattern in background. I actually have to count. I should count how many squares were in there. Imagine it was, no, I was going to say, imagine it was 420. But I was delighted with that because I didn't see it the first time I looked at the logo. And I also had been talking previously a bit cryptically, but I mean, I've made my point of view known regarding dodo. The dodo encodes the land, the actual land mass continental arrangement on our flat Earth since the inundation, since flood, since we were overflowed. So when I talked about the dodo so that's the comment I was leaving, is the dodo wears a chessboard or a checkerboard dress. The cryptic, first of all, you have to know what the hell is going on with the dodo. So when I say it let me just say as well, when I say it encodes, landmass, but I mean literally. So I mean literally, if you look at the dodo and you think of the bill tip as South America as it curves up and around, right? There is a certain, I think I know just came out recently as well, as far as I know, the most accurate in terms of land size mapping endeavor, I suppose, to come out. So once I combine that, once I can go to that and scale down all the continents and all the land masses to the same level as the dodo, I think they should fit snugly like a glove, around the dodo shape. So I actually think that the dodo is a literal encoding of the new landmass, the new face of the Earth since the inundation. And especially when you take away, imagine you could just put a little drain plug on the Earth and take away so much of that water. I think most countries are surrounded by continental shelves. So there would be a variation on the Gleason's map, and it would be substantial, And then when you do that, of course, the dodo becomes even more clear. And actually, Steve Anthony sent me a picture tonight via chat, via Google Hangout chat, and well, I'm going to show it in a few minutes, and it's pretty good. It's pretty self-explanatory in a sense. But again, there's much more to that. There's much more to just that uncanny resemblance. There's a lot of other supporting evidence that the dodo plays. Now, I'm not dead certain on that as well. But yeah, I'm close to it. So anyway, let me just get quickly back to this. So that was sort of checkerboard, and I had been saying that the dodo wears a checkerboard dress. Well, if the Earth is flat and stationary, just like your local ordnance mapping systems, the Earth can also be mapped in a grid-like fashion, where east is east and west is west, and never the twain shall meet. So you just overlay a chessboard onto the dodo, the map of the Earth, and east is from east to west is just left to right along the rows, and north to south or south to north is just up and down the columns. That's just, and north is centered, and north is the X marks the spot in the very center. And I was glad to see also exactly just above the cockerel, the FFF, the French Football Federation, represented the flat Earth as a cockerel, which it does look like that as well. But that's again just a superficial layer. I think there's more to it than that. But I was glad to see a star as well above it, right at the top, right where you would place the north on the chessboard. You know, at the top. South would be at the bottom, all along, down. Anyway, let me quickly just finish this. Mr. Fred Blasey. Now, I looked into him as well briefly. He was some sort of wrestler. And I'm not sure if he's the wrestler who Andy Kaufman had a little bit of... actually, the more I think about it, what Antonio was doing, and I had this thought as well, it's like he was playing some sort of character. He was acting from a script, and he was including different cons or different parts of acts of different early comedians or whatever, you know. So now that I think of this, Andy Kaufman was involved in a lot of fakery and a lot of deadpan comedy. You know, he put across the situation as absolutely real and make it hilarious and in its sort of awkwardness, I'm sure. But he was always sort of pushing the boundaries of where does entertainment and reality coincide. And of course, listen, with 9/11, I don't think if anyone here listening, you shouldn't be listening. This is the thing about flat Earth. Unless you're a flat Earther, you're not going to consider giant trees. You know, you're not going to. That's where I start talking about that as well. The Bible. So imagine a huge tree at the north center, holding back with support trees along, say, the equator or dotted throughout, holding back the waters in a massive and a sort of controlled sense, you know. Anything living under would be under the canopy of all of these trees, so it wouldn't be exposed to any of the forces that are used to hold back these waters beyond whatever forces they might be. Frequencies, you know, obviously it is frequencies, light energies. Light is just a frequency itself. In the beginning was the word, you know, the sound. So when you have to make a W sound, you do a vibration. You think about the W and the M. You still have the vibration. One is the inverse of the other. You have matter for mother, and then you have water. So the M and the W are inverted. And again, if you're on your personal search, everything is inverted. I should think not to take it in any, don't get emotionally attached. Don't attach to evil, or don't attach good to anything for that matter. You know, it's just a sort of a cold evaluation of the situation. So we have to sort of put behind pretty much everything we have held dear. There is no normal anymore. Again, if you're not on board the flat Earth, you shouldn't be here. And I'm also thinking, if you're not with 9/11 being a media victim fakery extravaganza, rich in symbolism, then I don't think you should be here really. It's sort of, it's almost a prerequisite. And look, this whole song is about fakery. And let me get to the end of that as well. Yeah, excuse me. So Mr. Fred Blasey and the breakfast smells. I think this is a reference to one of the street theater, as Dell calls it, you know, a situation in public that's passed off as real. Boston bombings, for that matter. You know, and this was controversial around the time and shot Andy Kaufman to fakery. So again, let's play Twister, let's play Risk. Yeah, wah. You know, Every word is chosen specifically and carefully. Every word has a meaning. See you in heaven if you make the list. Yeah, 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 yeah. Now, what I think about that line is we all make it to heaven. That's a sort of a little joke there, a little joke to the insiders as well. That what if we all made it to heaven? This is just an experience. This is about us learning about ourselves, experiencing ourselves, I suppose. But now we can see it's all unraveling. So what is ourselves? And ourselves is for sure, yeah, again, it's much greater than this. See you in heaven if you make the list. So the list, there's no list. And then it goes into chorus. Now, Andy, did you hear about this one? Tell me how you locked in the punch. So that refers to Andy Kaufman. So he's talking to Andy. So Andy's a joker, right? So what you would do is, we all have friends, or we all had friends, or whatever. Friends, I remember friends. If your friend was a joker, and you were less sort of overt, anytime you had a joke, this is how you'd introduce it. So he's talking to Andy, who's a joker himself, a faker, if you will, an actor. Tell me, are you locked in the punch? Well, and Andy Kaufman, he was a rake of a man, He was about 5'0", and 120 pounds. That sort of build. So the idea of him wrestling in the first place, especially experienced wrestlers, is a nonsense. But it was acted out well, as if it was a reality, And this is the inside joke. And then he says, "Hey, Andy, are you goofing on Elvis? Andy, are you goofing on Elvis?" Well, Elvis is a different story as well, isn't it? Elvis lives, devil lived. It's all a different story. And Elvis' fake death, told you at the time, people came along and said, inside his coffin, it looked like a wax dummy. And they all said, how come he could lose so much? Who would have thought he could lose so much weight in like 4 days or 3 days or something like this, So again, they're telling you this. Initially, his gravestone was spelled Aaron instead of Aron. I think that was changed after that, but that's definitely recorded. So again, these are not secrets. They're telling you. If you're tuned in, if you're tuned out, you're taking everything literally. If you're tuned in, you see that there's a greater game going on. And as I said, I think there's millions tuned in to 420. I think there's millions tuned in to flat Earth reality and beyond. And yeah, one thing I'm going to take, I meant to do that as well. I'm going to take a look at the Masonic tracing boards again. Mark Sargent made it. Again, Mark Sargent is the main man. He's the what would you call him? The ringleader. Mark Sargent is the clues man. And clues, someone mentioned the clues, the origin of the word clues. A clue is a different thing, CLEW. And it was all about following threads, as in labyrinths and leaving threads, or Hansel and Gretel, that sort of thing. So just looking out the window, and it's 10 o'clock and it's still very bright outside. But the stars will be appearing soon, and once you see what the stars are, then it's easy enough, because it's you have to understand. And again, Yeats understood this. He calls it the bitter barrier. He called it the bitter barrier way back then. So again, none of this stuff is really secret. It's an open secret, and again, I think everyone is coming to become aware of it. The time is now, 4:20. So as I mentioned, 4:20. Just to clarify why 4:12. The dodo appeared 1598, when the dodo was disc covered, right? So we had water, inundation. Disc covered, and that's what I was talking about, the ball. So imagine it as one ball. Imagine it as a snow globe originally, right? Now imagine something took away that support in the center. Something took away the supports around the equator, if you will. What would happen is the strongest support is in the center. That would retract upon itself for the sake of the greater whole, So you could see it sort of settling into a lesser state, a weakened state, in the form of like, those little jelly things. I mentioned it like it's almost like a spider. You have the little blob. You have the main body in the center, right? That's a sort of a dome in itself. But then coming out from all the sides, you have this kind of donut-like, scooped out donut-like pattern, half donut, cut longitudinally. Can't think of a better way to describe that now. There must be like a bicycle tube, cut in half, placed along this core center. So the center is the core. So that's where you have the ball, and that's where Genesis 2 comes in as well. Genesis 2 begins after the destruction. Now, what happened? Is this all a game? I mentioned this before. Is this all a simulation? Is this all just a little adventure? My mind just thought that it went back to what's that Nicolas Cage thing? Treasure. I'll think of it now. Do you know the thing I'm talking about? Is it all one of those things? Treasure hunt, not treasure hunt, something like that. Yeah, is this what's really going on? I guess we'll find out. Like, it seems fucking pretty real sometimes. It seems too real, But I think that's changing as well. And so the Bible, 1611. 1611 is an important date as well. I think maybe this is the origins of this is the initial Bible. This is when it was all. So you had to fake everything. So all the fakery began after that. And certain groups, if you will, carried on the old ways, have all the old information, and I think rebuilding in the background, rebuilding behind the scenes. That's the way I look upon it. And 420 was always the date set since the inundation. If the inundation was 1598, 420 takes us up to 2018. And that's where Hitler comes in. Hitler, 420, and he had one ball. Back to one ball. Back to when before. You see, these are the connections I think are more definitely interesting to be sort of following, as opposed to just saying, "Oh, Hitler had one ball," what it was or whatever. No wonder he was so angry. But no. So yeah, 420 is a time of celebration. 420 is, again, you take the zero off the end. You get 42, which is the answer to life, the universe, and everything. So as everything is reversed, in gematria, you take off the zero, don't you? You cancel it out. So let's put the zero on, and you get 420. 42 is also 6 sevens. So the seventh day, God rested, after all the work was done. So these are all things to consider, friends, and I take them as serious as anything, just to let you know. And again, when I look at these type of songs here, I'm not looking to find anything as well. I'm not looking to find anything because I sort of left the song behind, but it was just a song. I'm not sure if I sang it before, and again, I wasn't used to singing it, so you're probably better off not hearing it. And you're goofing on Elvis, so that's what I was talking about, Elvis, and then I got back to Hitler and 420 and the ball versus the one ball, So think of a snow globe in terms of the contour of the barrier, as opposed to a spider, if you will, just a spider with legs everywhere. So, but however that conjures it up, and we're inside the spider, the leg zone. We're inside from the north center, which is isolated from us. The barrier that we're under begins low, maybe at ground level, and then rises up. So where I am in Ireland, the barrier, the point of intersection, I guess, whatever the point of division between the water and this force that is used to hold back the waters. It's lower, literally lower from me to that on the ground here to that barrier than it is for someone in Spain. So someone in Spain, it gets higher and higher until it reaches a peak, and then starts to drop again until you get towards the frozen peripherals. I think the frozen peripherals is all about where the barrier meets the land, right? And then you have leakage, and the sky is always leaking through. This is how you can get snowstorms lasting, lasting for ages and dumping tons upon tons, or rainstorms, or etc., etc. It's constantly being fed from above, and as the water takes its different rarefied forms, as it's going through the different strengths of this ether, this magnetic field, and then as it's encountering different conditions of temperature and pressure, and then as it's encountering the sun, as it's doing its daily thing, all of these set us up for different conditions, So again, science is only telling us half the story when it comes to meteorology. So yeah, so getting back 420 Hitler, we're getting back into one ball, and which is a complete barrier again. Well, listen, Aaron Dover talked about all of these different towers strewn throughout the earth as sort of Tesla towers, collectors of information. What if they're broadcasters, and not collectors of information, collectors of energy, ether, collectors of this this charged ether, whatever you want to call it. But what if it's the opposite? What if it's what if it's a projector? What if it's to act as pillars? What if it's to act as the fallen pillars to hold back the sky? Obviously, we're dealing in different terms here, so we have to undo the buckle of the belt of our minds, to go there. But yeah, that's the thread that I'm following. That's the clue that I'm with. And I mentioned Mark Sargent as well, being the go-to guy. Yeah, all roads point to Mark Sargent. IPS knows it. Zulu One knows it. David Weiss knows it. Patricia Steer knows it. Nathan Oakley knows it. Everyone knows it. Everybody knows it. So are we losing touch? Yeah, are we losing touch with what? Playing these games. We're passing on fantasy as reality to the public, and the division between what we know and what they know is so wide. Are we just as is a natural tendency, just completely losing touch? It's a valid question. And then I guess he's still asking Andy here, if you believe they put a man on the moon. Maybe he's not asking Andy, he's asking you, I think. If you believe they put a man, are we losing time? And baby, are you nothing on our books? Baby, are you lost? Hang on. Andy, did you hear about this one? Tell me, are you locked in the pouch? Andy, are you goofing on us? Hey, baby, are we losing touch? If you believe they put a man on the moon, if you believe there's nothing on this sleep, nothing is cool. And then Moses went walking with the staff of wood. Well, isn't that very interesting now again? Well, what's wood from? Well, it's from a tree. I think we can accept that Moses, well, not that we can accept it, with the Bible coming into existence in 1611, we can obviously see there was a before and an after. Everything beforehand has to be separated from everything afterward. So Moses can't have existed. Again, it's all symbolic, it's all metaphorical, it's all not to be taken literally. So Moses went walking with the staff of wood, yeah, which turned into a snake, didn't it? Isn't that interesting? Yeah, that is interesting. A reptilian. I've already talked about the reptilian. Yeah, what's going on? I'll go there with that one. So again, more fakery, more wood again. The staff of wood, there's a cross as well. Jesus died on the cross. Cross is a broken tree, isn't it? So it's made from. And again, X, a cross is an X. X marks the spot on the dodo chessboard. Newton got beamed by the apple good. Just another clue as well. This is more fakery, you know, this is more nonsense. Beamed is just got hit, you know, got clocked. But the apple good. Yeah, and I talked the last time about the apple representing this complete dome, this complete intact barrier. And then the bite is, for me, represents the, you know, the ball when the thing collapsed and came to be in its current form. Egypt was troubled by the horrible asp, so that's a direct reference to reptiles. Egypt was troubled by Moses when walking with the staff of wood. Yeah. Newton got beamed by the apple good. Yeah. Egypt was troubled by the horrible asp. Yeah. Mr. Charles Darwin had the gall to ask. Yeah. So Mr. Charles Darwin had the goal to ask. Well, to ask what? You have the goal to ask what? Did man come from monkeys? How dare you? What kind of an obnoxious question is that to pose? It's like with the moon. What kind? If anyone knows what the moon is, what kind of obnoxious quest was that to try and land someone on the moon? This is the height of ridiculous. So then he just repeats the. Did you hear about this one? Tell me, are you locked in the punch? So it's a fake headlock, you know. It's one of those. It's an acted out scenario. Punch and Judy as well, you know, with the puppets. Hey, Andy, are you goofing on Elvis? Hey, baby, are you having fun? So it's all a game. If you believe they put a man on the moon, man on the moon. If you believe there's nothing up your sleeve, nothing is cool. So, well, if you believe they put a man on the moon, so let's leave Elvis behind. Again, you just talk for ages about Elvis. Elvis is John Cotner, Jotcotner. And I have to say that I accept that that's him at this stage. It is too many, like the voice, the looks, all the little clues. Again, none of these things are like deathly secrets. We have to hold on to these till the dead. It's all a game in the first place, you know. There's no point in having a game or a joke unless people who are interested in following clues will solve it. It's like Michael Jackson, clues everywhere that he faked his death. And I made the connection between Michael Jackson and the dodo the last night. How uncanny is that? So if you believe they put a man on the moon, are you having fun again? Again, it's a game. It's a greater game that's been played. So how far can you go? How much can you stretch it? How much can you blur those lines? You know, and this is where 9/11 comes in. They've blurred the lines completely. If you were paying attention even at the time, you would have realized that you were being set up. But yeah, I didn't pay attention, but I did object vehemently to any of the wars or any of the subsequent action on the basis of this, you know, whereas I did not question the official story at all. Again, it's one of those massive lies. So many people would have to be involved in it, you know, then it's too big to consider. But look, we're flat earthers. We're after reconsidering everything. So anyone who comes out with this vehemence against me or anyone else for mentioning flat earth, or not flat earth, against mentioning 9/11 media, but you know they're acting a role at this stage, because there's absolutely no reason why they haven't they shouldn't have looked into 9/11 media fakery, especially when it's been mentioned so much, and especially when it proves itself. And again, it was meant, you were meant to see through it, just like you were meant to see through Sandy Hook, just like you were meant to see through NASA, just like you were meant to see through everything. So I'm not getting caught up in the Earth, flat Earth anymore, in the sense that I know the Earth is flat, but then again, I don't know what's beyond that. You know, so based on that, I moved on. I'm not going to can't keep getting excited about, you know, the same questions being raised again and again. So especially when we start entertaining these ballers, like, are these ball adherents, and they ask the same question. One of the questions, someone sent me a challenge, and he said they were offering any flat earther €1,000 to come up with an explanation for a few different things. You know, obviously the same ones: the southern star trails, the setting sun, which I can explain. I think he would accept the explanation, though, not a chance. I changed my avatar from the one with the setting sun, and you can see clearly it's a mirrored water there. When you look over a pool of water, and I looked over a pool of water today, still water, everything is reflected, right? But when you're talking about bigger distances like that, you can't notice it because there's no contrast, right? It's only when the sun comes into view that you notice this mirrored layer, and the last thing you do see is the sun in this mirrored layer as it goes away. Simple as that. Imagine looking down at a puddle as your friend is standing at one side of the puddle, and you can see his whole reflection. Imagine you keep your eyes pinned to the edge of the puddle where it meets your friend, and you just see his shoes or whatever. As he walks away, you know, this is what you will see a certain thing, until beyond a certain point, you won't be able to see him at all. You know. So yeah, again, so there's nothing to be achieved or solved anymore beyond a certain stage, I think. You know, so sure, if you're just entering into these, the ballers are there too. Again, that's why they do the same things. The ball adherents, they never give an inch. They move the same. You come forward with the same arguments. They never accept anything on board, and it's an act. It's the guy with the stick. He's prodding you. You know, just keep prodding you. You're the shit. You know, just keep calling someone the shit, waster, and hopefully, you know, they'll sort of go, "I'll prove you wrong, you little shit." And when you do that, then you soon learn, well, there's greater questions here, and there's greater things to be achieved than to waste your time talking about these people. And especially once you get beyond a certain stage, you know what I mean, you realize that they're not there for you anymore. So they can help, they can continue, in a way they're doing good, they can continue to help the newcomers and challenge the newcomers, this sort of thing. So I mean, I'll just finish on this. Sorry, probably no one listening at this stage, but that's fine. Here's a little aged for the here's a little aged for the never believer. I'm gonna have to look up aged again now, because I think it's like a sect. It's like a sort of a grouping of religious devout aged. Oh yeah, the shake. No, it isn't an aged. So here's a little sort of disturbance. Where's it getting that then? Here's a little disturbance to shake. Yeah, there you go. So that's even better. Here's a little aged for the never believer. So why would you have a stir for the never believer? Well, you can't believe in nothing. I mean, atheism is a worse position to take now. At least if you believe in anything, you believe in yourself. So even if you are an atheist, you know, that makes you God. So you can't be an atheist in a limited sense of the word, obviously. But if there's nothing else, well, then you are the power, aren't you? No matter how limited that power may seem. And of course, our powers are purposefully limited. In reality, we are very powerful indeed. Indeed, we are. We just have to be shaken. We have to be extricated. So here's a little aged for the never believer. And I guess you could watch that. Just talking about this, you could watch the video, and lots of clues in there as well. Yeah. Here's a little ghost for the offering. Yeah. Now what's that? A little ghost for the offering. No one gets killed. No one is, in a sacrificial offering. Of all of these media hoaxes, no one is actually killed. It's symbolic more than anything else. Yeah. Simple thing here as well. So they're trying to shake you for the never believer. Like, okay, there was people who didn't. Bill Kaysing was one who didn't believe the moon landings from the start. And he wrote a book about it. All this information is out here. But well, the people have to be woken up. The people are the power. No one has any power over anyone else. You're your own power. Here's a truck stop. Here's a truck stop instead of St. Peter's. So truck stop along the way, right? So we don't need St. Peter's. Yeah. Because everyone's already on the list to get into heaven. There's no gates, you see. So excellent, yeah. And then you had Mr. Andy Kaufman's gone wrestling. So what does that mean? To finish up the song, Mr. Andy Kaufman has gone wrestling. Well, if that was fake, Mr. Andy Kaufman is gone faking again, isn't he? And of course, he did fake his death. It's not a strange story to him. It's for the times anyway, it's absolutely controversial. But I think he did fake his death, and then he went away. He came back and admitted that he faked his death, and then he was saying, well, the next time I die, it'll be for real, something like that. And then he supposedly died of cancer. Now, remember, none of these connected people die of cancer. Dandelion roots can cure you from cancer. Your urine can cure you from cancer. Just stop eating and change everything that you've been doing beforehand immediately. So again, just telling you, Mr. Andy Kaufman's gone wrestling, so he's still at play. If you come across anyone who you think that looks like Andy Kaufman, you say, but no, it can't be him because he deaded. Well, reconsider it. And he goes, Andy, did you hear about this one? Actually, so I'm just thinking now. Andy Kaufman was supposed to have died in the 70s sometime, and this song was in the 90s, I think, or maybe late 80s. So. You see, does it seem to you that he's speaking to a dead man? Here's a little ghost. That's another connection to here's a little ghost for the offering. So yeah, everyone knows that fucking faking your death is par for the course. I mean, in Nevada, I think all you need is 2 death threats against you, and you can legally fake your death. So, I mean, most of these people with fame and fortune comes absolutely serious death threats and absolute hate, especially if these people are characters. And maybe, are they nice characters? Who knows? I don't know. Who knows what's going on behind the scenes? It's not supposed to be a very nice place. Hollywood, the sort of epicenter of materialism, if you will. And again, I was thinking about the stars as well. Why are they so called? So it's, Annie, did you hear about this one? Annie, are you locked in the pouch? Annie, are you coming on Elvis? Hey, baby, I will lose it couch. If you believe they put a man on the moon, man on the moon. If you believe there's nothing up his sleeve. Nothing is true. So that was the last line. If you believe there's nothing up his sleeve, then nothing is cool. So who is his? Is this the Rain Man? Is this the Rain Man? It's pretty descriptive there, isn't it? You could have said their sleeve. Up sleeves, it's particularly his sleeve. So again, insiders talking about who knows what. I mean, one thing about the destruction, that in any real terms we have to say destruction is caused by a destroyer. So if a destroyer destroyed, where is the destroyer now? Every destroyer needs an army. So this is another possibility. Was it a hit and run? We hear talk about that as well. Purposes of mining. advanced peoples or whatever, advanced beings came and did what they did, stripped mined the earth and pissed off. Is that what's happening here? And we're just rebuilding in the meantime, not knowing who came. That's a possibility, isn't it? I do make the distinction, though, between Genesis 1 and Genesis 2, and I have talked before about the Sistine Chapel roof, and that's one thing maybe to do one of these days, however long these days last. So go through exactly what I'm talking about in comfort here. I can bring up the creation of Adam from the Sistine Chapel roof, Michelangelo. Now that's another thing. If 1598 brought destruction and end to the old way, was Michelangelo himself fabricated? Shakespeare makes sense in the time limit. The time, Shakespeare again, and it's after that there is primary and source material for it. But anything before that, there's very much great difficulty in locating source material. It's all secondhand information. It's all reference to via secondhand information, all of this sort of stuff. So so anyone interested, so we can see there that the general common theme is fakery. So they're telling you man in the moon is fakery, but there's more to the story. And the interesting points I would definitely take from that are Moses went walking with the staff of wood, and the asp as well, the horrible asp, this reptilian connection, and then the apple. Newton got beaten by the apple. Good. So he's pretty much telling you, right? Pretty much telling you what's going on, and there's a greater game going on, and it does seem to be laced. I've said that before. If you step back, detach yourself from a lot of this stuff, there's a humor to it. There's a great humor to it sometimes. Angel at the gay. That's hilarious. Like in one sense. So let's imagine that the gay nightclub shooting was complete fiction. It's like a Quentin Tarantino movie. Well, then you have, we all know how ostentatious gay people can be, homosexual. They're sort of all hands and all expressions, you know what I mean, at the slightest of things. So is the stereotype anyway. Can you imagine the gay mayhem? So there's where I coined the word gayhem. Can you imagine the gayhem under those conditions? Gay nightclub, and someone busts in with wimpy kid, stupid stories. Well, wimpy kid busts in Rambo style, starts shooting left, right, and center. Can you imagine the gayhem? And then, if that's not sort of darkly funny enough, then you have the likes of Dr. Angel Colon. What was it? Dr. Lube. Dr. Lube treating injured victim, Angel Colon. Dr. Lube, Angel Colon, gay nightclub. Okay, well, I mean, that's pretty funny right there, isn't it? And this sort of humor, if you will, is strewn throughout it. Now they're doing it because what? They're just evil bastards rubbing it in her face, or else there's a greater game going on. There's a greater game going on. So I'll leave that there. That's Man on the Moon. REM, Rapid Eye Movement. They have a Flat Earth song as well, Stand, I think. But they've plenty of other songs as well, like everyone has, just hinting at Flat Earth and trees especially. So once we know the Earth is flat, there's a greater story than Flat Earth. We know the Earth is flat and stationary, so what else is going on? Then you look at the other words to get your clues from. Okay, let me go back there. That was a long time speaking on one thing, wasn't it? They're going to chat to say sorry if someone was trying to contact me. I sort of have a habit of I sort of have a habit of waffling on, I suppose. Brian, I don't. Well, see, once you start giving them out, then you have to start giving them out. But I limit it to a certain degree. Just talking about the wrenches there. Anyone with a wrench, Mom, we spoke the other evening, so I just in the extreme, only if absolute messers come along, with the fake accounts and just the rudeness. Otherwise, even if they're ball adherents, if they're reasonably fine, you can let it go. So okay. Yeah, I'm sure. Look, I know I didn't. I just came on. It doesn't matter who else is on or not. I'm sure Glowbusters is on, doing their thing, which is cool. So not in competition with anyone. If it was just me here, again, even from the last night, if it was just me here talking, I would have been happy with that, because I got a few clues, and I'm going to read. I'm going to do a reading. I'm going to read 3 chapters of Alice in Wonderland, and every time I'm on, I'm going to read 3 chapters, because the amount I got last time from the first, it was only a short couple of paragraphs I read, but it just kept clicking, and I see Mum mentioned saline water. And weren't, of course, all the creatures drenched in salt seawater, Mum, which again to me refers to the inundation of the ocean, which wasn't always the case. And again, brings it all much closer to home when you're dealing in timelines like 400 years. That's crazy talk, isn't it? Imagine trying to tell that even to any flat earther. Not to mind people. Well, you couldn't say anything to real life. Although I mentioned to the neighbor about the flat earth possibility anyway. So I think you have to do that. You have to slip it in with anyone you meet, But again, once we realize that, then a million and one other questions raise themselves, raise their heads, and they're answered as well. They're answered everywhere if we know where to look. Let's say hello to Dave. Hi, how you doing, Dave? And typo error on air. How you doing, man? I'm not sure if we spoke before, but I definitely remember you from ads, Fakeologist chat. I just mentioned briefly that I was a flat earther since 2013. And Momoni reminded me recently that there's actually audio on Fakeologist, but Isa was calling me a liar there. He says anyone who claims to be a flat earther in 2013, well, we know what they are. Well, what can you say? I was talking about it back then, and I was definitely, clearly, obviously considering it, and I considered it beforehand, But again, once it's you pretty early doors, you get to a certain understanding regarding that. So you have to move on, and there's greater questions. So let me read the poem that I was talking about regarding Yeats. While I'm trying to roll a joint as well. So let me read the poem, get that out of the way, because it's very interesting. As I said, I looked at the book. I had the thought in mind. I've been started connecting different people at the top of their game, whether it be poets, dramatists, music stars, etc., and just seeing if there's any connection to the dodo or to trees or anything like this sort of stuff. When I looked at Yeats, immediately on page 1, 1898, from there. Let me see, and that's another interesting rose. The rose itself This is what I think is referencing this whirlpool at the North Centre, and that might lose a lot of people now, but you know, who so what? This is what I think the rose, if you think about the structure of the rose. So let me just briefly read it and see if anyone gets anything from this, but I certainly did anyway. And it was from 1890. Let me just put that up there. Let's see. Yeah, it was from the Rose, 1893, and it's called Two Trees. The Two Trees. That's difficult for an Irishman to say. Two trees. The Two Trees. Page 20. Okay, here it goes. The Two Trees. Beloved, gaze in thine own heart. The holy tree is growing there. From joy the holy branches start, and all the trembling flowers they bear. The changing colors of its fruit have dowered the stars with memorial light. Man, the light is bad here, man. I'm not reading. Let me bring the light over a bit. Sorry, let me start that again. It's only a short poem. The light is bad enough here. Right. The Two Trees. Beloved, gaze in thine own heart. The holy tree is growing there. From joy the holy branches start, and all the trembling flowers they bear. The changing colors of its fruit have downed the stars with merry light. The surety of its hidden root has planted quiet in the night. I'm not reading this too well, am I? The shaking of its leafy head has given the waves their melody, and made my lips in music wed, murmuring a wizard's song for thee. There the loves, here we go now, there the loves, the circle go, the flaming circle of our days, gyring, spiraling, to and fro, in those great ignorant leafy ways, remembering all that shaken hair, and how the winged sandals dart. Thine eyes grow full of tender care, beloved, gaze in thine own heart. Gaze no more in the bitter glass. The demons with their subtle guile lift up before us when they pass, or only gaze a little while. For there a fatal image grows, that the stormy night receives, roots half hidden under snows, broken boughs and blackened leaves. For all things turn to barrenness. In the dim glass the demons hold, a glass of outer weariness, made when God slept in times of old. There, through the broken branches, go the ravens of unresting thought, flying, crying, to and fro, cruel claw and hungry throat, or else they stand and sniff the wind and shake their ragged wings, alas. Thy tender eyes grow all unkind, gaze no more in the bitter glass. Yeah. That's called The Two Trees from William Butler Yeats, dating back to 1890s. But yeah, me reading that, just the name itself, and so many interesting things. The flaming circle of our days, gyring and spiraling to and fro. I talked about the movements of the sun earlier on, and Yeats loves this word gyre, you know. He loves it. And a gyre is a spiraling fashion, isn't it? And of course, we can relate that to the sun and the spiraling sun. But yeah, the bitter glass. Gaze no more in the bitter glass. Again, it's in reference. And now that I think upon it, Yeats is always referencing romantic times. You know, times of days gone by. So he's mourning. He's mourning whatever happened in a grander sense. Reading this, even before this, you know, it's grand poetry, but you'd have no grasp of what was going on, you know. But I think there's a deeper meaning. And also that line, the changing colors of its fruit have dowered the stars with merry light. That's a big clue. That is a massive clue there, you know. But yeah, gaze no more in the bitter glass. Now, what might the bitter glass be? What might the bitter glass be? Talked about the hall of mirrors up above, the barrier between the waters and the realm we find ourselves. And when you introduce light, it acts like a perfect mirror. That bitter glass, well, imagine if that glass was broken. broken from one into two. You know, so I think all that's referenced. I'm going to sing a song before it gets too late, and let me get I better get the lyrics up. No lyrics anyway, but you know the way you just you miss a word and then you miss the sound. Away from my window, keep at your own chosen speed. I'm not the one you want me. I'm not the one you need. You say you're looking for someone who's never weak, but always strong, to protect you and defend you, whether you are right or wrong. Someone to open each and every door, but it ain't me. No, 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 it ain't me. It ain't me you're looking for. Lightly on the ledge, babe. Lightly on the ground. I'm not the one you want, babe. I will let you down. You say you're looking for someone who will promise never to part. Someone to close his eyes for you. Someone to close his heart. Someone to die for you and more, but it ain't me. No, 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 it ain't me. It ain't me you're looking for. Go back in the night, babe. Everything inside is made of stone. There's nothing in here moving, and anyway I'm not alone. You say you're looking for someone to pick you up each time you fall, to gather flowers constantly, and to come each time you call. They love it for your life and nothing more, but it ain't me. No, 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 it ain't me. It ain't me you're looking It ain't me, Globe. It ain't me spinning career in Bowl Earth. It's another Bob Dylan song, in case you didn't equate it. Johnny Cash does a version of that, which is where I heard it first, and he does sort of changes the words up a bit, and also the melody is a little different. You mightn't recognize it, but it's definitely based on the same song, like, you know. But it's don't call my name out your window, I'm leaving. I can't hear you anymore. Don't get your kinfolks to give me no talking while I'm standing at the door. That's not it. Shit, that's the wrong song, is it? Ain't saying nothing that ain't been heard before. I live through the window when I walk out the door. I'll be as gone as a wild goose in winter. Understand you're a man turning to. That doesn't sound like. I'm getting confused now. pretty sure that was based on yeah, It Ain't Me, Babe. But so many people have covered Bob Dylan songs anyway. It's crazy stuff, you know. But yeah, again, it turns out that he's just a character himself. You know, it's a name. It's a brand. Bob Dylan's a brand, and just like Einstein got Man of the Century, Bob Dylan they're getting his Nobel Prize for poetry and literature. Well, what can we say about that? What can we say about that? I'd love to know the real character of Einstein. Was he complete and total fraud? You know, even it's talked about, you know, when he had his tenure in wherever it was, Harvard or Yale, he was sort of pretty much inapproachable. He never gave lectures, only rarely. And I already pointed out how there's a different sort of older Einstein than there is a younger Einstein. That's clear as day from the photographs. But I also pointed out, how his wife was a bloke. What are you going to do? I'm going to bring that up just. I'm going to bring that up just in case someone hasn't heard me talking about this before, because again, this is at Andy Kaufman. Andy Kaufman at a wrestling match. I'm sure his wife here now. But anyone's free to do a search and know that this guy isn't the same guy as this guy here. Oh, you're not listening. Hang on, I'm not sharing. Yeah, you can see my screen. Anyone's free to do a search and say that this guy, the younger guy, this guy here, who's possibly female in the first place, is not this guy, or this guy. It's 3 or 4 people. I mean, it's just, how would you know? Like, you know, and again, this is just a stereotypical mad professor. I was looking for Einstein's family. That's what I should type in, Einstein's family. Einstein. Oh, family. Oh, here we go. Look at this. Look at that's almost Theresa May. Like, let me bring that up. That's almost Theresa May. What's going on? Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on now. Hang on. That's a man. Okay. I'm not going to. It's a small man, isn't it? But it's a man nonetheless. You know, this is probably a fabrication in the first place. Look at the blurred out background here. It just seems a little bit too blurry. And who is this guy? This looks like another actor to me. But look, come on, this is a man. This is a bloke. And if it's the same, maybe it's the same actor. Maybe you know what I mean? It's the same lifelong actor. Just play a role, come in every now and again. Like Stephen Hawkins, the guy who played Stephen Hawkins. He probably, I've said this before, he probably just, you know, he's perfectly fine. He does a what do you call it? A Daniel Day-Lewis on it in My Left Foot. He just, you know, puts on the act and sort of gets paid for it. So he's wheeled out in front of the audience. This guy just pretended to be severely disabled, severely restricted in pretty much everything, and he's wheeled out. Some guy is just talking through the guy is in the background with a little microphone, You know, doing the funny voice, the guy from Police Academy. Remember that guy? Just doing the funny voice, and that's it. He's wheeled back in after the meeting or press conference. He whips out of the wheelchair, brushes himself off, has a shower, and goes home to, I don't know, tend the horses on the ranch with his beautiful blonde wife and a few children, you know. I mean, actually, it's been interesting photographs to look at here. All actors, you know what I mean? And again, these are all fabricated. Who's going on here? Albert Einstein, Augusta Victoria, High Commissioner, they're all connected. Look at this. This look at the hand. Look at the length of this hands here. That's two men standing alongside one another. I mean, honestly, this is. And again, look, you can see this sort of this looks pasted into me. This doesn't seem quite right. So again, look at this demonic type lady over here, whoever that is. Look at the hands here on this. Again, immediately you just jump to the conclusion, well, this is a female because, you know, that's just the outward look. Look at the hands now. But I wanted a picture of Einstein's daughter. There's a pretty damning one there. So this is more like the Obama setup. Obviously, you can't have children, so these are just photo ops and pushing the. Oh man, is there anyone listening? Must be someone listening. Let me go into. Oh man, is there anyone listening? Anyone listening? Mom. Look at my screen again. Look at how old Einstein was when he died. Look at my screen. And what was I just talking about earlier on? Of course he was 76, Mom. Of course he was, man. 76 is a 42. Look at this guy here. Look. No bearing, no resemblance to the original whatsoever. And just paraded, it's like Neil Armstrong. They're just paraded as heroes when actuality, and look at this. Let me go in here. Again, come on. Look, I'll show you this. I'll show you my nipple just to convince you, but look at the hands. Come on, man. I just wondered, is it, hang on. There you go. It's almost like he has a goatee, isn't it? Come on, man. I mean, what's this? It's someone else. Look at the shirt and tie. Look at it. They're telling you. Oh gosh. Look at the shirt and tie. Did Albert not say, oh, you look great, dear, except, sorry, look, just we're meeting the press today. Can you wear sort of a padded bra or something because your nipples are showing? No. Look at the shirt and tie, though. Again, they're telling you. And if that doesn't convince you, are they holding hands or something? No. But look at the hands here. What is even going on with the... These are all clues as well. Look at the spectacles. I think the spectacles are there, like, look closely now. Look closely at what's going on here. Otherwise, you're going to miss it. Look at that, man. That's a bloke. What can I say? Again, I'm not going to get excited about this. I mean, it's too obvious it is, but it's just all over the place. Anyone who talks about the idea of transgenderism or men presented as women or Theresa May not being a man to get the fuck. At least you enter possibilities, and you have to admit, well, they look like something other than what they claim to be. But even let me go. I missed what did I? So if these are just actors in the first place, then they can go on. Actually, very like Bob Dylan here, isn't he? Very like a young Bob Dylan in in Nashville skyline. Let me type in. So I think we can settle on that, but let me just type in Einstein's daughter. Of course, Einstein was all about moving Earth as well. Well, if the Einstein and Newton was about it, the Earth moves, but the stars are still. Einstein was about hang on, the Earth moves, but everything else moves as well. So then you sort of incorporating a theory instead of trying to theorize about simple things. What would be happening if the Earth wasn't moving? But of course, this is all theater. This is all fabrication. They all know that the Earth is flat and stationary. So this is just to take you off into La La Land. I don't see the picture. And again, look. You go, well, I saw the picture where they had the baby here. Well, these are an Obama type family. Do you think all this deception has started? Look, he looks, yeah, Einstein doesn't even look like Einstein. I'm not sure that that's the picture of there, but yeah, I'll make no comment on that. There was a picture I spotted the last time that, and let me type that in, Einstein and daughter. This is just a hideaway as well. I mean, but it just serves to on the back of Man on the Moon by REM as well. Again, it's just fakery everywhere, and we lap it up. Can't for one of, but yeah, absolutely worth it. Is again just didn't realize Einstein died at 46 or 76. So again, forgetting about the literal, forgetting about the literal. It encodes something, and what does it encode? Well, 42. I wonder what, in the bingo, I wonder what bingo sort of colors have to preamble when 42 comes out. Imagine this said the dodo or something. The dodo's legs, 42. No, that would be too much to ask for, wouldn't it? Yeah, I've heard that. I'll just go into chat again. Yeah, I've heard that Drain Man. But again, is this just more stuff we've been fed? Suspicions that Nikola Tesla as well mightn't have been all he was cracked up to be when he was presented to us. How you doing, Rolo? Absolutely, yeah. I'll do that. How will I get you the link, man? How will I get you the link, though, Brian? I'll tell you what. I want to do one more thing. I could talk a bit more. I'm definitely going to talk a bit more about Yeats's poem, "The Two Trees," and get into a bit of detail about it, because it is talking about a fall from grace. It's talking about a bitter barrier, a bitter glass. And again, I think it's all referencing a catastrophe, a fall from a previous high. And everyone knows about it. So add them. How do I add them to the call? I'll do that. If you give me about, one thing I wanted to do was just to read the first three. Mum, 40, that's after I was just talking about 42 being secondary to 420, and instead of dropping the zero as they do in gematria, you add it on, you know what I mean? So 420 is the big one, but as I said, 42 being the answer to everything. I did specifically say 6 sevens, so 6 sevens on the seventh day on this, God rested. So is this what we're getting to when we get to year 420? Well, not long to go now, is there? I was always a dodo. Je suis dodo Rolo. Je suis dodo Rolo. I just wanted to. Yeah, you're right. Pure Matrix. It's a man, isn't it? I mean, there's no hiddenness. There's no hiding this. So the thoughts that Michelle Obama being a man is anything new or is anything crazy is ridiculous. So we have to be open-minded if we're interested in these type of phenomena. We have to be open-minded to every possibility, and needs must as well, because we're soon going to find that everything works in a completely different manner than what anyone has ever expected or thought. Lovely. I don't drink too much. I never did drink too much. Long ago, realized it was poison, because your body, again, we can all relate to that. We have a few pints, we're fine, but then we're just constantly going in and out to the toilet. It's our body's way of trying to flush us out, get rid of this stuff. Meanwhile, then you go home dehydrated because your body has tried to flush your system out, and you wake up with a wicked head. Simple remedy. Well, don't drink that much in the first place, and secondly, just even if you do, just remember to drink 1 or 2 pint glasses of water before you go to bed, and you'll be fine. That's all it is. Nothing more, nothing less. But that's I don't give a shit what happens for the rest of the night. 42, realizing Einstein, and after I called him out as a faker on the back of Man on the Moon, and then finding out he died at 76, 7 times 6. Brilliant. So, and again, Einstein is busted now. Fill it back up with your own urine. Doesn't taste as good though. No, I wouldn't drink. See, I wouldn't drink in the morning, man. After that, I wouldn't drink urine tomorrow now. I won't do that. I know not the best advertisement as well for looking good. I can see I'm not looking as I should be, but I have to look after myself a little better. But in general, urine is excellent. Yeah. Again, what you put in what you put in will have a big influence and a big effect on what comes out, the quality of what comes out. It's my view, and I stick with it. So I'm just going to write that. I'm sort of keeping a list of little curiosities or facts associated with the dodo, or associated with 420 now, because the dodo and 420 are intricately connected. So Einstein dying at 6 equals 42. Yeah, we notice that. Yeah, very good. Yeah, give me a minute, man. Give me a minute. What I was going to do, Rolo. That's what I was going to say. Just let me check here how long. Okay, maybe I'll leave that. Oh yeah, okay, maybe I'll leave that. I'll do that the next time. I was going to read the first 3 chapters of Alice in Wonderland, because now that I saw just how much was encoded in the short segment I wrote regarding the dodo, the whole thing is encoded, even down the very first. David Weiss is down the rabbit hole. So chapter 1 is down the rabbit hole. Alice Adventures in Wonderland by Lewis Carroll, and even the word Alice, Rolo. I was talking about Alice. All of us. So Alice represents, and wait till you see the picture of Alice as well. Wait you get a grasp on the boyish looks of Alice as portrayed here. Again, all connecting. And that's from I don't know what that is. I just picked that out at random. The Sabian Assembly, but you can see the You can see the background. There's a cross there. Look, flowers on the cross. There you go, man. And the snake eats. Is that a snake eating its tail? It is. Hang on, I can't get it down any smaller. I can. It is a snake, the Ouroboros. Ouroboros. So if you take the S out, you have the same backwards as forwards. Ouroboros. Snake eats its tail and flowers as a cross. Interesting. X marks the spot. This could be a flat Earth map, but this also represents I think this is a navigational instrument. You see these type of things up at the top of churches sticking out. So anything religious has all got to do with the earth itself. To take it religious, Jesus is the Son. Jesus died on the cross, which is a broken tree. So what does that tell you? All right, man. Give me a minute, Rolo. I'm going to take 5, and I'll figure out how to get you the link. How will I get you the link, man? And Brian. Yeah, if I type in your names, you should just come up. Okay, let me try that. Give me a few minutes. I'm just gonna have a smoke, and I'll do that. And I'll put off reading Alice till the next time, maybe. But I definitely want to read that and go through it, because again, even the first chapter, Deep Inside the Rabbit Hole, connects David Weiss, who's a central player on the Flat Earth stage. So, but he's only secondary to Mark Sargent. And yeah, so give me a few minutes. Whistle to yourself in the meantime. Hi, I'm gonna give this one a go, and it's getting late now, so I wish I could sort of sing it full voice, but I can't. But I'm just gonna give this song a go. I haven't sung this in ages, and I don't think I've ever sung it completely. There's another one by Radiohead, where if you look back at all these things again, they're sort of telling you stuff, and again, they're a big 9/11 insider band. And Roll, I'll throw you the link after this. I'll actually throw the link out in the chat, and anyone who wants to join, it's free. Oh, I'll try to keep it low. Oh, it's called the bends. The bends. The bends associated with water. You know, again, I make the inundation connection. This is all about before and after. So it's where I just do the right key. Where do you go from here? Where's it coming out all weird? Where are you now? When I need you, going on an aeroplane, falling asleep against the window pane. My bottom flicker. I need to wash myself again, to hide all the dirt and pain, 'cause I've been scared. There's nothing underneath. Who are my real friends? Honey, I've got the bends, I'm really sinking. They're slow. Baby's got the bends. We don't have any real friends. No. Lying in a bar with a drip feed on, talking to my girlfriend, waiting for something to happen. I wish it was the 60s, I wish we could be happy. I wish that something would happen. Where do we go from here? The planet is a gun belt in the sea of fear. Where are you? You're in the CIA, the tanks and all Marines to blow me away, to blow me sky. Baby's got the band. You don't have a real friend. Just lying in the bar with a drip feed on, talking to my girlfriend, waiting for something to happen. I wish it was the 60s, I wish we could be happy. I wish that something would happen. I wanna be part of the human race. I wanna live. I wanna be part of the human race. Where do we go from here? What's it coming out all weird? Where are you now? When I need you. Shit, I fear I didn't make too great a job of that. But anyone who will have heard it or who will have known it will have recognized it anyway. Oh, you can buy it here for €1.29. I mean, nice way to sell your stuff, isn't it? To sell your kit. And Radiohead were ahead of the crowd as well. They put all their stuff out for free, and they relied on sort of donations at one stage. And it's, fantastic marketing ploy. They were the leaders in everything, and again, they're an insider. And so, I hope that came through okay. I couldn't sing it too. It's almost 11:30 here. Yeah, shit. I wanted to read that. I'll tell you what. let me just see if there's okay, I'm going to do that. Sorry for anyone who's waiting. I know it's a different time in Australia. So Brian, it's not too late, hopefully, for you to talk. Fodder Shed, although Del has fought, Scottish Del has fought her shed now, and a special appearance every week by Antonio Knobcheese Subrat as Fodder Dougal. That makes sense to Irish English viewers. So, oh yeah, let me just read one chapter of that just to get started. I'm doing this for myself as well, to be honest. Because I was going to do 3. So let me just do 1 chapter and we'll take it from there. Let me, where is this? Okay, here we go. Okay, I hope you can see that. Let me just check if that's coming up now. I should. Do you not see that? Oh. It doesn't seem to be coming up in the watch page. Let me just, did none of that come through? Oh shit. I sang a song and everything. I sang another song that wasn't meant to be heard, I guess. I sang The Bends by Radiohead. So, great. Okay, well, I enjoyed it again. Sorry, you wouldn't have heard my voice. What I was just going to say, Brian, or Rolla, if you're waiting for a link, my intention was to read 3 chapters from Alice in Wonderland, but I'll just read one of them, right? And for myself as well, because I wanted to do it. And I know that everything is encoded now, especially from the start. So Alice is all of us. So we're all of us through the looking glass. So I'm just going to read one. Yeah, that sounds good. As I said, turn my volume is small, but I'll just read one. Okay, and I'll take it from there. Okay, Dave, listen, buddy, my view on I don't think you use them anyway, do you? The wrenches generally, and you don't get involved with any banning or otherwise, unless you probably really have to. So that's just a way I'd like to keep it here for anyone who does have a wrench. Just please use it at to a very minimum. Only when it's really, really necessary. Only when you know that people are someone like Mark Taylor. There's no benefit to having him cross-examine or being in a chat, but anyone else, we have to give everyone a chance. So I can categorically come down against someone like him because he's rude. At least you can say something like Jeremy. If Jeremy came in there, I wouldn't say anything because at least they'll be polite and you can engage him or not. Mark Taylor will start talking about your family and so you understand. You understand what I'm trying to say, and he's of a different kind. So yeah, just keep the wrenches to an absolute minimum, if you will, and let me get this out of the way, and I'm going to read, maybe next time, come on, read the whole bust of it, because I think everything's encoded. So let me read with the chapter. Down the Rabbit Hole, Alice's Adventures in Wonderland by Lewis Carroll. So again, Alice is all of us. This is what I'm thinking, all of us. So we're all in Wonderland. We're all on a sort of a magical mystery tour, as the Beatles told us. And again, it's all about, for me, it's all about 33. If you can get that sacred oil to rise up 33 vertebrae and sort of explode within your brain, I think you can defeat some sort of that's the way it's a literal thing. I think you can literally defeat some sort of parasite, some sort of mental parasite, whatever, some sort of block that's put on us. And maybe that's the challenge that we're in, you know. So let me just read this. It shouldn't be too long. Alice was beginning to get very tired of sitting by her sister on the bank and of having nothing to do. Once or twice she had peeked into the book her sister. Am I sharing screen actually? Sorry. I'll share the screen if you want to read along. Check my reading in case I'm not throwing any satanic, what do you call it, in traditions. Right, here we go. Alice was beginning to get very tired of sitting by her sister on the bank and having nothing to do. Once or twice she had peeped into the book her sister was reading, but it had no pictures or conversations in it. And what is the use of a book, thought Alice, without pictures or conversations? So she was considering in her own mind, as well as she could, for the hot day made her feel very sleepy and stupid, whether the pleasure of making a daisy chain would be worth the trouble of getting up and picking the daisies. And suddenly a white rabbit with pink eyes ran close by her. There was nothing so very remarkable in that, nor did Alice think it so very much out of the way to hear the rabbit say to itself, oh dear, I shall be too late. When she thought it over afterwards, it occurred to her that she ought to have wondered at this, but at the time it all seemed quite natural. But when the rabbit actually took a watch out of its waistcoat pocket and looked at it and then hurried on, Alice started to her feet, for it flashed across her mind that she had never seen a rabbit with either a waistcoat pocket or a watch to take out of it. And burning with curiosity, she ran across the field after it and was just in time to see it pop down a large rabbit hole under the hedge. In another moment, down went Alice after it, never once considering how in the world she was to get out again. The rabbit hole went straight on like a tunnel for some way and then dipped suddenly down, so suddenly that Alice had not a moment to think about stopping herself before she found herself falling down what seemed to be a very deep well. Either the well was very deep or she fell very slowly, and she had plenty of time as she went down to look about her and to wonder what was going to happen next. First, she tried to look down and make out what she was coming to, but it was too dark to see anything. Then she looked at the sides of the well and noticed that they were filled with cupboards and bookshelves. Here and there she saw maps and pictures upon pegs. She took down a jar from one of the shelves as she passed. It was labelled orange marmalade, but to her great disappointment it was empty. She did not like to drop the jar for fear of killing somebody underneath, so managed to put it into one of the cupboards as she fell past. Well, thought Alice to herself, after such a fall as this, I shall think nothing of tumbling downstairs. How brave they'll all think me at home. Why, I wouldn't say anything about it, even if I fell off the top of the house, which was very likely true. Down, down, down. The fall never come to an end. I wonder how many miles I've fallen by this time, she said aloud. I must be getting somewhere near the center of the earth. Let me see. That would be 4,000 miles down, I think. For, you see, Alice had learned several things of this sort in her lessons in the schoolroom, and though this was not a very good opportunity for showing off her knowledge, as there was no one to listen to her, still it was a good practice to say it over. Yes, that's about the right distance, but then I wonder what latitude or longitude I've got to. Alice had not the slightest idea what latitude was or longitude either, but she thought they were nice, grand words to say. Isn't that funny, eh? I hope you're listening. Presently, she began again. I wonder if I shall fall. I say that's right. It says fight here. I wonder if I shall fall right through the earth. How funny it'll seem to come out among the people that walk with their heads downwards. The antipathies, I think. She was rather glad there was no one listening this time, as it didn't sound at all the right word. But I shall have to ask them what the name of the country is, you know. Please, ma'am, is this New Zealand or Australia? And she tried to courtesy as she spoke. Fancy courtesying as you're falling through the air. Do you think you could manage it? And what? That's a question to you. Did you get that? Do you think you could manage it? This is, oh gosh, I'm very glad I read this now already. And what an ignorant little girl she'll think me for asking. No, it'll never do to ask. Perhaps I shall see it written up somewhere. Down, down, down. There was nothing else to do, so Alice soon began talking again. Dinnerhull miss me very much tonight. A dinnerhull, I don't know what that is. Dinner, that's probably dinner well. Okay, yeah. Oh, sorry, here we go. Dinnerhull will miss me very much tonight, I should think. Dinah. Okay, so anyway, let me start that again. Dinah will miss me very much tonight, I should think. Dinah was the cat. I hope they'll remember her soul silver milk at tea time. Dinah, my dear, I wish you were down here with me. That just remember that song, Dinah, Dinah, show off your legs, show off your legs, show off your legs, Dinah, Dinah, show off your legs. I can't remember this one. Anyway, I wish you were down here with me. There are no mice in the air, I'm afraid, but you might catch a bat. And that's very like a mouse, you know. But do cats eat bats? I wonder. Here Alice began to get rather sleepy and went on saying to herself in a dreamy sort of way, do cats eat bats? Do cats eat bats? And sometimes do bats eat cats? All work and no play makes Jack a dull boy. For you see, as she couldn't answer either question, it didn't much matter which way she put it. She felt that she was dozing off and had just begun to dream that she was walking hand in hand with Dinah, and was saying to her very earnestly, now Dinah, so Dinah is a female cat, now Dinah, tell me the truth. You ever eat a bat? Did you ever eat a bat? When suddenly, thump, thump, down she came upon a heap of sticks and dry leaves, and the fall was over. Alice was not a bit hurt, and she jumped up to her feet in a moment. She looked up, but it was all dark overhead. Before her was a long passage, and the White Rabbit was still inside, hurrying down it. There was not a moment to be lost. Away went Alice like the wind, and was just in time to hear it say, as it turned a corner, oh, my ears and whiskers, how late it's getting. She was close behind it, and she turned the corner, but the rabbit was no longer to be seen. She found herself in a long, low hall, which was lit up by a row of lamps hanging from the roof. There were doors all around the hall, but they were all locked. And when Alice had been all the way down one side and up the other, trying every door, she walked sadly down the middle, wondering how she was ever to get out again. Suddenly, she came upon a little three-legged table, all made of solid glass. There was nothing on it but a tiny golden key, and Alice's first idea was that this might belong to one of the doors of the hall, but alas, either the locks were too large or the key was too small. But at any rate, it would not open any of them. However, on the second time around, she came upon a low curtain she had not noticed before, and behind it was a little door about 15 inches high. She tried the little golden key in the lock. To her great delight, it fitted. Alice opened the door and found that it led into a small passage, not much larger than the rat hole. She knelt down and looked along the passage into the loveliest garden you ever saw. How she longed to get out of that dark hall and wander about among those beds of bright flowers and those cool fountains. Very interesting fountains. But she could not even get her head through the doorway. Even my head would go through, thought poor Alice. It would be of little use without my shoulders. Oh, how I wish I could shut up like a telescope. I think I could, if I only knew how to begin. For, you see, so many out-of-the-way things had happened already that Alice had begun to think that very few things indeed were really impossible. Not too much more to go. You can see from a side view here, this is a boy almost. Isn't this like Herman Munster? You know, the girl from the Munsters? But it almost looks like Elvis. That's my impressions now, if you can see my screen. It almost looks like a sort of Elvis as a youngster with the eyebrows. Maybe. Anyway, I'm not sure where these pictures or drawings come from. Whether it's from the original, I take it is. So I'll take it momentarily, temporarily anyway, as that it is. But look, this is definitely a boy. Look, or maybe boy, you know, whatever, boy, girl, a burl. I'm not going to say a goy. All right, let me finish this. There seemed to be no use in waiting by the little door, so she went back to the table, half hoping she might find another key on it, or at any rate a book of rules for shutting people up like telescopes. This time she found a little bottle on it, which certainly was not there before, said Alice, and tied around the neck of the bottle was a paper label with the words, "Drink me," beautifully printed on it in large letters. It was all drink the Kool-Aid, drink the Kool-Aid, people. It was all very well to say drink me, but the wise little Alice was not going to do that in a hurry. No, I'll look first, she said, and see whether it's marked poison or not. For she had read several nice little stories about children who had got burnt and eaten up by wild beasts and other unpleasant things, all because they would not remember the simple rule their friends had taught to them, such as simple rules that their friends had taught them, such as that a red hot poker will burn you if you hold it too long, and that if you cut your finger very deeply with a knife, it usually bleeds. And she had never forgotten that. If you drink much from a bottle marked poison, it is almost certain to disagree with you sooner or later. However, this bottle was not marked poison, so Alice ventured to taste it. So you have to take a little risk, you know, just because it's not marked poison doesn't mean it is into poison. And finding it very nice, it had in fact a sort of mixed flavor of cherry tart, custard, pineapple, roast turkey, toffee, and hot buttered toast. She very soon finished it off. Now, just a quick comment here. I was making commentary the last time. I'm looking into what a confit was, because Alice handed out a confit as a prize for everyone winning the caucus race. And a confit definitely had healthier ingredients to it, you know, a more natural, balanced, lack of sugar, you might say, you know. So this is made mostly of stuff here that we shouldn't be eating, I should think. So anyway, Alice is stoned off her box. She's high. We're all high as kites. So what a curious feeling. What a curious feeling, said Alice. I must be shutting up like a telescope. And so it was indeed. She was now only about 10 inches high, and her face brightened up at the thought that she was now the right size for going through the little door in that lovely into that lovely garden. First, however, she waited for a few minutes to see if she was going to shrink any further. She felt a little nervous about this. For it might end, you know, said Alice to herself, in my going out altogether like a candle. I wonder what I should be like then. A bit of nihilism there. And she tried to fancy what the flame of a candle looks like after the candle is blown out, for she could not remember ever having seen such a thing. It's a pretty deep thought for all of us. I guess you have time for these deep thoughts when you're slipping through an endless hole in the earth. After a while, so we're nearly there, after a while, finding that nothing had happened, on going into the garden at once, but alas for poor Alice, when she got to the door, she found she had forgotten the little golden key, and when she went back to the table for it, she found she could not possibly reach it. She could see it quite plainly through the glass. She tried her best to climb up on one of the legs of the table, but it was too slippery, and when she had tired herself out with trying, the poor little thing sat down and cried. Come, there's no use in crying like that, said Alice to herself rather sharply. I advise you to leave off this minute. So let's not dwell on things, you know. When something seems impossible, there's always another solution. There's always a different way. She generally gave herself very good advice, though she very seldom followed it. And sometimes she scolded herself so severely as to bring tears into her eyes. And scolded, I'm guessing, is slap your own arse. I mean, how hard you can slap your own arse. Right, and once she remembered trying to box her own ears for having cheated herself in the game of croquet she was playing against herself. For this curious child was very fond of pretending to be two people. Ah, very good. All of us are two people. The higher self. But it's no use now, thought poor Alice, to pretend to be two people. Why, there's hardly enough of me left to make one respectable person. Soon her eye fell on a little glass box that was lying under the table. She opened it and found in it a very small cake on which the words "Eat me" were beautifully marked in currants. Well, I'll eat it, said Alice, and if it makes me grow larger, I can reach the key. And if it makes me grow smaller, I can creep under the door. So either way, I'll get into the chair, which happened. She ate it a little bit and said anxiously to herself, which way, holding her hand on the top of her head to feel which way it was growing. And she was quite surprised to find that she remained the same size. To be sure, this is what generally happens when one eats cake, but Alice had got so much into the way of expecting nothing but out of the way things to happen that it seemed quite dull and stupid for life to go on in the common way. So she set to work and very soon finished off the cake. Okay. Okay, that is most interesting. Most interesting. I hope you listen to that. Anyone who wants to comment, and if you want to chat about that, brilliant. I mean, it brings to mind so many different things. And how often have you heard mention of the rabbit with the pink eyes? So many different things from the very beginning. I'm seeing all these different connections, and of course, it's about a flat Earth and this distinction between reality and, I guess, unreality. When she goes down that hole, she expects to, because she's paying attention in school, she expects to come out in Australia or New Zealand or somewhere like that at the antipathies of Ireland is said to be New Zealand. Now, can we use this to our advantage in terms of we map out different? Can we discover different distances based on this? But remember, every lie is worth hearing because every lie is based on the truth. So, I mean, if we could find the antitheses of all places, all major cities, then if we take it that they are true, in this sort of coded sense, so in that sense, there is no antithesis. So, yeah, that's just an idea. So I hope you enjoyed that. Many, many different things of interest there. So again, if we look upon this as a work, like a work of Shakespeare, really, every sentence is encoded and there to be looked at. Now, the idea is not to get bogged down as well, because I think important ideas will be represented again and again, so we won't be going over every word with a fine-tooth comb, but I hope that was of some interest. That was definitely just imagine someone coming on, what the fuck are you doing reading children's stories? It's not a children's story. This is an adult story. This is where we flip everything upside down. So on that note, delighted I read that. Sorry for keeping it. Let me put the what I'll do is I'll put oh man, am I still on? Oh yeah, that seems okay. I put so if someone wants to copy that, I'll put the link in chat. If someone wants to copy that, or if you didn't, I'll take it out after. Can I remove comments? I can, yeah. I'll take it out after maybe 10 seconds, something like that, just in case anyone. Yeah, sorry, Brian, for the delay. There's the link there if you want to make it in, and I'll give you another few seconds, and I'll take that out. And anyone who missed that, who wants to come in, I'll just post it again. Okay. Lovely. By the time you finish reading this, yeah. How you doing? How you doing? Another persistent actor who plays a few different parts. Isn't that interesting? I guess if you're that way minded. There you go, Rolo. 10 seconds, man. Not that it matters. Anyone who has the mind to interrupt this, well, you have no right. First of all, we understand that, but you do what you do. You do what it do. I really enjoyed that now. I should get a bit more into it, actually. I just started reading a bit fast, not doing any sort of characterizations. I did read this for my beautiful Steve. I wonder to see, does he remember it? But again, everything is flipped. What was for children now is for us. This is the real message, and it's high time.
How are you, Pete?
It's high time. I recognize that voice, man.
Hey, it's Rollo from fakeologist.com. How are you, man?
How you doing, Rolo? How you doing,
Very
man?
well. We haven't spoken 3 years, I don't think.
Must be. I must be. I know you're still. You were still doing the rounds, and you surely know the same about me. So, yeah, it's good to see you, man. You're very welcome. Very welcome.
You betcha. Would you mind just giving me 10 minutes? I just got to feed the dog. I just wanted to grab that link and
Absolutely,
hopefully
man.
some others will come in. No, 5 minutes.
Take your
I
time.
promise
Take
you.
your time.
Cheers,
Absolutely.
brother.
No
Cheers,
worries.
brother.
Um, it's Rolo. Yeah, fakeologist.com. He's still a fan. He's still advertising. But why not? Uh, great, a great center of information gathering. Unreal is unreal in terms of the research that he does. But I haven't been there in such a long time now. I suppose after a certain point, you leave sort of fakery behind. You know, just even the Manchester thing or the Manchester fire, you just brush over and no, it's, you know, see one or two indications and then, you know, it's just more of the same sort of stuff. If you delve headlong into it, you're just going to find, you know, same scenarios. Look out for the names. Look out for the funny names. Uh, yeah, it's all about names. You come across a lot of them, but yeah, I don't frequent that. But I do know there's some excellent research ongoing there. One thread I have not kept an eye on, but looked in on occasionally is the elite gender inversion. Some excellent research there. I mean, and again, I even showed you there, pointed it out in Alice in Wonderland. Now, if that's the original cartoons that go along with it, animation, what do you call them? What goes along with it? Animations. Well, this is nothing new. I already showed pictures of Einstein's wife, which was clearly a man. It's like, to me, he looked like Curly from the Three Stooges. So, you know, I mean, this is in your face. So again, I know there's a greater game going on, and I know that we're not to take this seriously. Don't get emotionally involved in any of this sort of stuff. But we have to shatter the illusion. The old has to give way, you know, to the real. And if the old is fabricated, then all illusions have to be shattered. That's the way I look upon it now. Brian was mentioning the Twin Towers behind. I told that story before. Tell it again. After 9/11, anything that had photographs or, you know, postcards, pictures, they were all pulled, or they were all sort of, you know, unpopular now because it was sort of disrespectful to the dead, to the victims. And I remember when my brother came in with that from my mother. How long ago was that now? 15, 20 years ago, whatever. And it was just like lockdown price. It's quite a good piece, like, you know, it would have been worth something. It was knockdown price because this is more the propaganda that goes on with 9/11. So it's not subliminal in any sense. Everyone knows my direct point of view on 9/11 at this stage, and it's just another one of those 9/11 coincidences in my life. There has been lots. There has been really lots. So I was even, yeah, just brought to my mind. I was even looking at some of those pictures with Einstein, thinking about it. You know, how far does this stuff go back? What is our true history? Where are we coming from? Like, you know, Civil War, American Civil War being faked, the Irish famine being faked. What's going on here? You know, I often considered, like, well, there was supposed to be 8 million people in Ireland way back when. We're asked to consider the order at which we've progressed to this current position. And if I'm to think about, you know, the Ireland back then, what could it cater for 8 million people, for one? Where would they have all been? Like, there would have been major cities. This is only, remember, 150, 160 years ago. It would have been have to have been major cities and major gatherings of people to cater for 8 million. but no signs of it. So, what can we trust? We can't trust recent history. We can't trust. Mom is here. How you doing,
Hey,
Mom?
Pete, okay.
Oh, sorry. Hey, Pete.
Yeah, you're back. You're back.
So
Say hello to Millennium.
No.
If you've met before, Rollo.
Heaven from hell, blue skies. Can we sing?
Oh,
We can now.
that's one song I never really played, but definitely a classic.
Let's do it together. Come on, let's do it together on Pichet Radio. No, don't want to do it.
I don't even know it though. Well, I'd have to get it up. But you feel free to a cappella it.
I don't I know it by heart.
I could join in without I'd have to bring up the chords.
So you think you can tell?
Heaven
Heaven from hell, blue skies from pain. Can you tell a green field from a cold steel rail? A smile from a veil. Do you think you can tell? Did they get you to trade your heroes for ghosts?
I'll get his gear ready.
Trees, hot air for a cool breeze, cold comfort for change. Did you exchange your walk-on part in the wall for a lead role in a cage? Cheers, brother. Nice to
Keep it going,
talk to you
man.
again.
Come on, there's more to it, Rollo. You're not finished, man.
No. That's all I know.
I wish you were here.
That was perfect, man.
How I wish you were here. We're just two lost souls swimming in a fishbowl, year after year.
I wonder why people think it's a
the
show.
same old ground. How we found same old fears.
I wish you were here. I think you went a bit high. I think you went a bit high there at the end, Rollo.
I think I crapped it
Great
up.
start. Something happened in the end. Something happened in the end.
Hey, Den. How are you, Den? There's
I'll take
Den.
it for Rollo. Oh, you mate. You get a good kit.
Yeah, good man. So, what was the topic today? Today's topic was deconstructing the "Man on the Moon" song, right, by R.E.M.
No topic, Rollo. Have you been listening into any of the type of things I've been talking about?
Well, the dodo thing confuses me. You're a flat earther, right? What?
Come on, Rollo. Don't tell me you're not a flat earther.
Well, water in a pond or anywhere is flat, so yes.
Yeah, cool.
So
if you were the flat earther, Rollo, I would have to do two things. Probably call you out as an actor and kick you out.
No, you're right, man.
Because you can't look into flat earth.
Don't kick me out. I'm a fakeologist.
Yeah. Well,
I don't believe planes flew into buildings or the building collapses were legit. You got any thoughts on that crap in London? They haven't linked it to terror yet. Cladding, but not terror.
It's all symbolic, whatever is happening, whatever. None of these things are to be taken literally is one thing I'm sure of. And what else are you going to say after that, Rollo? I don't know. I just, again, that's what I said there. I don't even tune into, and I know there's some great chats as well, but after a while, there's so much fakery that I guess you just have your fakery fill, you know what I mean? You don't want to spend too much time. Again, that's where flat earth comes in. Then flat earth is pretty much everything. Once you get into flat earth, then you accept early doors. Well, that's what I have. I accept early doors that flat earth is a reality. Now let's deal with the bigger questions, you know. Two lost souls living in a fishbowl is interesting, isn't it? They're telling us, Rollo. You know, two lost souls. They just talked about it in Alice in Wonderland, how sometimes she pretended to be two people. So if we're separated from a greater self or whatever, purposefully, maybe it's a magical mystery tour that we choose to enter. You know what I mean?
When we pretend to be two people, Pete, I think what it is you've seen the film, the old film Jekyll and Hyde.
Right.
Yeah, that's two people. You know, when you're in your normal mode and when you're horny, you know, that's the Jekyll and Hyde thing. That's the interesting part. That's hard to get a handle on. Some men can't cope with it. That's why we get rape and pillage and all that sort of nonsense. But I'm down under here, so if the flat Earth, what am I on the other side of the coin? So are you heads or tails? Like, because you're up there in Ireland, right?
You would be.
No, you're a criminal.
Yeah. Either way, you're a criminal. Round Earth or flat Earth, you're the son of a criminal.
Yeah, we're whole.
That's cool.
Well, look, just imagine that the spindle of the record player is a north center, and I pick any point, and if you were the antipodes of me, you would be draw a line from where I'm at to the center and an equidistant at the other side. And I think New Zealand is actually supposed to be at the other side. That's pretty easy to get, Rolo, isn't it?
Have you been down there, Pete? Have you been to New Zealand?
No, never been in.
Go to New Zealand. Have you been to Scotland? It's almost exactly the same, really.
Well, yeah, Ireland and New Zealand have a lot of similarities climate-wise, and well, the Irish are everywhere.
Are you in Dublin or near Dublin, or in the south or the north?
The other coast, the west coast, Limerick.
Oh, west coast, yeah.
So
near the cliffs of Mola.
Yeah, very close to that, Rolo. In Australian terms, anyway, maybe about 30 miles away.
Wow.
I think each day is closer to Mexico than that. Something daft. Something weird, you know what I mean? Oh, yeah.
Say that again, Mum.
Yeah, you're breaking up there, Jan.
Tell you, man, I think each day is closer to Mexico than that.
Something about Mexico.
Right, all right. I want to talk about you.
I heard Mexico. There's something wrong with you.
You're right, man.
I don't know. You seem to have continuous problems with your. Hope you can hear us okay, Mum. Can you?
Just keep trying. Just do it. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Check 1 2.
Don't you worry, I'll start it.
No, there's.
Okay, on, Jim. Don't worry.
There's a big delay, man, and it's not sort of syncing with your.
Just if he pops out though, he'll lose the link though, won't he, to the actual?
No, he has it. He has it to get in, so you could. But I think it's something to do with your system there, Mum. If you wanted to, you see the reception bar up at the top. It says adjust bandwidth usage.
Yes.
I think if you click on that and just go down one bar, that might make a difference. Because most of the bandwidth is taken up with the video, so I mean, that doesn't.
Oh, we'll turn the camera off as well.
Yeah, turn your camera off. Yeah.
Well, you can leave your camera.
Oh my God! It's Robin Shaw. He's coming to get me.
Yeah, you don't want to see my ugly mug anyway, do you?
Well, I mean,
that hasn't actually improved it much.
No, that's what I'm saying. This is the same the last time as well. So, why don't you try that on the Google Hangout page here? Just up at the top, there's a little bar for the receptions. Views. I say adjust bandwidth usage, and just drop it down from. It's probably up at the very top. Just drop it down to 3/4 instead of full. Just a suggestion.
Rosie, you're famous.
Hey, who's that? Rolo?
That's Rosie.
Resi. Hello,
Rosie. Rosie is in rose petal.
Hello, Rosie. Rosewood.
You gonna wave? Wave.
Well, isn't Rosewood?
She's so beautiful.
Isn't that the famous last words of Citizen Kane? Isn't it? Rosewood.
Oh, Rosebud. Yes.
Rosebud.
Rosebud. I never watched the film. It was his ski sled or something. We don't want to do spoilers here for anyone who hasn't seen it, but I know that. I haven't
seen it at this stage. I was wondering what Rosebud might reference. Now, I talked about the fleur de lis in the French emblem, and I made a connection with the other emblem of France is the cockerel, and it's the logo or the emblem of the French Football Federation, Rolo. So I pointed out that that's referencing the flat Earth and the layout of the flat Earth. The cockerel is very much like the Gleason's map, a representation. But the other emblem, the fleur de lis, I made the point that it was the cross section of the barrier, the shape and nature of the barrier is being encoded into that. But yeah, rosebud. If you think about a rosebud, I also mentioned earlier on about rose itself. And again, this is crazy talk, but I mentioned it about the tides having to go somewhere. And if you can imagine that whirling fashion or whirling movements, then you can sort of almost picture a rose, can't you? That's where I think it leads back to. So Rosebud being the original. If you're not a flat earther to a big degree, Rolo, you think I'm talking crazy, I'm guessing.
No. I already said before that you got a telescope, you get a cheap telescope, and yeah, you can see. You don't need a P900. Just get a telescope.
Yeah,
you work it out. It's flat.
Yeah,
pretty much.
I mean, you'll be able to appreciate this, Rolo, when Simon Chat came out and immediately dogged the idea, you know, which is totally going against something you would expect from the man, you know, being so deep into conspiracies. There's no bigger conspiracy than the flat earth. And again, once you look into it, it not only reminds you of all of your own personal experiences that you cast aside, but it presents very good evidence for the truth, you know. So even if it was completely wrong, it would merit further investigation. So his stance was a bit confusing. What did you make of that, or did you?
No, I haven't heard his. Has he done an audio on his stance on the cosmology or whatever it is?
He has his own
flat Earth.
Yeah, he has his own model, the SSS model, which is fantastic. I mean, I remember going through it in 2012, and it's an absolutely fantastic model. It's based on a geocentric Earth, but it's a ball. It's still a sphere, so he's clinging onto the sphere, and he's incorporating a lot of Tycho Brahe's work alongside his own reckoning. But yeah, that was well developed.
You know what? I'll tell you what, Pete. You think that this flat versus ball is more important than what you were mentioning before with Rosebud? Orson Welles did a terrible trick one time in 1938, where he made the War of the Worlds thing.
Before the War of the Worlds.
People killed each other over that. You know, in America, they thought it was real on the radio.
No. That's.
You think that's fake?
Yeah, that's.
Can you hear me? Sorry, can you hear me?
There you go. Go, Dan.
Del Qua put a video out about the War of the Worlds. It was a cracking one. It was called The Night That Shook America or something. Towards,
yeah, that's right.
It was cracking. It was really good. But you could tell a lot of it was fabricated after the fact. But nevertheless, I do believe there would have been some people that were scared, especially with the power of the media. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think the guy that created that was the guy that did the Titanic film. What's his name? James Cameron, I think.
Yeah.
The Night That Should Have Shook America. James Cameron did that, didn't he?
Oh, I don't know, mate. Do you know, I never looked in the history of it.
Well, he's heavily involved in lots of things. The Titanic is another hoax. There's no better place to hide a ship or to hide fuck all.
That's right, two ships. That's right, two ships. Olympia and Titanic.
Yeah, wow.
And the Spielberg sunk it. The Liebherg. Yeah.
Well, you're nice and clear now, Dan.
They're telling us, aren't they?
You got that.
Sorry, mate. I've got a split in my mouth.
You got that sorted. Sorry, it's Pete's channel. Let Pete go. Let's go.
No, don't worry about that. There's no hierarchy here. But yeah, all connected. And again, a story. If we take these things literally, we're losing the meaning. But 9/11 was the televisual version of War of the Worlds, and of course, with War of the Worlds, they told everyone beforehand and afterwards that they were dealing with a presentation. They didn't say that on 9/11. I guess they left that up to the individual to figure out for themselves. Rolo, what do you reckon?
Yeah. Does it still worry, or does it still disappoint you that humanity, or most of human beings, think that towers can fall from structural failure, due to fire and whatnot? It's just I just shake my head sometimes. I don't bring it up in conversation. I'll bring it up here because I think we're on the same page when it comes to 9/11.
Sure.
We understand. There was the, what do you call it? The actual real whatever happened, whatever, and then there's an esoteric. I think that's the word I'm looking for. Meaning to it as well. A deeper hidden meaning. But I don't know.
That's the only meaning to it, Rolo. If you take it literally, you're just absolutely lost in what the real message that is from where I'm at, anyway, what the real message is behind it all. And again, it ties into everything. There's made the connection earlier on between the King James Bible, which came out in 1611. So I mean, 9/11 was years. Who knows how many years in the planning, you know? And it obviously was representative of something fundamental and something earth-shattering, I suppose. And it's a good sense of it, earth-shattering, you know. So
it's disappointing, isn't it, that humans can do that sort of shit? And but I guess I guess some people in their lives, if your wife's unfaithful to you, that could be more earth-shattering than bloody 9/11, I guess, or whatever, you know, whatever you consider that's important.
Well, this is it, bro.
Oh, definitely.
People haven't looked into it. This is the problem with most people. They've accepted just the official story and haven't looked beyond that. Should anyone choose to look beyond that? 9/11 media fakery. Again, I always talk about, you know, any of these news stories, especially these days, is presented to us. We have to have our media fakery goggles on to begin with, as opposed to following through the official story and just going through all the rabbit holes. Just if you have your goggles on to begin with, you can rule out all of those, you know, diversions.
Well, you had to learn that for yourself. I mean, did Jim Fetzer teach you that, or did you work that shit out for yourself, or was it Simon Shack that taught you? I mean, that's where I found it, Simon Shack. It's
a process, Rolo. I spend loads of time talking with Jim, or in the chat, you know. I listen to most of his shows. And again, you're new into the conspiracy world. So Jim is a man of authority, you know what I mean? Why would he lie to you? When, of course, you go through the process and you realize he's just another actor on the stage. You know? When you try to present him with evidence regarding fakery, completely dismisses it out of hand, you know, and never gets back to it.
It's so disappointing, isn't it? That Jim Fetzer.
That's the same as some.
Go
on.
No.
I was just going to say, some people can riff with it, and it's the same as comedians being able to handle, you know, hecklers. So, you know, there's some gatekeepers who can, you know, interact, but some people who can't. So I've never listened to Fetzer, but if he's totally unwilling to look at logic, or, you know, at least look at one side of things after 50 years, then, you know, you can pretty much throw him out.
Yeah, exactly. Because
50 years, that's two-thirds of your life, and he don't want the answer.
Yeah, he's a waste of time.
19 years.
Waste of time.
Well, he's a
captain. John LeBon got kicked in the ass the other night. Sorry, Pete. John LeBon got kicked in the ass the other night for calling him a clown, but he is a clown. There's no such thing as holograms, and if there were holograms, I mean, Ab interviewed a guy called Brian Staveley, and I think he put it best. But Jim Fetzer's a waste of time.
Well, he's an actor, Rolo. He's a gatekeeper, and you know, no matter how many times I tried to mention, I mean, JFK being a faked affair. Anyone who hasn't satisfied themselves that's the case, they should go over to Let's Roll forums and look at the thread in question, famous thread at this stage. But it proves it beyond doubt. What you do realize is JFK was just a bit player. There's a greater game going on here. So, you know, to get bogged down in any of the little things doesn't serve. But Jim Fetzer,
what's the ultimate game then, Pete? What's the ultimate game, Pete? What's it all about? What's this Mortal Coil? What's this Mortal Coil all about? Come on, there's got to be some reason here.
Have you taken Flat Earth, first of all, since we've spoken, I mean, have you taken Flat Earth seriously? Have you let it develop, and has that led you to ask any other questions or come to any other realizations?
No. Once I spoke to my cousins in New Zealand, and they said, "Of course it's flat," and they're Maoris. Yeah. I just went, well, the world's flat. There you go.
So I mean, does that? I mean, that's what I'm saying to you. You accept that now as just a give me, right? So has that led you to ask any greater questions, or have you continued on in any sort of particular vein in terms of your investigation to answer your own question, Rolo? What's this all about, or what's the ultimate game here?
Yeah, well, I know you just asked it right back, but I guess to me is try and be nicer to your fellow man, even though they are a little bit not normies. Normies is what John LeBon calls them. He used to call them retards. He doesn't do that so much these days, so good on him for that. I like the man a lot, but just try and do the best you can. I was a shitbag when I was a kid. I was so bad. I could see why my mother equated me to Hitler. she wished she'd drown me in the bathtub, but yeah, I was such a rotten child. But I'm getting better as I get older.
Well, yeah, I can answer half that question for you there, Pete. Can you hear me?
Go for it.
Yeah, nice one. Nice one.
Well, what I'm thinking there is step, or what is my next step. Obviously, I can't speak for anyone else. Now, I didn't come online here to be the way I am. This was sort of it made me a little bit this way. Now, obviously, with the fakeologist, I'm totally myself, but this doesn't transfer to YouTube Hangouts. You know what I mean? You end up looking like you're rough because you're pulling people on a dodgy comment. So basically, I'm not changing how I'm going to act with people because I won't do that in real life, so I'm not going to do it on there. But it doesn't really mix when you do it in the internet world. So if there is a battle going on, then it's probably going to take place somewhere else because they're not going to let me in it. My idea is a fucking crackpot. You know what I mean? But I just don't like, things that don't make sense. So therefore, the fakeology side of thing is perfect for me. The fact that water remains fucking level and no one steps up to fucking say out yet is, well, it's annoying me now. This is like getting into a dream, when you can't wake up. And it's like someone just come out and do it. And even John was alluding to it the other day. He skipped around it. He was talking about light bending. But he never said, he was just there talking about people running the flat earth community. And I can understand both sides being run. But it doesn't matter if both sides are being controlled. It doesn't make water stick to a ball.
We're down the rabbit hole, Mum. And
anyway,
John LeBon is an actor. And I call them actors because then there's no judgment.
He's lovely.
Well, I mean, when I say actor, I mean somebody who is presenting themselves as something, whereas in reality they're something different. I can categorically say I'm not an actor. I have no affiliations to anybody. There's nothing I won't deal with. If you ask any question you want to ask me at all, within reason, I guess. But
I think there's a lot of people that like that. They'll speak the truth, but you see, the thing is I do believe there are multimedia personnel companies out there that run 500, 600, 700 people, and they'll involve 2 or 3 members of the family, so therefore it keeps the loop closed, and that'd be the way I'd do it. So it's not even crazy.
It also depends on if there's a greater game going on, Mum. And I mean, I asked this question before. If you were privy to certain information, right, and you found out that it ended well for everyone, I talked about the line in Man on the Moon about did you make the list for heaven? Well, what if there's no list? What if you all make it anyway? What if the truth is coming out, right? And your role, everything's going to turn out well, but your role to wake people up is the role of an antagonist or the role of a sort of denier, you know what I mean? An acting role.
Yes, sort of number 6 or the Wicker Man sergeant or the fool, or basically your role is sacrosanct. It's the only role you've got.
But depending on what the outcome is understood to be, or the expected outcome. And this is where I talk about 420 as well. The more I think about 420 now, amazing with Einstein, and I just mentioned it as well about 7, 6 has been 42, and 42 being sort of the understudy to 420. Whereas normally in geometry they get you to chop off the zeros because everything is opposite. When you add the 0 to 42. Then you might get the real significance. That's definitely the way
I remember that. I remember the day that you on David Icke's forum you posted my meaning for the life, the universe, and everything. Good on you, Pete. You remember that?
One Rollo.
Live in Excel too, yeah.
Yeah, and even though I think there is some validity to that, yeah, maybe you should post that, Rollo. That's pretty good, isn't it?
Yeah. In Douglas Adams' book, the answer is 42 to the life, the universe, and everything. But the question was, what is 6 by 9? And 6 by 9 is 54, and in 54 in Roman numerals is live, and 42 is XL2. Yeah, so live in XL2, which is what you're doing, Pete, and you've done ever since we first spoke on Fakeologist 2012.
Well, I can't. No, I can't say I've done that. I don't know what to live means anymore, Rollo. Everything is a fabrication. I don't know how to live, really. I don't. I mean, what do you do when you know when you realize that everything
It's fake. Well, I guess get out into the forest and I don't know, get amongst
the squirrels.
The squirrels.
2 minutes in the woods. Not 2 minutes, I'd get a splinter and have to leave. I'm definitely a concrete person.
Well,
I'll come and visit them.
I say we'd be amazed how adaptable we could become, you know, if circumstances altered somewhat, especially if the circumstances regarding our understanding of ourselves and maybe who we are within this. What if construct?
Maybe this life is just a test, is it? Is it a test for us, Pete?
I'm sure of it, Rollo. And
yeah.
As I said, the more I think about 420, did you know that Hitler? You probably haven't heard the discussion about 420, but Hitler's birthday was 420. Hitler had one ball.
Can we sing that together? Hitler, he only had one ball. His mother stapled two of the floor. Oh, his mother, the dirty bugger, cut it off when he was small. I don't know. Was Hitler that bad a guy?
Oh, I don't know. I don't reckon he was as bad as everyone said, but nevertheless, that Tash was dodgy on it. You know what I mean?
Well, he certainly didn't gas.
He got boss involved, but
people
to get rid of the Tash.
He didn't gas people. He didn't do that.
No.
That's wrong.
No. Yeah.
And look,
it's like the fairy tales. Pete, remember you talking about the fairy tales earlier? You saying no, they're not adult stories, they're kids stories. Right, they're important as adult stories, but they need being told to you when you're a kid.
Right, or in our innocence, we're told.
Well, he's like the times table is the equivalent of marching. You know what I mean? You get bombarded with everything. So why not have a fairy tale that's going to scare you to death, or the equivalent of a circumcision, or a beating, or something that's going to stay with you? I mean, I remember the first time I realised mortality. I was about 7. They were the scariest 5 minutes of my life. Oh, Jesus Christ, I'm going to die. And I went, all right, there you go.
We got someone new.
Who's
over here?
Brian.
That's Brian. Hi, Brian.
Good evening, gentlemen. How are you?
Put my camera on and say hello.
How you doing, Brian? Welcome, buddy.
How's everybody?
Very well. Hey, Brian.
That's good.
Where's Brian from?
Let me introduce Brian. Let me introduce you to Rollo. Rollo is in Australia, Brian, and we know Rollo. Me and Del know Rollo going back a few years now, just from sort of fakeology chat. Rollo, this is Brian. He lives in Ireland, in Dublin. I think you've been to Dublin, haven't you? And I think you know Mum.
I have.
You know Millennium here with the big spanner.
Brian go back well.
Tell
Brian that I'm related to Michael Collins.
Oh, he is, isn't he? Yeah, forgot about that. Yeah, Rollo's a real criminal.
Smooth criminal.
Right, I'm going to get rid of my camera anyway now. I don't want to interfere. Nice to see you, Brian.
Nice to see you, mate. Oh, I call you Dan, is it?
Mate. Denny, mate. Yeah, Denny.
Nice to meet you, Denny.
Would you rather I call you Denny?
You best off calling me Den. Den will do. I'm 40 now. I suppose you got a shot on it.
Would you rather I call you Denny, Mum, or I'm happy enough with Mum? But if you object to that, of course I will.
I think it's stuck, Pete. Don't you worry. I think Mum's stuck.
Nice.
And do you know what? There's a lot. I've worked at work for 6 years. There's a lot still calls me Desi.
Desi.
Yeah.
Desi. Do you know what? I'm not going to have to tell him now. He's training to be a doctor. Poor bastard.
Where are you from, Denny?
I'm from Manchester, mate. Just in between Ricky Hatton and Nicky Butt.
So, what did you think of this Manchester shit?
Oh, Jesus Christ, Brad. You know what? I tried to avoid it, and then about a fortnight after it, started getting people saying, "Oh, wasn't it nice that your nieces were on stage singing?" And some of my family was there in the crowd at the front watching it. 2 weeks later at the benefit. So I've just basically locked the door and pulled the blinds down and just stayed away. I'll wait until Torval and Dean make a comeback.
I mean, what else can you do, Denny?
You know what? Whatever it may be, you can't do anything, Pete. What can you do? You've got to nitpick these things, man.
It's horrible, isn't it? Because I mean, if you speak up, and again, it's prima facie, it's on the face of it, it's a hoax we're dealing with here. Just anyone putting in a little bit of investigation will see the same. But yeah, what can you do? If you speak up, you're going to be ostracized, and even further. So you just bite your tongue, I suppose.
John LeBon
Do you think?
got.
Do you think Ireland? Do you think Ireland might be a target? Do you think maybe Belfast, Dublin, Cork might be a target sometime?
Do you know what? I wouldn't put it past the people that are fucking doing this, trying and reel the Irish back into some sort of remember the days of the IRA. But I think a lot of them now have they've blown the smoke out of the way. You know, they've looked into this to realise now you've had a few years of probably whispers and rumours and stuff like that. So if they did, it'd have to be even cleverer. They'd have to invent a new fucking country that's come out against Ireland or something. You know what I mean? High Brazil has just re-emerged, or you know what I mean? It'd be something fucking crazy. But I don't know. There's it's like the young people coming through. They're not hard to coerce, are they?
Ireland are already involved, Brian. Do you remember that thing up in Donegal where the guy Del will remember this? And there's Del. How you doing, Joe?
Oh yeah.
Hey, Del Quan.
Sneaks in, doesn't it?
Lovely.
Hey, under the radar.
I was just gonna say, you'll remember the incident.
Little Irish investigator badge.
Well, Del is wide to all of this sort of stuff. But you remember an incident there recently in Donegal, and some family were backing down, or the car was after sliding down some rampway into the river.
Yes, yes.
That was faked. They had drills and exercises, ongoing at the same time, and you had sort of a fake scenario and a story that didn't hang together. So I think Ireland is already well and truly engrossed. But in terms of a terror incident, I think it's coming as well, Brian. They already made the connection with Manchester. Some guy had travelled from Ireland, or he was Irish or whatever. There was some connection there anyway.
Yeah, let me ask a question to you while everyone's here, because it's pretty cool. Has anyone ever got to like Sunday midday and realised that there's been fuck all news going on over the weekend? And I don't mean by watching it, because I don't watch it, just by keeping you around different things. Have you ever got to Sunday and gone, right, there's nothing happened?
Yeah.
Right, no. If it's yes or no, what you'll then find is you get a local story.
Yeah, yeah.
What you'll get is you'll get revelers from the night before. Right, and this happens all over the place. And then what'll happen is it'll fall out of somewhere, usually in a city. You'll have someone falling out of a window, or a car being attacked. So something random. And all they'll do is they'll show an empty apartment block. And I've seen it about 30 times in about the past 10 years. And every time I've seen it, I've seen the same for sale signs up outside the apartment blocks. And I'm thinking, do bleeding estate agents grab 10 minutes of time?
Yeah.
Nothing going on. And you're going to think I'm being daft there, but why not? We vouch for Singapore. England vouch for Singapore, put adverts on for Singapore. So you just do it on a smaller scale. But I tell you what, on a Sunday, have a look at the news, because 9 times out of 10 you get a local story because nothing happened.
Well, the funny thing is, I don't watch the news myself, right? And I get information off my girlfriend, and she told me there the other day, right? There was actually no news, there was nothing happening, right? So she started to tell me a bit of information from Facebook that she was reading, and there was a story of a fella who killed his wife, I think, in Ireland, and he buried her body up in the mountains. But after he done that, he actually went back to the body, the story goes. He dug it up, he chopped it into pieces, and then as he was driving in his car, he started throwing random body parts out the window.
Oh,
as you do.
Right, and I was going, that is fucking ridiculous. The most ridiculous story I've ever heard. Who would actually go back to the body and then throw limbs left, right, and centre? That is obviously a fake, made-up local story, just to fill the fucking news,
You definitely have
Hey, Brian, can I just ask a favour?
Yeah.
Brian, just move to the right a bit so I can see the painting behind you. Yeah, and speak though, so we can see it on the big screen. Speak. Say hello.
Can you see it now? Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah. Oh, there it is. Nice. I like it.
It's
an evening horizon.
Lovely.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's another thing. There's some real famous paintings from Ireland where it shows like the beach like 400 years ago, 300 years ago, and the rocks are the same height as they are today. Not about fucking sea rising.
Yeah, yeah.
Shit, nothing changes. Nothing at all changes. And again, when I talk about everything being different 420 years ago almost, I'm deadly serious about entertaining that notion. You know, our whole, you know, the more we learn is fabricated. So when is there a starting point? And I definitely think there's a starting point. Something happened. Where I'm standing, my stance is at the minute. Something happened 419 years ago. This is when the dodo came in, you know. This is what I think is encoded into that. So it's not when the dodo was discovered, you know, with water. So something happened, and all our history since then has been fabricated. So what the real story is, well, that's the question that lies beyond flat Earth. You know what I mean?
Whoever's running the world, it's his story. It's his story. Right. Whoever wins is writes the whatever, the history books.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
well, yeah, bro. I've got a little proposition for you.
Go for it.
So we know the world's run by probably people that don't even use passports or money or anything like that. But let's just say, for argument's sake, one of the people's, excuse me,
you're right,
daughters or sons who runs the world decided to head to New York. Now, obviously, he's under big, do exactly what he wants. No one cares. So on September the 11th that morning, he decides, oh, come on, we're going to go to New York, go to Twin Towers and have a look at the skyline. Boom, then a plane hits. Obviously, that explains why there's no planes. The fact that it was a controlled scene, to me, proves that the people who did it knew that they don't control the people, you know, that they run on telly. In theory, you could get away with killing that many people at an isolated place where people who were not rubbing shoulders with everybody else. You know what I mean? You could do it at another place, but not in New York. And I don't believe that at all. So if you ever hear arguments, people saying, "How do you know? How do you know?" Well, we know no one dies during controlled demolitions, so let's just go for it. But at the end of the day, if you're one of the rich elite and someone says to you, "You're not going to New York this weekend, or you've got to be back by Monday morning," no, it's not going to work. So anyone who's trying to put logic behind it, or how they do it, just think about the people that run the place. They can go where they want, they can do what they want, they're told, they aren't told, so they can literally go anywhere. So obviously anything that is real to us is not real to them. They're under no danger at all, whether it's vaccines, fracking, any of these things. These are to scare the shit out of you.
I know where you're going.
I'm waffling there, but you know what I mean, don't you?
Waffling is fine, because the Queen the other day in that Manchester thing was asking people in the hospital, "Did you have a good time at the concert?" You know, and apparently the girl's supposed to have a bit of metal in her leg or something, or a leg blown off. What the fuck? Is the Queen out of her fucking mind? What's wrong with the girl?
Yeah, I had a great time until I got a slap of my friend's liver into the face. You know,
exactly right.
Yeah, my friend's finger blew my ear off.
Yeah, but it was great until that, and it was better after that as well. Once I sort of got used to all the blood and guts.
Maybe it wasn't a bomb. Maybe it was just Lady Gaga.
But then it wasn't. If it was a psyop, though, which is probably what it was, even then, it still doesn't make any sense. The Queen asking that question. You know what I mean? Even if it was a what does Ab call it? A hyper-realistic drill portrayed as real, like 9/11. Yeah,
there's obviously
it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
The thing is, though, man, these people who are writing these scripts, right, they're so out of touch with reality themselves. Or the second or third generation special op script writers for the fucking elite, and they're believing their own bullshit. They're actually believing their own crap. And that's why...
Well, we've seen what happens to this next generation. Dogs aren't with pedigrees, so imagine what these cunts are writing.
Yeah. I don't believe that at all. I think everything we get is specifically designed to come to us and give across a certain impression. So I don't think they're sort of, just... I
don't think they know what they can get away with, though. I think 911 surprised them. I really do.
I think there's an unwritten rule, lads. There's an unwritten rule where I think because there's so many crisis actors in so many countries. They're in Britain, they're in America, they're in France, they're in the Arab countries. I think there's so many of them that they have the ability to wipe us out if they wanted to. But there must be an unwritten rule where they actually have to get us to give it up. You know?
Well,
It depends what you've got, Brian.
it's a greater game, though, I think. You know, we have to bear this in mind. There's a greater game going on. What does this serve? For me, what this serves to do, Del, is sort of get people questioning, get kind of people curious, going, what that's not something you'd say, or, you know, especially with the concert as well. And I haven't paid any attention to it really, but the fact that they organized this concert a wet week after the event itself, and you had all of these different celebrities gathering to pay respect to the victims by dancing half naked, talking about bitches and bling bling on stage. You know, this is curious in itself. Imagine if it was real for a second, and you or me being at home just a wet week after losing your loved child, you know, and next minute this comes on the television. No, see, it's not real. So we can understand that it's not real, you know, something else.
No, don't even accept any of it.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. That I think it's all about a personal awakening for all of us. You know, we're all at different levels, surely, but all of these questions are being thrown at the individual from pretty much every level. Again, I think that everything we hear, everything we experience goes right in there and is in there for the sort of making sense of, you know what I mean, or for the recollection. So I think I can see definitely some point that all of us will be in a higher mind, and we look back at all the clues presented to us and we see the game for what it is, and we go to ourselves, "Doh, why didn't you cop onto that?" You know what I mean? So definitely in a more optimistic bent. Last time I spoke to Rolo, I was talking about this as well, Rolo, that good times were on the way. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
I'm absolutely more convinced of it now than ever. But the only thing is, again, I got the time wrong. But this is where this 420 raises its head again and again.
Don't beat yourself up over that. I mean,
no, I don't.
It's just general wise. I mean, if you get too specific about things,
yeah.
Can you play Man on the Moon again, in full?
Yeah. Automatic for the people. Remember, that's what Stars and Sun is.
They're amazing lyrics.
For us.
Yeah.
Well, I wish you had me earlier, Rolo. If I could play it, there's someone else here. Like
you can do it. You can do it.
Radio Rolo has taken over Piche.
It's been affiliated.
What's that? I didn't hear that, Del.
I said Radio Rolo has taken over the Piche show. See?
Yeah. I played
I'm a bastard, aren't I, Del? I'm a bastard.
I opened up with Man in the Moon, and I sang it from start to finish as a complete song. And
take two, come on, take two.
I'm through it all, but it's Rolo. It's after. It's like,
don't be putting the man on the spot, man. It's
sorry. Am I being a cunt? All right. Sorry about that, man.
Fucking Australian, 9 hours ahead.
You should have started singing fucking Look Away, Dixieland. What's the other one? Billabong
hey,
song.
Del, you missed me singing Heaven from Hell, Blue Skies from Pain. That's going to be a hell of a watch. Watch that back.
And do you know what? It would have carried on if we didn't interrupt.
I know, man. You sort of went a bit off at the end, Rolo, but I was hoping you would have continued in the same vein. But
that's right.
My screen here.
Like Kenny Everett says, you can cut it together when you're at home. You've got the software. Cut it together at home.
As long as it was done in the best possible taste.
You bet. You bet.
Can you see my screen there? Can you?
Yeah, we can see it. Dodo and the flat Earth. Yeah.
You'll have to.
I just wanted to show you that. Hang on, sorry. I just wanted to show you that because Steve Anthony. Do you remember Steve Anthony? He was a ball earther, and then he sort of he put on different shoes. He became a flat earther. So he sent me that. But it's a pretty good likeness.
When you say it, you will shit bricks.
Yeah, when you see it, you will bricks. But he just sent me that, so I said I'd post that. But this is wrong. This map is wrong here. So it's not just as simple as what we're saying. If you look at the dodo, right, and if you think of South America as being at the tip of the beak here, right, and the continent itself wraps around, and then you have Mexico coming up, and the United States wrapping around here. The wing itself, not in this representation of the dodo, the wing itself is shorter in the original. And the other continents wrap around the north center wing when you have Africa over here in the west.
Pete, forgive me for playing devil's advocate here. So
Mhm.
what are you saying? This flat map that you've got here that I'm looking at, are you saying that's a true representation of what you think the
No.
Earth is?
No, it's not. It's
Yeah.
but it's a
Because
clue.
it can't, because obviously John
No,
LeBon
no,
said that you can't get a flight from Johannesburg to Perth on that map.
Well, the map
Yeah.
is wrong. That map is not
The
right.
map is wrong. Right. Okay, keep going, Pete.
Right, Rollo, right, you know the maps we've got of the world and all this, they've not changed in about 300 years, so I reckon the stuff we've been looking at is a bit dodgy anyway. And a lot of the discrepancies that Pete's pointed out on there, like to do the sun tracking. Oh, Pete, I wanted to add as well. They did the sun tracking at a specific time for a fucking reason. So I don't know what the date was, I don't know what the time was, I wasn't paying attention. But they did it at that exact time for a reason. It might have been March, the equinox or something. But it must have been done at that time for a reason, mate. I don't know why. You'll probably figure it out, but I'm just letting you know. No, what it was is, Rollo, some of the things were wrong. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's a lot of things wrong then. It's just like they're either wrong or someone's pulling some wool over each other's eyes. And even I, just working out in my head, knew that South America was skewed and Hawaii was skewed. And literally, when you pull Greenland up to where it should be, there's gaps all over. Weird, man. Anyway, that's it.
You see this distance here?
Good
This
on you.
distance is
Good on
wrong.
you, brother.
This distance is wrong here from South Africa, or from the west of Africa to Brazil. Look at how short it is. This is not how it is in reality. But also, here's the point I raised to Antonio, and it's on time and date. As the sun is coming around, the west coast of Chile over here is on the same time zone as the east coast of Brazil. Now, if the sun is traveling around and it comes to this point, well, you're going to expect, what, 2 or 3 time zones here? Now, if you look at the dodo and you place the
That's where we get 18 hours of daylight, is it?
Well, that's another thing. That's got to do with
exactly.
Yeah.
I never fucking believe that anyway, mate. Fucking, I'm getting 6 hours a night here.
This, I think, what did they call it? Utoya, is it, or something like that? That was Simon Chak's big point. How does that get 16 hours of sunshine or 17 hours of sunshine during the summer? Well, you see, there's a different question. That's asking a different question.
I've worked it out. Take over the country in the 40s.
Well, you're introducing a different variable then into the equation. You're introducing what's going on in the sky compared to, you're trying to answer a question about what's happening on the Earth. Is the Earth flat and stationary or not? So, but if you think about, so Antonio had no answer. What Antonio actually did was he flipped the tip of South America over this way, so it was even further from the east coast of Brazil. Now, regarding time and date, they have to be at least close enough. We know they're not perfect, but they have to be close enough, because if I look at time and date and I'm over here in Brazil and you look at time and date and you're here in Chile, the sun is going to have to be pretty close, for the both of us to be in the same time. So in other words, when it's 12 noon here, according to the clocks, it's 12 noon in Brazil at the east coast here. So Antonio flipped it the other way. But when you look at the dodo, right, and imagine the sun coming around in a big oval. So you have Africa down here. Let me just point out, just roughly, Africa's down here. Asia wraps around. I think there's much land invented in Asia as well. Asia wraps around. This is around the north center here, where Canada and Alaska meet. United States, and then you go around. So back to South America down here then, Anyway, that's not, let me just.
So Pete, let me again play devil's advocate.
Let me just say this, Rolo.
You don't, oh, sorry.
I'm sorry, but
Pete, it's your channel. Yep.
The point you started. As the sun comes around in an oval shape here, and it meets the continent, well, it's sort of more around like that. As it meets the west coast, east coast of Brazil is going to be around here. West coast of Chile is going to be here. So again, that's a good fit. What I think, sorry, Rolo, just to say, what I think the dodo is an actual scaled representation of the land masses. So if you can find the right land sizes, which I think I found as well, and you put them together.
I wish I had the magic pen that I could do exactly what you had there. Yeah. So the flight from Johannesburg to Perth.
Yeah.
What's together in your mind? It exists.
Let me just put in. Does anyone think it's fishy that John Le Bon decided to become a foreign exchange student to go and watch the World Cup in South Africa when it was on there, and he got it?
Do you
and
think he's
flew
lying?
over
Do you
there?
think he's lying?
No,
Ben?
no,
Do you think
I
he's
don't.
lying?
But I consider that the same truth as Simon Shack's brother.
Yeah.
For Osama bin Laden, doing a
Oh,
little
yeah.
bit of driving. I consider that something that's either fucking proper true, because that's what I mean. I've taken that on board, them flights there. But you know what my remedy for that is? It's simple, right? Draw a triangle between Australia, let's say, India, Africa. Right now, if you narrow that triangle, change length, the flight's still the same. You know what I mean? All you're doing is shortening the distance in between Australia and Finger. He's still got a flight to
What I was
wherever it
asking
was
is,
to there. But
is
his
that
flight
flat-
was different. No,
Earth
exactly.
map?
Yeah, this. No, well, this is where we're going. His flight was different.
Sorry.
It can be explained if a flight's going one to another place because then the distance is smaller. But called no-fly zones in lots of parts of the ocean, South Pacific, French colony. All the way around there, old Formosa, whatever, Taiwan, where it used to be. All these different areas. Now, if you've got the logistics, you can close these areas up, and that does free up land that you can't go in. So it does actually shorten the time. But with a triangle, you can alter it in lots of different ways. Basically, it's the same thing with Africa. Africa's got lots of straight borders. It's virtually impossible to tell you how big Africa is without going to a satellite, and we know their bollocks.
Yeah.
But are there borders anyway? Because borders are, when landmass, I mean, borders are just a fiction, aren't they?
Borders
As Pete would.
Exactly. Borders like a white line where a body was laid.
Yeah. We're just lucky down under, apparently, down under, if we want to call it that, that we have a lot of water around us. But our old mate John Le Bon has some issues with all the immigration that's happening into Australia at the moment. And I don't personally see a problem with it, because as long as everybody gets on, I don't mind. But I've seen little wars come down here. Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
I know.
It could be worse. You could have Manchester with them.
That's it. Just bloody beautiful. You know it. And
for me, John Le Bon is an actor. He's there's no doubt about it for me. And he's one of, again, this is an open secret. What we're learning, the shit we're learning now, the stuff we're learning.
I disagree. I think he's a real person.
It's an open secret. He might be a real person. It's not a comment on the person, but he's definitely playing an acting role.
And I agree with both of you, because I don't know what he dreams of.
But there's no comment on the man, you see. So when you call out someone as an actor, that sort of automatically sets up.
Am I an actor, Pete? Am I an actor, Pete?
So he's an actor. He's like Simon Shack. Simon Shack's an actor, Rollo.
Right.
Do you think a coincidence that his brother did the work he did, and his brother also developed the technology that allowed you to insert lines?
Do you think I'm an actor? Do you think anything I say is a script? I've got a script here in front of me. Have I got a script? There you go. I'll put it on the camera. There you go. Have I got a script? I had a script.
I got to put my camera on and say hello.
But hang on, Rollo. Do you not think Simon Shack?
Let me add my script. Sorry.
No. I mean, that's a fair enough question. Do you not think that that's the case, Rollo? I mean,
hey, 666, the number of the beast.
One
good on you. Woohoo! Life's a laugh.
That's my script. You can't read it.
Life's a beach.
It's a bitch.
all right.
It's a beach.
A beach. Not a bitch. A beach.
Yeah, and then you marry one. Hand up.
That's my favourite line out of Arthur. Remember that film, Arthur? So, we were happy. He goes, yeah, we were happy. And then we met.
And you realize why you married the bitch, Del, when you find out it was a transgender, so that all made sense.
Well, you take me, I'd have a bit more fucking reserve and judgment now. I would know before the fact.
You want to.
The fact wouldn't happen. I wouldn't figure it out after the fact and then whinge about it on YouTube. But listen, this is like, is my youngest son trying to tell me something here? This was a Father's Day present.
Oh, what is it?
It's just a like like a little block, and you hang it on the wall, and I just haven't hung it
Yeah.
up. Like,
Oh, nice.
I like that thing that you put your finger on that burnt your finger the other night. Whatever it was, whatever that
on the
that
plastic.
bloody Nikola Tesla thing was.
Yeah, and
That was great.
he actually bought that for me about 5 or 6 years ago for Christmas. You know, so I got all the cool
Yeah.
gadgets off my youngest lad. You know,
I've started using that term now. That's grand. That's grand because it's a
grand.
term that you use. Yeah, that's grand. Yeah, I'm starting using that now. Good on you. Good on you, Del.
Are you going to hang it up in your bathroom, Del, or something every time you're? I guess it's one of those things you'll use for a few minutes and then you'll put it into a drawer.
it'll go on the wall here somewhere.
Oh, well then, okay. Well, I guess it's always a good reminder.
Yeah, it'll go. It's like it has like a picture hook or a thing on the back. It's like a little picture thing.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Like you can open it.
Hey, Del, put your chili thing up. Come on, show the chili one up for me.
Which
Have you got it? Have you got it handy? The chili koozie, the koozie.
I don't have it right here. No, I don't. But I'll get it the next time I go to the kitchen.
All right, so I'm taking over. I'll go to mute. I'm going to go and have a cigarette, but I've taken over. Sorry, Pete. It's your show.
I don't think it's a mistake that the two fellas in chat who aren't fathers are a little bit rowdy.
It's an open discussion.
We're left out today.
That was a pretty lazy day today, apart from it being probably one of the hottest days.
It was a gorgeous day, yeah.
Oh man, I think but they went overboard with all the fucking spraying, man. But in spite of it all, it still seemed to clear out.
So do you know what I did today?
It's almost like we're getting used to the chemtrails in it, and they're just going, "Fuck it, give them more." Like at the end of a Truman Show, and he's like, "More waves, more waves." He's like, "We're just taking this on."
Yeah.
It's going to be like
here's the question:
the Olympics in the 30s.
You even put chemtrails in. You put chemtrails in computer games, just to put it into the subconscious,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's fucking
I
crazy.
think they threw him in a film from one of the old classics. It might be like Ben Hur or The Italian Job, but they thrown two in that.
The Railway.
And he's just like, oh, what's that?
The Railway Children is another one of the famous ones.
Oh, Jenny Agutter. Oh,
Yeah.
she's lovely.
Put the chemtrails into that one.
Could be my mum.
Jenny
I
Agutter.
don't care anymore. Just stop fucking spraying.
All about trees. Imagine what it's all about trees for me now at this stage, and especially after I read that about the two trees that William Butler Yeats was talking about over 100 years ago. And to me, so I mean, what is the natural state of both the planet and us, or the plane and us? This is the next question we have to get to. You see, what's the original state? And again, if everything has been fabricated, we have to be willing, depending on how much you want an answer to something, to cast aside everything. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
When I look at chemtrails now, I saw that sun today, and it was scorching, and this is not natural for us. I think, So if we're getting back to the previous times, back to one ball, 420 Hitler one ball as opposed to two balls now. What do we do? We'll have to define everything again. We have to define natural. We have to define what is, I guess. It depends on what the meaning of the word is.
Is.
Well, do you know what I've noticed though, right? If there's something you're paying for, they'll disguise. If it's bad for you, they'll disguise it. So you're paying for it, they disguise it so it's nice. But this spraying stuff over your head, it's just fucking straight fucking lines. If they wrote "Hiya Denny," I'd be happier. Or anything positive, it'd be good. But it's not, and do you know why? Because we don't pay for it. So if we start saying, right, we're going to pay for them, they might make a change. They might just say, right, all right, we're going to hit Rill this weekend, then we'll get a nice weekend in Manchester.
But
vice versa.
Spraying is so indiscriminate. How the fuck they're going to be spraying on themselves? Like, so what's the story? Like, what the fuck is it?
Exactly, Brian. It's got to be the same as fracking. That's it. It's got to be fair. It's fair.
Yeah.
What about fluoridating water?
Well, no, that seems to be like tried and tested, doesn't it?
Apparently they don't. You said they don't do it in the south, but they do it in the north, or they don't do it in the north, or they do it in the south. What the fuck? Putting fluoride in.
I'm unsure. I think there's a difference. It's almost like the HIV boxing laws in America. It changes, depending on where you are. But nevertheless, they're still putting.
That's true.
They're still putting they're still putting poison in the water.
Yeah.
We can handle it.
Ab interviewed David Crow. Yeah, the guy was an expert. He's an expert on AIDS.
Yeah, he never got into AIDS, though, did he, on that program?
Not much.
He went straight into flat Earth.
The infectious myth is called.
Do you know what's funny? You need to spend 2 minutes looking into AIDS and how they identify pathogens and how they extract them from dead bodies after they pass them to them. And then you find out that it's right. No doctor's ever got AIDS off a patient. No wife's ever got AIDS off her husband. And no cow's ever been killed with AIDS, and they extracted from it.
Fiction.
You go, right?
Total fiction.
Yeah, you might as well call it good luck. You know what I mean? But
look, Mum, what is real? Well, is there anything you can cling to that you can say, look, this now I know I wasn't there, but I can at least cling to this. Can you list anything? Is there anyone here that can list anything that they can say if their life depends
real.
on it? That was real.
Do you know what? I'm going to say the reaction of Radio Gaga to Queen singing live at Wembley. There you go. I watched 280,000 people put their hands up at the same time and clap.
Every single one of us right now. All we hear is Radio Gaga, Radio
and do you know what?
Radio
Gaga. It wasn't orchestrated. It wasn't orchestrated. There wasn't signs on the seat saying "Don't forget to clap here." It was just bumping.
What sound did it make, Mum? What sound did it make? I can't believe you actually did that. I mean, what sound do I think it might have made? Maybe a big loud clap.
He seems to be. If you really want me to make a clap, I'll have to take my pants off.
Wow.
We don't want to see that. Are you a man or a woman? Come on, take your pants off. Let's have a look.
Well, I've told Brian in the past I'm a proud black woman.
Keep your pants on then, man. You must have one of those big arses.
Yeah, the word proud is used, for the word proud, not for anything else. It sticks out.
If I flop my cock out on the camera, do you think YouTube will cut it?
Are you Jewish? Because if you're Jewish, it's already been cut.
No. Do you want to see it?
No. Oh, no, please not. See, this is why I never joined up years ago. Because I knew I'm bad news for everyone. Everyone I meet turns evil, goes crazy.
That must be a different side. You're not showing me, Mum. I'll bear that in mind for future reference.
I steal all your good points and turn them into
when you do turn evil on me, I can say, well, he didn't. At least he told me, it's not as if he didn't say anything.
Oh yeah, no, the evil me is exactly the same, except I've got a little tash.
Oh, the evil you is, we were talking about before Jekyll and Hyde, right? When you're a little bit horny and whatever. Yeah.
It's when you get riled up and you're reading daft comments, and then you'll get someone who's making another comment about their sock account. So you've got I've got about 30 wrote down next to me here that are all the same, and you see them saying hello to each other, and you just go, "Oh, okay," and then when they say hello to you, you go, "Oh, go on, I'll reply." So you reply, and you try and be nice, and then you leave it for a bit, and you go learn something good about the medical industry, and you nip back, and you just think, "Well, isn't it inane?" I only want to know why. That's all I want to know. You tell me that. I mean,
it's harder to do it this way, Dan. It's harder to do it this way, isn't it? But even though you're not on the actual camera at the moment.
Yeah, no, I'll put it on.
Yeah, it's harder to do it this way. Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm still waiting for a scientist to come out and just try and explain.
There you are. There you are.
What are you waiting for, Mum? It's the same question. Who are we appealing to?
When I say waiting, I don't mean waiting. What I mean is I'm just monitoring.
Right.
That's a little bit of a better word.
Yeah, and I understand what you mean.
Hey, Den, get in shot. Just move your camera to stage left. There you go. There you are. Pretty man. Yeah, there you are. See ya.
Very
I'll
good.
get a bit of luck in the closer we get, mate.
Rolo,
Nice.
you do the fucking same. I'm looking at the side of your head for the past 2 nights. Past 2 hangouts.
All right. Well, I'm looking that way. I'm looking that way. Thanks, Del. All right.
can-
So
you can
you
also
want me
see
to
yourself.
down the tube, right?
Yeah, we can all see ourselves, so we know the positioning. But what I was going to say, Mum, so who you remember before we used to all sort of flock to Pancho Pete's, that sort of thing.
Yeah, I love it. I still do. I go and listen to his I
There's
go
my
and listen
dog.
to his little chat that he does.
Yeah.
His little sermon, whatever you want to call it. I do, mate. And do you know what?
Me too. Yeah.
This is no, it's weird. I can't explain it. Right? It's almost like, well, he's doing it, so I'm gonna go and watch it. The fact that he's doing it, and a lot of, I've not heard anything out of his mouth that's fucking, legal name fraud, perfect. Water level, perfect. Perfect. That'll do, and he'll get me like for that. And do you know what? That's only because it's the same as people say you got to look yourself in the mirror. Yeah, I'm not going to shun someone because of who the for stuff like that. Yeah. Nevertheless, I still know fucking red hooded fucking riding hood.
Yeah, and this sets up problems.
Well, it does, because then you got the conflict,
right.
But actually just gives you another level of skills, whatever you want to call it. So I can do that. It's not a problem. I was always nice. I was always polite, and I'm still polite when I go in there. But I don't need to acknowledge the people in there that are Antonio's socks. And it could even be Antonio. Hi, no, because he come in going, it's a cockerel. He looked like a cock. It's a cockerel. No, you're a cock, man. It was the most idiotic thing I've ever seen in my life. And then when he went, what was it? I'm gonna break your knee.
I know, man.
Jesus Christ. What do actors say? Break a leg. There you go. So break a knee, break a leg. There you go. That'll do.
Yeah. Listen, I told you, this is advanced acting. This is an hilarious script. Imagine you had.
Hey, Pete, they're still out on you. Don't worry.
Well, I mean, what I said to Antonio that night was, listen, man,
don't worry.
The cockerel. We had preambled that beforehand. So when you look back at this, you're going to make embarrassed about what you're saying.
Well, I do remember, but it was only a little back and forwards, wasn't it? About something. Oh, it looks like this, it looks like that, and then blah blah blah. But nevertheless, the fact that someone come in and said, "Looks like a bird."
Have you ever been embarrassed? Have you ever done anything embarrassing online or whatever?
Absolutely, man. Right? When I sing here, I'm embarrassed sometimes. I mean,
why?
Well, I mean, that's what I'm saying. Everyone has their own sense and sensibilities, I suppose. We all, of course, we've all been embarrassed, Rolo. I mean,
well, I've been so drunk on fakeologist.com so many friggin' times.
Yeah.
And I listen back to it. No, I'm not embarrassed.
Well, that's fair enough. You do piss me off when you're drunk, and I told you that before.
Do I? How much do I piss you off?
Well, I think not that has anything to do with anything, because we haven't been in contact because of any particular reason. You stayed around with Fakeologist. I sort of moved on to Flat Earth then, and once I'm
like a virus. I'll stick around.
That's cool, man. I love you, Rolo. I mean, but the point is that once Simon, I guess, our Clues forums cast aside any Flat Earth investigation, I realized it was time to sort of move on elsewhere, because that's where it's at. It's all about Flat Earth, and then it's sort of.
I'll tell you what, Pete. When I'll stop sticking around is when I'm dead.
Cool. Well,
because I just don't like being lied to, and Pete, you're a truth guy. You really are.
Thanks, man.
Yeah.
I appreciate that.
I think you should be able to offend someone for at least an hour without actually getting barred from anywhere. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I agree. And there's something, you know what, lads, there's something really strange going on. I heard IPS say the other day, right? He wants every Flat Earth channel to confer one another who has wrenches or spanners, right? So if somebody loses their spanner on one person's show, you'll end up losing their spanner on every Flat Earth show. So now IPS, I think now IPS is getting his grip on everybody now. So anybody that makes a fuck up, he can call it,
What's a fucking spanner? Is a spanner a thing that you can
fucking wrench or whatever it
do
is.
something on. Yeah, I've got a
A
sonic
spanner
screwdriver here.
roll allows you to get rid of a comment.
Yeah,
That's
listen to
stupid.
this. Listen to this. See that? It's a sonic screwdriver.
That's
That's the Doctor Who
better than my spanner.
special
I
span.
feel like an oven now.
IPS has one.
I'm a Luddite. Look at that.
Oh, that's
Jesus.
don't hit me in the head with that, Den. What the fuck is that? That's a real fucking spanner. That'll fuck me up. You hit me with that.
That's for an adjustable giant.
You
What's
might-
that? What's that?
You can give.
What's that? Father Ted line Mrs. Doyle comes out with. Where, do you remember the one where he did the piss take of Speed? Was that? Shall I put your? Do you want me? What's that? Do you want me to put your spanner in? What is it? Your massive tool into my box? Is that right? Let me play that.
Oh.
That was
You remember that? Anyone? If you've
That's the
seen
one
Father
where,
Ted,
where Dougal had to drive her. He was going around and around, around,
right.
around, and he had to keep it at the right speed, the milk float, or it would
that's
explode.
right.
Yeah.
No, I'd take that was class. That. Right.
I can't remember the. I'm gonna. What's that?
Don't play anything copyright. Don't play anything copyright. Otherwise, it'll all get lost. All of this.
Don't play any soundtrack off it.
Yeah, I was just
No,
going to speed
Dell's
it up.
got all
to
this
1.25.
recorded anyway. Dell's had cameras fitted in every one of your rooms while you were away this weekend.
Yeah, it's
I
very.
like the way you took that thing out at the end for Justin. At the end,
Well, the only reason I did that, man, is
the
because
kooks, the
it's
kooks.
not- yeah, the cooks, because it's not available on some devices, and it's not available in Germany just because that of the song. You know, they didn't sort of block it, but they did block it in off certain devices and in Germany. So
Yeah,
fuck.
I played it again on Fakeologist.
No, I heard it.
For
I
you,
heard-
yeah.
I'm pretty much up to date on the audio chats on Fakeologist, but I'm a
Cheers.
bit behind on posting them on the blog. You know, I don't post them
I
up.
got
No,
my bumper
don't
on.
worry about it. Don't worry about it. That's
You-
fine.
I don't worry about it.
Good.
Too many of them, and like I don't want to have me bug just like 5 or 6 of them in a row of just Fakeologist audio chats. You know, I like to vary it. You know, if
You
for,
betcha.
for no,
I enjoyed that one, the a view from space or something the other day. Some talk show one. I enjoyed that one.
no, that's not talk show, man. That's a dude from Canada who's been doing the same fucking show.
Spaceman. Fake spaceman.
You could go and pick
Yeah, that's the one.
You could go and pick a show from 10 years ago, and I can guarantee you, for this time of year, he'd have the same fucking thing. The only thing would be different, and this is the only reason why it's actually worth listening to if you're not doing anything else, is that he does go over all the news and all the shit that's going on, and he puts it in, you know, that in his sort of thing, and he's all into the numerology and all that kind of stuff.
No. I think the best thing about
Wrestling.
certainly these Google Hangouts, it's different people all at once. Yeah, and different combinations of people.
I've just sent Candy an invite.
All right. Is she a great girl?
I'm sorry, Rollo. You said great people.
Oh, did I get triggered?
Yeah, it's like
Candy.
inviting an asthmatic dog in that's got swallowed a horn. It's fucked up, but you can't ignore it. I don't know.
There are no girls here. Come on, let's get a girl here. Someone try and get a girl here. A real woman. I see a woman there, a woman there, a woman there, and a woman there. You're all women.
You're under
See what I mean?
sugar.
AGI. No.
You're on this
AGI.
trans
I
investigation.
said Frank does DGI now, Dallas Gold Bug investigation version. You got
That's it.
DGI and DGI.
Did you see the Einstein's wife? Did you see that? Those
We saw it.
photos?
Yeah.
We saw it.
That's
Did you see
crazy
them
stuff.
tits,
That's
though?
in your face.
That's how they work out. That's how they make the arms look smaller by making the tits droopier.
But I mean, what in your face? But especially you have to look at it. Like, but I mean, now that we know what we know,
That's definitely a
it's all
man.
theater. This is
Yeah.
all theater. Like, you know, was back then.
Even what we're doing now is theatre.
no, but we're not.
just trading
Chewing the
places,
fat. Chewing the fat.
For
Theatre.
I'm
for
a
some, it
kid,
is.
amateur
Not
theatre.
for me, though. I mean, But it is for some. Flat Earth is infiltrated with actors. Let me share my screen with this one. Like we can comment on this. I mean, this is sort of in your face sort of stuff. And I think all of this stuff has been written.
Millennium's having a good time.
Sorry, I sat back.
You know, let me share this.
He's out of shot now.
He disappeared into the wall like
There he goes.
like to do just before.
I'm just sharing my spliff with Robbie Parker.
Robbie Parker.
Parker came on. The guy
Show me how happy you are after your child has just been killed. Show me how happy you. Give me your Robbie Parker. There it is.
Oh, Robbie Parker. Danny. Wait, that was an Obama accent. It's fucking Jay Dyer. He fucks you up, doesn't he? Go on, carry on.
No. Do it. Do your Robbie Parker. You were doing it. Perfect. Come on.
I'm sorry, my daughter got killed by an imaginary person with an imaginary gun at an imaginary place.
Is Robbie Parker imaginary himself? Is he a computer generated man?
I can do it better than that. Here we go. I'll do it better.
What is?
Here we go.
I'm Rollo. You're listening to Fakeologist Radio on fakeologist.com.
You don't want me to do it, do you? Pretend cry. Hold on, I didn't even take my glasses off.
Rollo stuck in the wrong fucking channel.
I forgot your catchphrase.
I'm on the wrong channel, am I? All right, I'll get a mute.
You were stuck in the wrong channel. You said I'm Rollo and I'm on fakeologist.com.
That's it. Good on you, Del.
Can you see the screen here? What do you reckon? Del?
I reckon Mr. and Mrs. is really fucking Mr. and Mrs. but do a flip.
I wouldn't want to be married to that.
Maybe the Crowleys were like an elite family that just sort of branched out and took over, and that's one of the younger brothers.
I thought it was funny earlier on when Typo Error typed into the chat. He says that reminds me of my grandfather's mate Bertie.
Let me find a picture. Yeah.
And that's the dude on the left in the wig and the dress.
Just totally honest, because I've seen my aunt there from the side on, and I've gone, oh shit, you know, yeah, you like a fella.
But
That's now one of them got done by a shipman. Funnily enough, Dr. Jack.
It's hard to credit
from
Pete, you know, the first thing that they did when they developed photography for one that we know about, you know, in the late 1800s. The first thing, and it's admitted that it's out there, that the first thing they did start to do was to make miraculous photographs, like Photoshop. They would cut out bit. Whereas the thing, a lot of these there was famous photographer, I can't think of the guy's name now, but he did all the American Civil War photographs. A lot of
oh shit, begins with a P, don't it? Yeah. I think you've mentioned it again the other day, but he's prolific in the entire thing. So he did them all.
He did them all, but like they were done in his back garden in France somewhere. He wasn't even in America when they were being done.
No, they're classed as history. Oh no, that's a real depiction.
That's all they need. Should we see the history now?
This, guys.
You know, the children thought about 9/11.
Yeah.
See that? Look closely.
That looks like
Soon they'll be thinking box cutters can cut through skyscrapers. We'll go beyond it. It'll turn into the minister's cat and whispers and all that.
That's me and Christy when we were young.
Oh, sorry, Rollo, we can't see.
Sorry, man.
Oh, sorry. I can't put it too close to the camera, but there we go. There's me and Christy when we were young.
It's just got your name up at the moment, mate.
No, I can see it, man. It's
yeah.
Look how beautiful she was. I used the past tense.
What do you mean she was?
She's got fat and ugly.
She's in work.
I was going to say, have your eyes gone?
Yeah.
Del is after going in on a mad zoom in, so I can almost see your nostril hairs, Del.
I'm sorry, man. I
got
thought I'm sitting here in a shorts, and I didn't want you to see me legs now. So I did want to be a
zoom out a small bit, I would say. A bit more.
No, there we go.
Perfect.
It's got all scratches on him from the brambles.
We all got fine colours in Ireland today, anyway. That's for sure, isn't it?
Doing gardening as well earlier on, and then battling with the barbecue.
I mean, would you no better time to participate in a cold one of your own making, Del? What do you reckon?
fucking
Drink during the day. Lovely, man. Lovely.
Oh, bravo.
I fell asleep, man. I was in it like after when we were doing the barbecue this evening, and after sorting it all out, I was listening like Denny, Millennium, and Rollo and Typo. Well, Rollo wasn't around. Well, he was, but he couldn't talk. But
Dell muted me.
we were on a marathon.
Hey, Del, it was 4 a.m. Can you understand why my wife hates me with my voice?
For you, I understand, because it's 4 o'clock in the morning for you at the time. But over here,
Yeah.
it was like 5 o'clock in the evening, and I was going in and out, like, you know, keeping an eye on the barbecue and all. And I coming in here into the sitting room because the sun is on the back garden at that stage, and I'm fucking hot today. So I come in here into the cool, and you know, the lads were still fucking talking. I just had the fakeologist stream going, and they're just chatting away. Every time I came in to just have a little break, and we were chatting about something. And then, like, later on tonight,
It was awesome. It was awesome.
Later on tonight,
What Dan, that guy there, and Typo. I was just sitting there typing shit in. I loved it. It was a great chat, and I always say it. I hope Ab will post it, because he'll post it. When does he not post shit?
I post everything.
Yeah, we probably won't talk to each other again, me and Typo. That's probably it now. So when we hear it,
Fuck off.
No, I'm just saying that's what it is. He was funny though. He was funny. It was fucking hilarious. It was brilliant. Trouble is, we drank ourselves sober.
That's what you said in the chat. Yeah,
We did. By the end of it, we're all sober. Everything's fine and dandy. We did our ties up and went back to our day jobs. It's fucking brilliant.
What's the latest topic up for conversation in fakeology? What's the
the British, the English cladding thing.
Yeah.
Well, no. After that, we addressed John's little John LeBon decided to leave the flat Earth discussion. He says he's debunked it. He's off. Going back to big hoaxes or anything like that.
Well, you'll hear that tomorrow morning when Ab posts it. I'm going to do the same thing. If John can do it, I'm going to do it. I won't be back.
Well, me and Typo have backed it to be a draw.
I know you can't do
no score draw.
You already had your feck off. You disappeared for a while there. And
Denny, can I ask you, Denny, are you going to the Flat Earth meetup?
No, I don't think so, Brian.
No.
I'll go if Pete's going. That'll be a laugh.
Yeah, I'd love to go myself. Yeah,
I'm not ruling it out.
I'll be your ring man.
I'm not ruling it out yet, man.
Round 4 is yours
as well. So it's one of those. Yeah.
No. Honestly, if I'm being dead honest, the people who I want to meet on air, Brian, you're one of them. Pete, Rollo's in Australia. I would get to Australia before I went on there. I'll be honest with you.
That's on your bucket list.
That's on your bucket
list, is it?
Yeah. Yeah, but no, I'm only picking Rollo up and then we're going to Canada anyway. On the way there, we're going to grab Pete and Del. But nevertheless, I would love to see that. But I've got to get to know lads first. Not only that, remember, I'm poor, so I don't have any money. But do you know what? I'd save up for a fakeologist conference. That'd be a laugh.
Yeah.
Would it be a real fakeologist meetup or a fakeologist meetup?
It would be. It'd be fucking mental, wouldn't it? Jesus.
Well, even if all of
Flying Brian coming in, and then you'd get all the actors from Flat Earth who were fakeologists in other names. So it'd be like, oh, there's him. I thought you were a Flat Earth. No, I'm a fake. Oh, yes. It's that name. It's about 20 or 30. It's brilliant. It really is. And whatever Typo is, don't worry about having a pop at Jerry Can, man.
I just wish my wife liked JLB a bit more. Because I'm trying to warm her up to him. He's a fucking great guy. He's a fucking champ.
Don't worry about you.
I told JLV the other day that I'm not in the fucking Fetzer fan club, but I'm not in the JLB fan club either, man. And I tell you, man, you should listen to your wife.
Yeah, maybe Chrissy is more sense than you, although maybe you're an actor.
Chrissy's got more sense than I do. Hey, my dog has more sense than I do I? All right, come on, there she is, sleeping on the couch. All right. Well, there we go. Don't let him in the house. You reckon? Don't invite vampires into your house.
No, and the other thing, no, I didn't say that. You said that. All I said was your wife message. But the other thing is, if I don't recommend movies, you know me. But I have to say, I left my brain at the door the other night, and I watched a movie because a friend of mine was going on about this film, and it's like, it's just called A Dog's Purpose, right? And it's not. I'm sure there's plenty of agendas programmed into it, but if you just watch it as a film, just as a movie, I have to say, it's the best fucking thing.
Dog's Purpose. What is a dog's purpose?
That's
What's your purpose?
Question going through it, and without doing a spoiler alert, it reminded me of that fluke that.
I reckon you're allowed to spoil this one, Del.
It's literally there's a narration going through. The whole thing is narrated by this dog. But the thing is, the dog gets reincarnated. So you're getting his different lives of the dog. Oh, here I am again. Oh, milk again. Oh, yeah. And the next minute he's running around looking for his friend. And next minute a dog catcher comes along, catches him off, and he's, oh, here we go again. And the next minute he's a different dog. You know, that's all I'll tell you about it.
Fuck me. That's like, oh, wow. That's like Groundhog Day for dogs.
It's Groundhog Dogs. And here's the thing, it's funny, I was only talking to the friend that recommended this to me. I was going on about that movie Inner Space, because we were talking about the whole concept of space anyway being bullshit. So the Inner Space one, you know, like it was a remake of the 1950s movie, only it was done in a comedy with what's your man's name? You know who I'm talking about?
Dennis Quaid. Martin Short.
Yeah.
Dennis Quaid turns up at the end of the movie acting as his character, because this movie sort of ends a sort of a lifetime. So there are different characters in it in the younger parts of when the dog was going along. But then Dennis Quaid, and I tell you, he's after getting fairly old looking. But it was still kind of Dennis Quaid. I didn't know who was going to be in this. All the other actors, I've never heard of them before, because you know me, I haven't watched movies or television in a long time. But see fucking Dennis Quaid towards the end of it in the movie, and I said, that's Dennis Quaid, you know, what the hell? I watched it blind, never heard of it before, and I would recommend it. I don't know, I'd like you guys to watch it sometime, you know.
There's a wonderful Dennis Quaid film where he takes a magic pill that makes him smart. Have you seen that one?
No.
Yeah. Look, when you were talking about that 1993 Harold Ramis film, was my favorite. One of my favorite. I think it's my favorite film ever. Groundhog Day. I think it's my favorite film ever.
That bit with the piano. What about that? When he walks in, gets everything right. When he saves that fella from choking, he turns around and he gives that bird a light. How cool is that?
Exactly.
Amazing. Yeah. And that's what life is. You've got, you know, try every day. Try your best.
Yeah.
And you get it over, and he got to do it over and over again. He was bloody cranky about it, but then he eventually he turned to enjoy it. Like, we do it over and over again. Yeah, fucking hell. No, that is the best film ever. I think in my lifetime, there will be no better film than Groundhog Day. In my lifetime,
do you know what's funny about that film? Do you know what's funny about that film, Rollo? And if you watch the DVD extras, they talk about the screen adaptation, and it starts off originally on day 10,000. So he already knows everything when the film starts off originally. But the guy, obviously Ramis, wanted to see the Bill Murray character at the beginning, just the the self-centeredness, whatever you got to call it. But nevertheless, it's still, but it resonates with all religions as well. And if you think about the message, there's nothing wrong with it. Yeah.
What's the significance?
You know what character I would want to play? Ned Ryerson.
Oh God, Needle Ned. Ned the Head.
So what's the message, Rollo? If it's your favorite movie of all time, and I think there's a deep and a core message in all of these great movies. Like I was mentioning at Rosebud.
In that one.
I think I know the message in that one as well.
Come on, Pete. What do you reckon the message is?
No, I'm talking right. To you, though.
Get it right.
I have my own idea.
Get it right.
Do you want me to do a spoiler on A Dog's Purpose?
Go for it, Del.
will I do a spoiler? Anyone who doesn't want to hear this now wants to watch the movie, just watch the movie anyway. And still watch the movie.
You know you're going to ruin Jay Dyer's next film
Do you know,
synopsis now by ruining this, don't you?
Heck, Jay Dyer. You can,
This is on the cards.
no, man, Jay Dyer. I like listening to Jay Dyer, and it's grand. You can go subscribe.
Anyone who hasn't seen The Sixth Sense,
I like
spoil
Jay's
it. He was dead.
I missed. Let me just say.
No, his thingy on Stanley Kubrick's esoteric stuff is amazing. 3 hours, 23 minutes.
A dog. Yeah, a
Go
dog.
Dale.
Dog's
Go Dale.
purpose, like our purpose. See, this is what I've got from it. This is what the dog was telling
Go
us.
on, Dale.
It wasn't the dog. It's not just the dog's purpose. Our purpose to be here. That's what he said. The dog actually. That was the summing up of it all. There's a few other things thrown in. Main one was to be here, to be there, and be here. Right.
What's the latest catchphrase that Sergeant?
That makes sense because it's the witnessing.
Yeah, sorry, man. He was there at various times for people. People were there for him. The whole, you just have to understand. It's like lives. It's to be there.
Well, the dog's emotions are exposed on the outside of it as well. So if the dog's there, you can see how it's feeling.
Projecting? Do dogs have emotions? Are we projecting?
Well, it's not that we're projecting. I have a dog. I've always had like dogs. I've had like my Cheech, right? I've had him here for nearly 11 years now. Coming up, funny enough. But
Sorry, Dan. I'll cut you off there, mate.
Personality. Their personality. They have their own way of going on. You know the way dogs.
Yeah.
They do their thing, and they treat you as a dog. You know what I mean? They think you're the dog kind of thing.
Yeah.
How do I know that really? But just know the way.
There's more to the story. Look at the bird. Look at the bird.
Pete.
Look at the bird who visits you, Del. Look at what they can do. Like they're perfect.
Man, I
bird.
took a bit of film of him today, man. He was fucking. Do you know something? They're not afraid.
No.
Right? He was. Or this was yesterday, actually. By the way, I was sitting out in the back garden, and up he comes, hops right up along, close up to me. Eyeing the bloody raspberries. There's a few starting to, well, they're all, some of them are starting to ripen now. And he's looking up and he just walked right by me. He kind of had a cursory look at me to make sure, and I was just sitting there. I was looking at him and kind of smiling. Into the bush he goes, down with the big fucking raspberry thing, and I'm there like trying to turn my phone on, trying to film it. I got a bit of footage of it, So it was
I mean, I think
I used to have 6 living in my back garden. Fucking amazing, man.
But here's what I'm thinking, like that. Everything is going back to a state in which it once was. But I remember I recommended whistling. Even just for your own self. I think words have been corrupted, like so. We need to get back to different.
Do you guys want to hear a whistle? Ready?
I can hear your birds, Rollo. Rollo basically has freaking parrots all over his back.
No, I know that as well.
Did that come through on the audio?
Yeah, we'll whistle.
No, do it again.
That's lads.
Right. That went through the valley. That went through the valley.
That was a response, wasn't it?
Whistle.
Did you attach any sort of sentiment to the whistle? That's what I'm trying to say. There's a bird that comes.
Just when I want the dog to come back. Come on, come on, get back here. Oh, if you see if you see a cute woman. Oh, sorry, Brian. Go.
Yeah, I was just gonna say. Do you know when we get up in the morning and we hear the birds singing and it sounds beautiful to us? It sounds gorgeous. But in the birds' world, that's them screaming at each other, claiming territory, and not letting anybody in. But that sounds like music to us, but to them, it's violence. Do
you know what's funny about that, Brian? If you remember in the old days, you get the little news lads screaming the newspapers on the corner, and each one to be shouting one out. That's what that reminds me of, because you don't see that often. But that's how things were done. He's like, oh no, don't listen. It's just like, yeah, stay away, I'm harder.
Yeah.
No one's going to scream their head off for no reason, are they? Because they're happy. No, if you're happy, you remain quiet, man.
There you go. Empty cans rattle the most.
I don't think it's that
Exactly.
much of a dog-eat-dog atmosphere, Brian, but there definitely is a hierarchy amongst the birds. You know, the crows have the prime position, unless the seagulls come in. But,
Yeah.
you know, we have lost touch with everything. And again, this is what flat Earth is about for me anyway. We understand that it's flat and stationary. Now, what are the real questions? And I can relate to Del there. I think it's about us reaching out as well. I think that we find a lot of people with vegetarianism and just animal welfare when it comes to satisfying our bellies. You know what I mean? I think these are all pertinent questions that each and every one of us must ask.
Do carrots scream, Pete? Do carrots scream when you cut them up?
Well, this is it. I mean, I think fundamental by nature, we don't need to eat at all. Imagine a scenario where, well, think about it. If you do away with the middleman, the food grows from the power of the sun, you know, combined with the power, with the water and the earth or whatever. So if we can feed ourselves off of that, which I think by nature we can, we don't need to eat, then we have another brain in our stomach. Imagine how all of our systems come together in a different sense than under this false sense.
Do you know what the stupid thing is? I'm going to just add this tip, Pete, while you're there. You know, like you get a chemical reaction from food, all these different things,
Yeah.
and it all comes from touch. So basically, in a roundabout way, and I know it sounds weird, it's either light or friction. You know, no matter what anything is, if something comes into contact, then it changes. So that's the friction there.
Right.
Something alters something from a little bit further away. It's light, but these are you can change them.
Yeah.
You know, yeah, and that explains what the scientists have touched upon with this. You know, different physics that things that discovered. So, whereas we take food on it, obviously the food that we're taking on, we think that's good for us. It's actually the chemical reaction. We know that.
Yeah.
Right.
They think obviously sun gazing is doing the same. So, how about things like listening to truth, listening to people who are honest? I mean, what does listening to people who are who are not honest or dishonest on the telly, what does that do to you? If certain things happen throughout, you know, your life and different things we discover, if you're hearing stuff on the telly, that's going to make you feel worse as well. So there is a fundamental thing, not just me. You know, it's everything.
Yeah,
and
That's a good.
No. And that was awesome, Dan. That was sorry. There you go.
It's everything's about vibration and intent, and again, we have to. I really do think that we have to be careful in terms of making any judgment. I really do think there's a greater game going on. You know, the fact that every nation in the world is silent about chemtrails, for instance, or every nation in the world is silent about whatever you want to say, flat Earth, the most fundamental and important thing, but just a litany of things that go on and on. That there might be a different game at play, you know, and I guess we just have to. That's definitely what I'm considering these days, you know. We are wiser. We are wiser. You see, when you do look at the television and you see what's going on here, you know that you can just combat that with just a thought. You know, you place no importance in it. So any of the vibrations coming from that direction will just bounce off of you in a real sense, you know, because you yourself have a vibration to emit, and yeah, it is all about vibrations. But I do think it is important to think in the potential that there is a greater game going on.
Yeah, but just to add to that as well, it was a beautiful thing that Denny said there. That was a very good point, and like I think that's why children are precious as well, because a child like grows up and it believes everything it's told by its parents, and it's probably a safety mechanism. It keeps it safe, but still, it has to learn that lies come with truth, and it has to figure that out. And then a child learns to lie itself. So lying is actually something you learn. It's not something that you're born with. You know, truth. You're actually born with truth.
Fundamentally, we were all sort of lied to. Like an example, I know it's the old usual cliche. It's Santa Claus, Easter Bunny, all that kind of stuff.
That teaches us to lie, doesn't it? That teaches us what a lie is.
I lie to my own children, buying presents, pretending that it exists, going along with the whole bullshit, just like everybody else.
Yeah.
That's another one of the things. It's like, you know, we're waking up, and yeah, it's a fundamental thing. It's through everybody, you know.
Do you regret lying to your child, Dill, about the Easter Bunny and
You know, not really, because you know, that's the other thing. They cannot get people to do shit like that without the good intentions of the people. Now,
Yeah.
when we were fibbing, I will call it a fib about Santa Claus to our children. We were sort of well, were we even explaining to ourselves in our heads what was going on? We were just carrying on a tradition. There's a Santa Claus, right? You know, I learned enough about all that stuff, you know, since then, you know, and how the Santa Claus we're familiar with is like basically, you know, you can go into all the other things. I'm not talking about all the esoteric and all the different things and the origins of Christmas per se, but I'm just talking about the man in the red suit with the beard. It's a Coca-Cola advertisement.
Yeah,
The
fat cunt. Yeah, the fat cunt. The fat cunt. Fuck that fat cunt.
I didn't know that until about 2 years ago.
Yeah, you see, that's the thing. I've more than 2 years ago, but it's kind of like recent of learning about all this shit, you know.
Well, think about it, Del. Think about it in another sense, right?
Yeah.
And actually, I just thought of a fundamental sense there that I'll say it again. But think about it in another sense. Santa, Satan, right? It's all about if you're good or bad, Santa will know, and you will not be rewarded. Now, the idea that we teach our children is you be good for the sake of being good, not for that material carrot.
Yes.
So here's where the temptation comes in.
Of course. And then there's someone always watching you. So there's this entity outside of the family that's watching you to make sure you're good all the fucking time.
Right.
What about when you're masturbating? Like, is your guardian angel on your shoulder? Like,
You just got to make sure your camera's off.
But who cares? The biggest. But hang on, Ronald. The biggest crime there
sorry, brother.
This is
Keep going, please.
Listen, the biggest crime there that we're doing is actually a crime to ourselves. If we knew how powerful, this is what I think, how powerful our semen is. Now, of course, we know that it can lead to the creation of a miracle, which is a baby, right? But if we just waste our seed on sort of materialistic lust, I guess, if you're putting it in that sense, that is the biggest crime. It's not a crime to the universe. It's a crime to ourselves in terms of.
That's why I always do them up the bum. That's why I always do them up the bum.
Right. Well,
Stanley Kubrick was warning people about, well, not warning. What I'm saying is it was encoded in his movie, the precious bodily fluids in.
Yeah. I think, Del, you have to hang on to that.
You have to hang on to your precious bodily fluids.
Think about it, though.
Boxers don't masturbate because it weakens you.
This ties in beautifully.
You know, if boxers don't do it, they run 15
I do
miles in the morning.
it 8 times. I do it 8 times a day.
Right.
So
well,
what's that? Every 2 hours, 32 minutes. That's not bad.
Think about
I couldn't be bothered sticking it to another woman now because, you know, they just get annoyed.
No, they want it erect. Bleeding, picky.
Yeah, but this is what we've got to resist. Is this lustful desire?
Peach, I'm joking with you, my friend. By the way, I'm not being derogatory.
This is serious, like, because when you think about Jesus in the Bible, as how we know it's fictional, right? But it has a truth to it. Jesus was celibate, right?
What truth?
Hang on.
Sorry, mate. Sorry. It's your show. Yeah.
Okay, Jesus was celibate, right? He achieved enlightenment after he went in to the desert or whatever for 40 days and 40 nights without food and water, or whatever but water and food. So what that ties into what we're saying about living on the sun. If we don't eat, right, our system will react differently and everything will be different. But if we hang on to our vital fluids, then maybe this is what's needed to, this is where the 33 comes in. Those fluids then rise up our spine and overcome this, forgive the expression, but overcome this division or this lustful desire to partner with a missing
I had
half.
a thought about it. I had a thought about this, Pete. If you could isolate, say, a part of someone's day, you know what they're going to do. So let's just say you make them fast. You can make them stronger people. And I was thinking this about fasting. I was thinking, well, some fasting, obviously, it must be related to menstrual cycles for a woman.
Right.
About 3 or 4 pages, and I found some matchups. Started because it was a menstrual cycle.
Man, it's all about the blood.
You know what I mean?
It's all about the blood.
What about Hitler? He gave all his soldiers speed.
Did you ever hear this? The thing about
Nazis?
I remember
Nazis.
I remember hearing a breathe air dude going on about it before. Come on now, Rollo. Stop being Trollo for a minute. The breatharian. There's this breatharian guy going on. Now, we heard about all this stuff years ago, the breatharian thing. But one thing that I remember hearing that he said was kind of profound. It made me think about it. He said that
swastika.
food, fucking swastika. There's a different reason for a swastika ban, and it's not like the Nazi one that the Jews are always pushing.
I know.
They're still finding
Me, you are friends still. Me, you are friends. You're right, man.
Or fucking, or I mean, janitors that were cleaning out the jackses in the death camps and putting them on trial for being bold Nazis. But
I'm just trying to do the swastika on camera.
Yeah, no. Honestly, to get back to what he said food is like a drug that's introduced into somebody, and he says starvation is the withdrawal symptom of food.
Right.
Because he had already had it sussed out. The people get used to this. The body gets used to all the stuff that we're putting into it. And the literal shock of depriving that is depriving of the drug. It'd be like a heroin addict just being deprived of pure heroin. His body goes shock and he'd die. And he died from heroin. He died from...
How many weeks have you not smoked a cigarette?
What do you mean? How many weeks have I not? I haven't.
I'm just saying, like, try and
but I don't sick
though. because me and John LeBon are going to do a challenge at 4 p.m. today on fakeologist.com. We're not going to go.
Never quit something. Just do something else as well as it. Don't quit stuff.
No. That's okay. No, I'm just saying that John LeBon may be coming in. But on fakeologist.com at 4 p.m. this afternoon, we're going to...
that got to do...
I'm not going to be back till 9/11. I'm not going to be back till 9/11. I can promise you that.
Tomorrow night?
Yeah, tomorrow night.
It's okay, shit.
So
I thought we were going to see it at a Flat Earth meeting.
And you see... doesn't mean I can't type into the chat. Into the Discord chat, but I will not be back on camera until 9/11. And well, if I die before that, you know what I mean. Tomorrow's a promise to no one.
Don't die. There you go, Snowder.
Oh, I'm not going to kill myself or anything like that, but I'm just saying.
No, just don't die.
Tomorrow's a promise to no one.
I'd be playing the fucking slow violin track here now at the minute if it wasn't that we'd probably violate P's.
I was thinking more of I Will Survive music in the background. That
but you can't play that on Google because this will get fucked over.
Yeah. Let me comment on what you said there, Del. And I mean, this is all about a mental approach as well as a physical approach. So exactly, you can't just go along and say, well, Peter said you could survive on sunlight and breathing. And then try it and then drop dead and go, well, why did you tell me that? No, it's all about an understanding and a mental and a physical approach. Right? But I think ultimately, yes, we don't need to eat food at all.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The guy was kind of pointing out that the food was like the drug and you wean yourself off the drug. You don't just fucking stop eating and start fucking looking at the sun and breathing. Well,
there are some tribes that don't urinate. And, they don't pass water. Because they only eat the thing here and there, so that's not far off. I mean, Jesus Christ, how many times you go for a piss today?
There's a tribe that drinks.
We're taking on excess.
There's a tribe that drinks the urine of their cows, of their calves and stuff in Africa.
Well, they should tell them about the others, man, and then they can drink milk for a while.
I don't think that was trending, Brian. I reckon they were told to do that.
Yeah, he was the first one to come up with the idea, man.
I'll tell you, the foolish.
Yeah, well, you didn't just fall asleep under a cow, you know what I mean?
Listen, je suis dodo, right? The thing is that the white stuff that comes from the others is probably much worse for us than anything that comes from the vagina or the penis. You know what I mean? Honestly, this is the twisted nature of things,
The white, what are you saying? The white stuff that comes from us.
The milk that we drink, man.
Yeah, the milk.
Yeah, with the
But that's-
hormone growth, bleeding, whatever it is, isn't it? Everything else.
Just in general,
Which is probably another fair thing, like fucking fracking. So sorry.
Did you ever hear
You're right.
the story about the fella that was out walking out in the fields, and he came
No, but
across?
after this, I'll tell you my racist joke.
Oh, okay. But this
Go
is
for it. Go for it. No, Del, your joke first. The fellow walking in the fields.
yeah, and he came across this farmer, like, you know, with a big, you know, cow and whatever, or he had a field of, you know, cattle, and and he says, you don't know what time it is, you know, and he said he grabbed the bull's ball, lifted it up, and went, yeah, it's, you know, 4:45 in the evening, or maybe I'll say it's 11 minutes past 9, just to make it interesting. And he said, wow, that's good. You know,
Where'd you
how
pick
did
them
you do
numbers,
that?
Del?
And he says, well, you see the clock in the distance, the clock tower, and he says, I just lift up and I can see, and that's a bit fucking. You had to be.
There you go. You got to laugh. You got a sympathy
No,
laugh.
no,
All
no,
right.
no,
Okay.
it wasn't even.
Brian, what's your gag? What's your best
Um,
joke?
Top of the
Right,
morning.
this fella wants to have sex with his wife, right? And she says,
Uh-huh.
no, you can't, right? And he says, come on, love, come on, I'm fucking dying for it. It's been a few days. She says, look, I have to go see the gynecologist, and my fanny has to be clean down there. You know what I mean? It can't be dirty. He says, oh, right. He says, are you gonna go to the dentist as well?
Oh, you got the dentist as well. Oh my goodness.
Oh, Brian. Oh, wow. I'll tell you my joke,
That's
right?
best.
Now,
I've got to think of my
bear
best
in mind,
joke.
I'm going to tell you a racist joke. You ready?
Go for it. Go, racist. Go
Right,
for it.
I made this up when I was it was about 11, 12, in my school. I went to Burnage High School, Manchester. I was the only white lad in my class. It was mainly Asian lads. It was a boys' school. Everyone in the class had an older brother. So basically, you've just got to make people laugh. So here we go. Here's my joke. So there's an Asian fellow walking through the park, and it's a skinhead covered in swastikas and the lot, everything, Hitler tattoos, everything. And he's got a dog next to him. And he goes, oh, hello, sir. Oh, nice day. And he goes, no, mate. So the Indian guy goes, oh, very good. And he goes to stroke it. And the dog bites him. I thought your dog didn't bite. Now I know he sounds like Nelson Mandela, but don't worry. He goes there. I thought your dog didn't bite. He just goes, no, he don't like packies.
Doesn't like packing.
Oh.
No, but you know what? Everyone in my school who was Asian laughed at that, and it was funny because it's using their humour with them.
Yeah,
I went to an Asian school. It never works with whites, and I had to do it. And I told it as deadpan as I could, and just to see, so you didn't have to join in to make it sound racist.
Yeah, you know.
But no,
you know
it works
tell a
with
joke,
Muslim
yeah.
lads. I love them.
Sorry,
I love them. You can't call them Muslims. This is what makes me laugh about that. The attacks on them, all these terrorist things, it's attacking them. It's making
Disgraceful.
people question.
Your joke is great for an 11-year-old, but there's a flaw in it because, of course, your dog does bite. If you answered honestly to his question, you would have said, "Yeah, well, the dog does bite."
Maybe that was the first time it's ever bit.
But,
Maybe.
very good.
Yeah.
Maybe I don't know. But nevertheless, it's just it made me mates laugh, and that's what was funny about it. It's like they're expecting, oh, it's not my dog.
Yeah.
I wrote.
Don't try to tell the time with a Rottweiler's balls.
Yeah, but you'd have to, obviously I'd have to repeat the "it's not my dog" joke maybe for about a week before, but nevertheless, then you'd understand.
Well, we've
What
got
I
to thank
wrote-
Peter Sellers for that. Peter Sellers. I mean, that's not my dog.
Yeah.
Was it Peter Sellers, or was that an Elliot joke?
But you don't do
I've
you
no idea, man.
dog a pet dog if you're a Muslim, or is that just one of these urban legends?
They don't like dogs, no, really. They don't.
No, they don't. They don't. I moved to within, and a lot of people I knew were scared of dogs and they'd throw stones at them and stuff just to sort of shame away.
Scared?
Yeah, because I
Scared?
thought
Yeah,
some
Real
fucking
scared.
council. Didn't some council?
Carry mines in Afghanistan, you see, dogs.
One of the
I'm not scared of anything. The only thing I'm scared of is death, and those that die before me. Because me and Dell spoke about it before. It's because I'm selfish, because I don't want people to die before me. The people that I love. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
Just sit in the front of the bus then.
Rolo,
I don't want to step in front of a bus, but I just don't want people
No, I
to die
said
before me.
sit at the front. Sit at the front, and then that way you'll die first.
don't be afraid of it, man. No, you can't.
But he
There's
doesn't want to
nothing
die.
be
That's
afraid
what
of.
I got from the conversation. He doesn't want other people to leave to die. You see.
Yeah.
So he's being.
You understand?
He would
Yeah.
rather die if he would rather die first in a group of people that he loves. Isn't that what the conversation was?
Why would you?
That's
Why would
it.
you?
I've had
Why would you
I've
say-
had this conversation with myself, and obviously my dad died 15 years ago, and my mum's 82, and I've often said in my head, because I'm selfish, I'd rather die before my mum. But now thinking about it and what I've learned, I don't think that death is the end. So
No.
for me to die before my mum would die, I think first of all, my mum would hate that, because I don't think death is the end. So it's just a quick answer there. Sorry.
That's a good point, yeah.
Good few times.
Why would you? Why would you
agree.
feel sorry for someone who is going to paradise or going to definitely a much better situation? Everything is flipped, remember, and the church is responsible for flipping most of it. But yeah, I think that's a mortal sort of concern of all of us, Rolo, and we can all equate to that. I was just going to say about the racist thing. I got banned from the chat in You've Been Exposed channel for typing in the word nigger.
Yeah.
That's only because I have.
Pete, I think it was the dreadlock wig that did it.
Well, that's only because, and I knew what I was doing, like, but I Big L, I have an arrangement with Big L. He goes, you have the pass, Pete. So he gave me the pass. I didn't look for the pass. So that means I can use the word nigger with Big L. I can go, how you doing, nigger? So I did it one day, and he said, no, you can't use the nigger word, N-I-G-G-E-R. N-I-G-G-A, nigger is grand. So that's grand. I was in Big L's chat, or You've Been Framed chat, You've Been Exposed chat, sorry, You've Been Framed. Jeremy, what you call it with the small hand. That's another fake death for you, Del. Jeremy, whatever that guy's name is. But sorry, anyway.
You know, in engineering, you get a small set square and a big set square, and the big set square is called the big L.
Big L, right. I didn't know that now, actually. But
Big L, little L. That's all it is.
Where that's coming from.
There you go.
It's like the Masonic square. But anyway,
I'm going to go and have a smoke, niggers. All you niggers, I'm going to have a smoke.
Here's the thing, right? So just to be provocative in a sense, Dread is inside, and all the black guys are saying, nigger this, nigger that. I went to Big L, who was in the chat. Have I got the pass? He said, yeah, you got the pass. And I said, what's up, nigger? And then there was sort of consternation within the chat. And I'm going, what? And Chris Truthseeker banned me.
I know, but do you know what, Pete? I love when you're in chat, and sometimes you just walk in and go, it's literally the equivalent of grabbing like the hostess's boob. You know, they're going, yeah, they're real, and then just carry it on. It's funny. I know, I love it, man. I would never change it. Just like I wouldn't even.
It's only a chat. This is why
of course it is.
Yeah,
but the thing is because you see the etiquette of the channel, that's when you can see like people getting offended, and it's like you shouldn't get offended at any of it. You got three people on there pretending to be someone else. You should be offended at that.
Right. You know what
I mean?
This is why you don't take it too seriously and be yourself. I'm always responsible for what I think and what I say and what I type and what I do. You know what I mean? So I knew.
Oh, you are. You're priceless, mate. I'm telling you, you're like the Bobby Charlton off flat.
No, but listen. So I did that.
You just scored him from anywhere.
Yeah, but immediately there was uproar, right? So on the one hand, I can't use a word even cordially with Big L. You know, Chris Truthseeker came back. Actually, that was on Globebusters. That happened, but also on more appropriately, I did it in You've Been Exposed, because they've been using the word all the time. Any of the music you listen to, from it's nigger this, nigger that. No one's going to tell me I can't use the word. All words are about intent. You know what I mean?
Well, you didn't invent it, did you? You invent the word to upset people 400 years ago.
No, exactly. But no one's going to say, well, listen, I can use this word, and you can't use it. Right? That doesn't watch for me. So that caused a bit of trouble. But all this political correctness. Listen, we're men. We are man.
Do you know what I just did? dropped my bloody smoke off the edge of the balcony, but I was smart enough not to chase it.
Wise
Yeah,
move,
nearly
fuck
jumped
me. It's like sorry, did I cut into the conversation? I'm fucking wasted.
Yeah, no worries,
You
Rollo.
guys are great. I'll
Rollo, you
put
rock,
me.
man.
Someone put me on mute. Someone put me on mute.
Yeah, I was going to say something actually as well, quite important. So if you give me a couple of
I'll
minutes,
put myself on mute.
but I was just going to say, the new word in flat earth for me, standardization. So there's a standard way now that we must act within chat or within hangouts or standard sort of questions. You can go to certain areas, don't go beyond for the sake of unity. No, and that's exactly what we're getting away from. And we should resist that at all costs and don't take part in any groupings. That's the way I look upon it anyway now. But yeah. No,
I'd agree with that. Yeah.
No, I think you have to be aware, and this is about the individual waking up. No leaders. This is a greater story, and just let me tell you how it ties in with the story. So give me a minute. You were talking about earlier on Santa Claus, Del. What do we do at Christmas time? Well, don't we take a cut down tree, right? Place it in the center, place a star on top, and what we celebrate the birth of the Son, right, of man, Jesus. Now, I mentioned before that Jesus is the Son, literally. So what's going on there? Why would we have a cut down tree with a star? Which
is this the King James Bible or what are you reading here?
We all do, Rollo. This is what we all do at Christmas time. And this ties in back to, well, what exactly is the Son? What's going on?
That's a pagan rite, isn't it? The tree, bring the tree in as a pagan thing.
It's a literal thing, Brian. This every ceremony is about literally the nature of the plane.
Go for it. Go for it, Brian.
This is what I'm saying. So,
Brian, do you believe in God?
Ever since I found out the earth was flat, I knew this place wasn't random. So there definitely is something. 100%. Yeah.
Flat.
100% flat, and there has to be a creator. There's no way this shit is random. It's impossible.
So what do you think of John LeBon, like wishy-washing and all over it?
Well, look.
I don't think we care about John LeBon, Rollo. I don't think.
No, I do. I like the guy.
Right. Remember,
I've invited
a personal relationship with him. It's not just what John puts out, and you see, because John's amicable. He's very personable. He's a nice enough gent. Well, he has been so far. I've never come across him yet.
Who's scratching the fuck out there?
Is that me?
By the way, this is going out on outside radio as well, just in case,
He's scratching the fuck out there.
Someone's
scratching the fuck out there.
That knife for? He's it.
That's Millennium. Get your wrench.
Oh, it's a Millennium. Hey,
stop fighting.
Millennium, stop fucking doing that.
Denny, stop fighting your microphone.
Anyway,
all right, Brian, where were we in the conversation there?
Rollo, Pete was talking there, man. It's his show. I have to moderate.
Sorry, man. Pete, back to you.
I mentioned earlier on, Del, Jesus died on the cross, right? Jesus is the Son. X marks the spot, but we do it every year, don't we? We put the tree, a broken tree, a cut down tree, on a big X as the stand.
Yeah.
Generally, you have associated around it the tracks, railway tracks, which could almost be a cut of the soul. It could also be a flat Earth, couldn't it? Could be the Gleason's model or something. So that's very.
Well, do you remember as far back as when the whole propaganda got going good with television and everything? Do you always have a little train track going around as well around the tree, because one of the presents would be a little train track,
right?
A train
circling the tree.
Yes, it's circling around. Yeah. I like just thinking now.
I do.
Representing. Yeah, sorry, go on, man.
No, I was just going to say, Del, listen, this is important, right? Everything we've been told is telling us about our plane, the flat Earth, the nature of the sky, the nature of the sun, So you know what I mean? We can talk about the esoteric meaning, like of Santa and the Satan and all that, but fundamentally, everything is telling us about our history, what things were like. And so what I'm saying, literally, when we cut down a tree and put it on that X, and then the sun is celebrated as being born, that's a literal description of what the sun actually
The
is.
star on the top of the tree as well.
Right. And there you have all the lights, the artificial lights.
Candles. It used to be candles, and now it's, of course, LED.
So here we go.
But hey guys, everybody likes to be entertained. Do you understand that?
Think about
Yeah, I understand that, but that's what I was saying earlier on when we were talking about lying to our children about Santa.
Yeah, but everyone wants to be in it.
I already stated all
Because
that.
life is so boring most of the time.
Yeah, because otherwise it'll end up being Malice in Wonderland instead of Alice in
Malice in
Wonderland.
Wonderland. There we go.
Yeah, but hang on.
Malice in
There we
Wonderland.
go.
That's where we are.
Hang on, Mum.
This is Wonderland, and we're not even got the right goggles on.
Right.
It's fucking this.
Yeah, but
We're in a garden
let me
now.
ask you,
This is it. This
you're waiting for something to happen. That's why I sang the song "The Bends" there. I don't.
oh, I'm yeah.
What,
I'm the
what are
observer.
we waiting for to happen? We waiting for death?
Hang on.
No, I don't think we are.
Waiting for God.
No, I don't think we are.
It's already written about as well. but-
Haha.
No, but what I'm asking.
Sorry, come on.
What I'm saying.
I don't know. It's weird, isn't it? It's like courage is fear. One split second later, it's courage.
You know.
So you don't know.
Hang on, Mum. Hang on. See, I don't know you that well in terms of to speak to you face to face here, but the fundamental question I'm asking you, and I think I know what you're saying, but I'm saying within your own mind. Are you trying to get further in your understanding of any particular aspect of something? Is that what you sort of strive for, to get a grasp on the overall picture? Or
I
do you
think
put that on the back burner.
But what I'm trying to do is excel at the things that I've always thought were my strengths anyway. So identifying what's good in people. I know it sounds bleeding cliche, but nevertheless, yeah. And making people feel confident about themselves, for whatever it may be, bringing out people's interest. I'll watch a program about someone if with someone if they're interested in it. I think the only way to go through life is, I'm being totally selfish here by sitting in now and doing this. Really, what I should have done is gone bed 2 hours ago, not phoned in work saying I'm not going to come in and stop drinking, but I'm being selfish now, so I'm staying up all night with a bad back, drinking away. I'm going to talk to you lads, but this is the problem. There's as long as your selfishness doesn't eat into your everyday life, then if you've got any orientation or not. But
they sound like something out of like what's that? What was that film? Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels. I'll fill you so full of holes if you're not welcome in my house. I'll fucking fill you full of holes.
Is that Lenny McLean? He's another thug. He needs fucking throw in the canal and kill him. Most of them idiots do, man. Don't ever admire them.
No. If you come into my house unwelcome, I'll fill you full of holes.
Even that's a bit far fetched, isn't it? What if you just fucking pissed and you know what you're doing? Do you know what I mean? There's lots of things you can pull. Let's not do this. No, but Rollo, I never pull you up on anything, man. Sorry, that caught me then because I was asked
pull me up. Anything.
No. It's nothing to do with me. Look, I've asked myself this question: what am I doing?
I'll
with
look
my future?
down the camera.
No, and all I'm doing in my future is literally I'm observing. I'm just putting in me 2 penneth, and I've said that I'm just observing. That's all I'm doing. I'm observing, and if anyone comes close enough to hear what I'm saying, they will hear it. And then if they want to walk off, that's fine. If we stay in the same crowds, then they still keep hearing and murmuring. But it doesn't get any further than that. I'm nice to people as I'm passing.
Mum, I think I understand what you're saying.
Go, Pete.
I guess I was more asking in terms of your own understanding of a model. Are you constantly trying to put pieces together and get the sun working with you know what I mean?
Yeah, I've done a few things like that. I think the barrier. I don't think the barrier is physical. towards the edges. But when I say this, I'm not even talking as if I'm a flat earther. What I'm saying is there's certain realms or parts of this planet where, you know, that are pretty impossible to get to.
Yeah.
And temperatures.
Did you ask me earlier? Did you ask me earlier? Did you ever kill anyone? Did you ever kill anyone, or have you ever raped anyone?
Me? No, mate. That's a dodgy question. That.
No. And someone asked me that last night. Did you ever kill anyone? Did you rape anyone?
I'd love to know anyone who said yeah. I tell you what, they've got big balls.
I forgot to do what we were talking about, Rollo.
Once or twice, yeah.
On,
just
man.
before I got AIDS.
You can talk about
No,
that.
the silly thing was with me. No, the silly thing with me is what I think is I think like you, I think there's just a lack of heat, light, whatever. So you get up a certain amount of the way, usually let's say about 80 miles an hour, boom, no heat, no light, no nothing moves. Remember, no heat, that means nothing's going on. If there's no interaction with anything, friction, there's no light traveling through it. Same.
Right.
Comes down towards the edges of wherever you might meet. I've got an inclination there's some sort of correlation between the Rainbow Road that's in Northsmith and the Northern Lights and the creation of icebergs, only because I'm a weirdo. And not only that, the reason I think all that is because I don't think Antarctica is real. I'm outside the box. I'm not a skeptic. I'm sort of Tolkien.
Excellent.
You know, I think I know where I am.
Excellent, man. Does
what I said?
Does what I said about the tree make any sense to you?
Well, yeah, but with the triangles, you like I say, you've only got to throw a few triangles in, and you can close off 6,000-7,000 miles of the ocean and not change the flight path. Instead of going from there to there to there, it's just going from there to there to there. They did it with Africa. They've closed off Africa, straight lines.
Yeah.
They've done it with Australia. Australia is fucking what foot? How many parts, Rollo? 5, 6.
This is why I'm even more encouraged by the dodo as well, because
Rollo will have to unmute himself because I muted.
No. I've met guys that have actually killed people, and I don't know how it makes you feel as a person, but like I believe them that they killed them. Yeah, shot them.
Yeah, Rollo, this is why I think I've had a problem with you, man. When you're drinking, anyway.
What's the problem?
Yeah, don't worry about it, man. So you're not going to be aware, and even if I say it to you, you're not going to remember, are you? So there's no point.
No. Well, this will be recorded, right?
No, yeah. Well, it doesn't matter. I mean, you know, I know.
Oh, no.
And I'm wearing a wire.
I'm not bothered who's who or what's what, but I told you already. I said it openly that I did have problems with you when you were drinking. Just got on my nerves. That's all it is. And
I'm gonna drop dead any day soon. Why not?
Yeah, well, I mean,
look, see that?
Wait, then he's wearing a wire, and it's also going on.
To maybe avoid that.
Who gives a fuck if I live or? Who gives a fuck if I live or die? Who gives a fuck if I live or die?
Why? You're nice.
Why? Why? Why am I nice? There's nothing nice about me. I hate myself.
Come on now, stop this.
I think you're an actor, Rollo, at this stage, man. So I'm not going to take it too seriously.
Let's play the kooks right now.
Yeah.
I hate everything about me.
And if you play the Kooks, they're definitely a stooge band. You're gonna have to play something. You're gonna have to play.
Yeah, and then they'll restrict Pete's video in Germany and on some devices.
No, I couldn't think of anything. CC. Instead of that, go on. You carry on, Pete.
Well, they did. What
have you observed, man? Because you've seen the change over the past years. So now you've seen the shift from people getting all intrinsic, looking into medical things, this, that, and the other. So all hitting flat earth and going MMS, veganism, this, that, and the other. I think we're doing what a supermarket did and get all the products in one shop.
There's a few different ways you can look at it, of course, and everyone is at their own position. But we can be scared.
Because I want a club points card if that's what it's going. I've been at Poncho Pete's every day. I'm only joking.
We can be scared as fuck, you know what I mean? We can be confused as fuck, or else we can entertain different possibilities. Again, 420 relating to the dodo, relating to this time we're in. this time of revelation, this time of knowledge. Again, they know the earth is flat and stationary. This has been known going back however many years. So again, are we in the time of this planned unveiling, the second coming, if you will? Now, if Jesus is the Son was the first coming and he was crucified, right? Literally, take it literally, the Son was a tree, the tree was cut down. If you can imagine different forces that were holding back a barrier, this is where two-ball, this is where the bi-ball comes into it. Initially, the earth, you can imagine it as a snow globe, right? Then the trees were cut down, especially the one in the north. But the barrier collapses upon itself. Like a salamander, it saves the center for the sake of existence, you know. So that protected the north center, and then the rest of the barrier is as we see it now. So the sun is actually broken. It's and that's why Jesus has died on the cross. So here we go with Jesus being born on Christmas Day. The tree is cut. So it's actually a death. Jesus is a death, you know. So Jesus, the tree has been cut down, and Jesus is born, which is the sun we see now. So the sun is the total of everything, but it's not. If you can imagine the tree in all its massiveness, and many of these trees strewn around, and you can imagine this energy flow through the trees. What an amazing sight, or what amazing existence. But yeah, the tree has been cut down, and now we have the sun. So the sun is the total of everything that was distributed in a different sense.
When you talk like that, what brings to mind is the fact that when you talk about the tree being cut down, people cut down trees because they come to an end of a cycle, this, that, and the other. So maybe it's just a description of a cycle, or, you know, whatever it may be, flood, or, you know, different things. But there's something else involved there. There's part of the story that's added to do with this Jesus fellow, where there's two types, you know, two ways you can look at it. He was God's son. No, he was son. Oh no, it's just been interpreted wrong. No, it's not. That was put there for a reason. And that's what's funny about it. It always gets me. It's like, you know, you don't mistake that.
You're Jesus. You're Jesus.
Yeah, it's God's son. Oh, the son. Oh, and then you get the Horus, and the, you know, and all the Dionysius, and, you know, the usual things.
Here's where you see. Here's where understanding that the earth is flat and stationary is only the start of it. Now we have to understand who we are. This is where 33 comes into it. This is where when you put the I back in Jesus, you get je suis. Je suis is I am. You know, so us recognizing our own power. When we combine these different possibilities.
It's a bit like.
Okay, I'll give you one more chance, Roller Man, because I told you. Anyway, I don't mean to be mean or anything, but he'll soon forget this, whereas I won't. So I'm not going to get involved with it. But
Sweet, I am, by the way, Danny, I am.
No, you don't need music on the channel, man. It'll fuck it up, as you know.
But look, when we look at it in a literal sense, so yeah, Jesus. So yeah, we have that capability within us all, you know. And this is what about the literal thing about us eating properly, us thinking properly, us hanging on to our bodily fluids, and enlightening ourselves. Once you become enlightened, then I imagine that you just separate yourself from everything, and no one hears from you, and you're not bothered. You know what I mean? You just move on to a different existence, I suppose, in real sense. But yeah, I think we're all going that way now. I think the game is ending, you know. So when I mentioned the tree, if you think about it, I think there's plenty of evidence for trees. For me now, the giant trees are a reality, and the destruction of.
Yeah, but just let me ask you, do you not think that it's what's made you the person you are, knowing that there's something extra there? What's left?
You're breaking up, man. You're breaking up. Right?
And I'm just saying there, if you know, like, what's made you is just looking for answers. So if the age of discovery is coming, what after that?
We're in it.
Yeah,
I think we're in the age of discovery.
Yeah, but what after that? Because I remember growing up going, I wish I was born in the 50s because Happy Days was on. And then it got to 1970s and I was going, oh yeah, I wish I was born in the 60s because I'm a Doors fan.
Then reality.
Always that little bit of wonder.
All our lives, but here's the thing, Mom. All our lives have been fake. Everything. It's not just like a piece of information. Everything. Our whole mentality is
Fucking Ronald Reagan.
we were brought up and molded and shaped in a fake environment completely. This is the point about us awakening. This is why it's an individual journey. I think we will all awaken ultimately, but you can maybe be a little bit ahead of the crowd, possibly. I don't know.
Do you know what? I know I'm right behind you there, because Ronald Reagan, Maggie Thatcher, Tony Blair, they never lied to me personally. I never paid attention to them. I never believed any of them were in control of anything anyway.
Yeah.
It's like when you see them sat on the couch or the Beetlejuice couch, and I'll have to be amicable.
You mentioned Ronald Reagan, George W. Bush playing the role of Charles Manson.
Can I say goodbye?
Oh, Rollo, thank you, man. Nice to speak to you, man. Not speak to you.
Den, thank you, and most especially because it's Pete's show. Pete, I'll be back here on fakeologist.com on 4 o'clock Australian Eastern Standard Time. I'm going to talk to some guy called Chubbs, and I love the guy. Yeah, he's great. So, cheers, guys.
All right, Rollo.
Yeah, man.
See you,
Take
Rollo.
care, Rollo.
See you. Good luck to me. Good luck to me. I wish the best luck to me. And Brian and Del, Millennium. Yeah. See you guys.
Take it easy.
See you, buddy.
Night, Rollo.
See you guys. Bye.
Yeah. So that's what I think is going on, man. Honestly, I think there's,
What do you think of me, my daft little model? Before I go any further, when I say there's like ice poles, I don't mean poles. What I mean is if there's something supporting,
right,
or something doing something, there's a discharge above the water or under the water, which is creating the desalinization of seawater, blah, 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 blah. But with all the symbols that have been in the news media and what I've learned about electromagnetic fields at the moment, I'm looking into like a figure 8, almost like a B shape from Manchester the Manchester emblem, with a channel through the north and through the south. Now, I'm just being dead honest with you there, mate.
Yeah.
It's stuff that I've picked up.
Yeah.
So, and that's me. I mean, I'm sat here saying Antarctica doesn't exist.
Look at the
most people are actors.
Look at my logo here, or my, whatever you want to call this, the avatar. Catchphrase that IPS is using these days is tip of the beak. I think there's a Portuguese.
He used curvert the other day, not bad.
But I think
I remember when I first seen that, I thought that was funny.
I think that's a literal clue, as in where this portal might lie. And of course, the Falklands War, that another fake war. Falklands War.
Well, yeah. How about this? How about if the tip of the beak doesn't actually separate from Antarctica, and the map you've got up, as we know, or the illustration as you've got up, as you know, represents the platelets of the landmass. So obviously South America would stop shorter. So the tip of the beak would actually be Deception Point.
Right.
He's just rubbing something in your face.
Well,
the fact that they call it Deception Point.
Where is the eye located?
That's another interesting question. I didn't really look. I think I made a brief glance.
Look at that. I bet it's that town in Brazil where it's all Scottish people. You see it? There's about 300 of them with ginger hair.
Where Hitler retired to, one ball. But I'm just saying in general, that is a catchphrase, and this is the thing about IPS. He's an actor on the stage, right? But there's always deeper clues. Okay, we see the surface drama that's going on, but again, there's a different game going on. Everything, even IPS, points back to Mark Sargent. So I don't know if you heard Alice in Wonderland tonight, but the first chapter was very revealing. And again, I
would have preferred it if Patricia Steer had it out, to be honest with you.
Right, well.
I'm only joking, man. You fucking LP. You need sound effects or something.
But I know, man. But listen, that's why Antonio's playing this sort of advanced actor's role. I mean, do you think it's coincidence? Do you think he calls Patricia a transgender, and her name is Steer, and Steer is a castrated young bull calf? Do you think this is all just
Miss Steer? No, it's not. No, all the language is there. This is when we know it's contrived.
Yeah. It's all of it.
You know, and we do. I'm not saying ignore it. I'm saying, you know, ridicule and mock it as much as you can. But if they're in charge of the platform that you're going in, you know, we can't really complain when we get, you know, when we get pulled for calling people a cunt.
It's a game of Cluedo. It's a grander puzzle, you know. Again, don't.
Oh, it is. That's why. I mean, I've seen Brian go fishing on different other channels, and it's funny. And he you know, some days he's good at it, Brian. It's fucking great, mate. The amount of times I've turned up and I've seen it, like 9 people say hello to Brian, and I've rewound it, and I've gone, yeah, he was taking a piss. But I've just rumbled you. No, but you know, just saying hi to one person.
Yeah.
That you didn't want to say hi to. And it triggers an avalanche, man.
I know. Yeah.
I'll be dead honest with you. I'll ignore you some days if I can't be asked because I think you're a sock. And then when I've got people who think they're a sock, I'll say, no, I think you're a sock.
Yeah.
And then I go, right, 50 seconds later, you're laughing. And that's it. I've got my frustration out. But
sometimes you're cranky. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I'm the same.
Yeah, you don't need it, yeah. It's like with that bleeding some cunt said the N-word. Yeah, and I was waiting for it. I said I said at the beginning that I'm gonna get. No, I said I'm gonna give Pete 54 minutes till he gets bad. It was like 51, and it was brilliant. Honestly, Pete, you missed it. Pete, if you remember, you'd been saying the N-word for about 3 days prior in chat in Dread's Hangout.
Oh, and then I went back and I kept asking him, is it okay?
Yes, and then you said it in voice.
I phrased it in a certain way that, like, I couldn't be banned for it. Is it okay to say the nigger word in inverted commas?
Yeah, well, so that's what it was. And I had 54 minutes, and you think you said it on 51. There you go. But nevertheless,
I'm telling you, where are you?
Words.
And Sergeant Bilko into it.
All words are
Sergeant Prepper, and then he puts on the glasses. He put on these fucking, and that's why I said Sergeant Bilko, because they were wearing Phil Silver glasses.
So here's.
Do you remember that Bilko where he had to leave the army to join the Navy to get into a card game? He actually joined the Navy for a card game. Nice commitment.
Well, also think about the reversal here. So Mark Sargent has after garnering a pair of heavy glasses, while Patricia is after doing away with her glasses. So, you know, I think it's all a big game, and everything points to Mark Sargent. Mark Sargent Prepper, that's your big clue, you know. That's why I started reading Alice in Wonderland. Anyone who's interested, there's so many, just honestly, I had the idea just when I read the bit about the dodo the other evening, but going back to the start there, immediately he's telling you that the Earth, the globe Earth is nonsense, and you're down the rabbit hole when you're actually in the globe Earth. This is why I started.
Isn't it wonderful now that, like, we've rediscovered something? I honestly thought that, like, everything was discovered, there was nothing else to find, and now I find that it's a magical place we live in. You know, it's fucking amazing.
Beautiful, Brian. Imagine how beautiful it would be if all of this truth comes out for your children, your own life, your family. Again, 420, Hitler's birthday, 420, one ball. These are the connections.
You might hijack it though and turn us into fucking Scientologists or something, you know what I mean? Instead of just going off what you can see and then air and stuff.
I mean, what's the
science is going to throw under the bus. Sorry, Pete. Sorry, mate. I'm done.
Yeah, no, you're okay, but man, and what's the ultimate lesson we all have to learn? That we're all equal, you know. And as Brian said there, that there's so much more to it than anything we've ever considered before. So these are the lessons we have to learn, and it's only when we go through the shit that you learn to appreciate stuff more. You know, this is what it's ultimately all about.
Well, yeah, I've got one for you. Just another thing that's always stuck with me. I remember I told you about Kennedy being a womanizer, but a good man. I think that's a contradiction. Blah blah blah. Affects from it by observing it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, I understand the actual experiments looked into. I understand that to be bollocks. But the principle of it now it's getting to me more. It's almost like, yeah, well, that's obviously the way. What do you think about just being able to affect some, more people being aware of something?
Yeah, I think it's a reality, man.
This flat Earth thing, it started off really intelligent, and everyone going into logic, but now people have gone to the heart,
right.
which is what I'd rather.
Flat Earth is only the beginning, man. You find out you live in a house, fair enough. So who are you, though? Who are you doing the living? And this is the greater story. And this is where anyone who hasn't taken blood over intent seriously, I would reconsider. Sun gazing, the same thing. But this is not a plea to anyone. You can do what you like, you know what I mean? I have done it, and I see the sense in it, especially what we know about the legal name. What if we're going to be identified as a dead thing? Right. Well, one thing your blood will do to yourself is, well, look, I'm fucking, you know, it has no darker significance, like 666, no darker significance. For me, it's just about the three separate movements of the sun, which is the broken tree, you know, and, you know, the individual can take it from there, but everyone has their own views on things. So this is what I'm saying. What I'm talking about here, very few people be interested in, but I don't mind. I don't mind. Even if everyone is bored shit, I'm making a fool of myself. I learned a few things tonight, just like I learned a few things last night, and that's worthwhile to me. And I've had decent conversations as well, and everything has been grand, you know. So that's the way I look at it, you know. That's the way I look at it.
Right, Brian, your go. Go on. Did your mum beat you up?
Of course, yeah.
I'm only joking. What's your favourite?
Here, I'm fucking.
Go on.
I'm rocking it on my own since I'm 17 years of age, and I've always had a fairly rough. But for me, the biggest change was about 3 years ago when I realised the earth was flat. My life changed forever. I stopped eating meat. I stopped watching TV. I don't read the newspaper, and I swear to God, I miss fucking nothing about it. Not a single thing do I miss. I feel free now. You know what I mean? I feel better.
It's nice to watch a match of the day, though, for 5 minutes, innit? Just for 5 minutes, they go, oh, yeah, I'm not in that.
Yeah. I can't even watch movies anymore, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, I can't bring myself to watch a film at the moment, mate. I really can't.
I know, I'm the same, yeah.
So, go on. What's the next thing you want to see change? And I don't mean this in a fucking weird way, like Dell's going to talk Activision. This is just me. What I'm interested in, you know, the people I'm talking to. Yeah. What have you got happen? Is it, I don't know, is it fucking hell? Jesus Christ, heart back to typo? Is it back to putting milk in products where Maggie fucking robbed it out of? What things? Fucking hell, there was an ambassador to England who thought giving Rivita to the Arabs would calm them down. What's your idea, man? Might as well. You're consistent, you're nice, you're honest.
Yeah, well, look, I'm just horrified at the fact that they're slowly poisoning everybody, my children, everybody around me. That scares the shit out of me. And my biggest thing is that's as important as the fucking flat Earth. The fact that they're slowly killing us and poisoning us every day, you know, and we can't do anything about it.
We choose it, don't we? They say we choose it. No, I'm just saying they say we choose the food, don't we? You know, I
think we have everything screwed. That's why I gave up meat, because I know for a fact, I've done my research, that we are not designed to eat meat. I know it deep inside me, and that's why I gave it up. I gave it up because of a conscious decision, you know. So I think they twist everything. I think the food pyramid, hence the pyramid, is fucking the opposite way around. It's not. You're not supposed to eat foods the way they say, you know. Having your cereal.
Well, I mean, I agree with anyone over the age of like 14. You know, being able to eat what you want. But for any little kids, any fats, obviously, if they're local to fish or something like that, they're gonna get a fat say. But if they're inland or something like that, then obviously I don't mind them killing a squirrel or something. But no, I understand exactly where you're coming from, and not only that, it aids fat retention, health. Gets rid of the brown fat in your body. There's a lot of benefits that increase the stamina. So I can understand a lot of that. But like I say, I mean these fucking vegans that are giving the kids celery milkshakes at 2, 3.5.
Yeah.
Walking into the middle of the road, it's like you're not giving any animal fats there, darling.
Here's the great thing, Mum.
There are a few fundamental things that we need to work correctly.
No matter
But
how bad.
women should be breastfeeding as well. You know, sorry for cutting you off.
Definitely. For at least 18 months, mate. I believe that. I really do believe that.
Yeah.
But here's the great thing about our bodies, and they're so strong and
I
resilient.
was breastfed.
How bad the damage is, you can reverse it. Even the worst of cancers can be reversed.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Matthew Holby talks about a raw food diet. Go on a raw food diet for 30 days, and you know you won't go back. Well, depending, but you know.
You know, Rollo did that when his bollock got big. Rollo got a big bollock one day, for 1 month, and apparently it was massive, big green thing. And this is what I mean. Listen to me, he went raw veg. And do you know what? I said, Jesus Christ, he's got more balls than me, because that.
Literally.
I probably just walk under a bus.
Literally had more balls than you, Mum.
Well, yeah. Well, I am a proud black woman, Pete. Please remember that.
But
I'm very proud, sugar.
Look, alcohol is a poison, and Rollo, I guess, it must be consistently doing this to himself as well. So when your body lets you down in some sense, it has to sacrifice something, because, you know, it can't fight against it anymore. So again.
Well, funnily enough, it was David Weiss who actually worded the way your body gets rid of it in a good way. He said your body tries to hide toxins in a little bag.
Yeah.
And he cuts the bag away. He goes, and then your body goes, right, I've got to hide the bag somewhere else, so it'll hide it in your testicles.
There you go.
And that was David Weiss, and he was very correct.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just hide another little sack somewhere, no more cells. And I've repeated it. I mean, I've repeated it a couple of days later, but nevertheless, fucking still makes sense, doesn't it?
As you said, Rollo didn't continue that, though. He went back to doing the exact thing that caused him. So we're responsible in that sense. And I was just saying to Brian, I was just thinking about asking Brian this. I mean, ultimately, what we want is our children and ourselves to think for ourselves. And if we think properly, we're free to do what we want, especially if we know the nature of the legal name fraud. We really are. So it depends on what shoes we're willing to step into and take action ourselves, you know. And this is the whole point. Now, when we say they're poisonous, I've changed my mind on the chemtrails. Will I change my mind on the fluoride in the water? I'm going to potentially change my mind on everything. And a water engineer told me that he knew he was poisoning me by putting fluoride. So resilient. And maybe this is the ultimate point overall, just to get us to fucking realize who we are and where we find ourselves. I don't know. It could be either way, couldn't it? And I understand that a lot of the stuff I talk about won't go down too easily, I guess. You know, it's in the realms of vast speculation, but needs must, you know, we find ourselves in a flat earth. We all agree here. We all agree about 9/11 here, for the most part, I'm sure, and many other, the basic issues, you know what I mean? So that's why I was asking in your own brain. And you obviously in our own brain,
Monsanto, you know, one word, Monsanto. What a horrible company. The most fucking disgusting company ever. You know, you have their hands in food,
I mean,
medicine.
Well, the daft thing is do you know what? Around about 2011, I got about 9 months for this Monsanto, you know, with Alex Jones, because obviously everyone hits Alex Jones. I think the only person who didn't was, who the fuck was it? Oh, it might have been Chris Kendall, but someone didn't hit Alex Jones. I was like, are you joking? No. The food departments, and what they're doing is they're bolstering up, and this is the only thing I've worked out, is they're bolstering up like how our government level can do something. Same with fracking. So, oh, look what they've done. But do you know them seed things? They're real, man.
I know.
All that seed shit is real.
Terminator seeds.
Yeah, same with Area 51. There's not fucking aliens in there, but what the fuck is in there?
Exactly.
I don't believe things are taking off. I'm not a fucking knobhead, but nevertheless, if you are gonna have things taken off, you don't have it there in the middle of fucking America, you know, in the middle of everywhere. Take off from Piccadilly. You don't need it. There's something going on there. I can't explain it, but do you know what? Whether it's subterfuge or whether it's just fear porn, do you know all the right words? They've got all the right fucking lexicographers on it saying, right, yeah, no, in order to instill fear, we need to use a CK word, so we'll have a fracking.
Yeah.
All right, and then pass it around, and then boom. Before you know it, fracking, all of a sudden you hear the word fracking, you're saying a shark with a knife, or you know, whatever it may be. And that's how they do it. It's like, oh yeah, boom, and then we had Brexit, and you had what did America have? Okay, Obamacare. There you go. One word, boom, done.
Yeah.
Instills fear and
The
care.
harsh word, isn't it? Yeah, the harsh vibration.
Yeah, it's like when you go in a bookies and you're in a bookies and you've been in there 2 minutes and it says, please gamble.
Yeah.
Responsibly. Second and a half gamble. There's about a second and a half gap, and you're going, yeah, seriously? You know, please gamble. But the daft thing is you're not going to see it.
I was thinking, right, if they're slowly poisoning everybody, right, and they're also telling everybody not to smoke cigarettes, and you're wondering why are they being so nice to everybody? But if you look around, there's no smoking signs everywhere, and there's pictures of cigarettes on it. So basically, they're instilling the idea of smoking by saying don't smoke. So they're reverse advertising on us. You know, we don't even notice it.
Everything is
it's not far off. Well, that's it. From smoking, there must be a reason. And if they do want to stop you from smoking, also what they're going to do is they're going to put the price of the cigarettes, so the ones that carry on smoking, they're going to be paying for it in the nose. Yeah. Same with petrol, innit? I mean, who the fuck funds Greenpeace? It's the petrol companies.
Yeah.
So that keeps the price of petrol up, you bastards.
Yeah.
Oh God. Oh no, we can't go there. No, never mind. This is why Antarctica's bollocks. Fuck it, he's shaped like a brain. We know the score. They invented Leonardo da Vinci with his fucking helicopters. With brain shit and doing the anatomy that discovered 200 years later. Now they're trying to do it with the globe.
You just give me an idea regarding the brain.
Pete, I do not want to be responsible for giving you an idea, mate. I'm telling you now.
Just to check, because I heard the idea. I heard the idea before that the Antarctica was a negative of the Arctic, so it's the Antarctic.
Yes.
But the idea was just to compare.
I'm a fakeologist.
Just to compare the Antarctica with the wing of the dodo. So that'll be something I will definitely be doing. See if there's any similarities there. I think the dodo.
Well, if you scroll back up, you'll see where I posted it, and basically what it is it also gives them a basic map of the area that doesn't exist.
Right.
Obviously, you know, like I'm saying, is not real, and then they've got the North Pole, which is the same shape, so they can always basically do a pretty much, you know, same temperature scale of it. Yeah. Who's reverse the land and the water, and then you know this is it. I'm a pisshead, and I like drinking. Well, I'm not a thicko, and it's not hard to work out who the Masons are and where the lines are. And I'm a fakeologist, which is fucking handy. You know, people come in and go, hi.
Yeah.
Hi.
There's nothing wrong.
Sorry, mate.
No, there's nothing wrong with drinking. To do what Rolo does, I can't just do that in real life, so I couldn't do it. I told this to Rolo before loads of times, but there's nothing wrong with drinking per se. When you let the drink control you, I suppose, then
well, I don't do spirits, and I slurred after 2 cans, so.
Well, just in general, that's why they give us drink, Mum, you know that, and it's a destructive thing in itself. But yeah.
I tell you what, if you're going off age for literary worth, then beer is one of the oldest things written now. So you know.
Yeah. Well, so they say anyway. So they say.
I know. I believe that one.
I don't believe in the pyramids anymore. Mum,
no, they're definitely to track the Sun's movement.
But again, I do.
And the fact that there's something going on there. The fact that needs to be something like March 21st. Go and get yourself to Giza or sit there, and you'll see the speed up. That's why this sun tracking took place on that there, and that's why the did Egypt. Something goes on. Same with there must be if the sun moves from the Capricorn to Cancer, whatever it is, there must be a gradual thing. And I mean, you look at it, it's like no, it's not gradual. There, it disappears out of fucking sight, apart from China and Russia, whatever. And as it's coming back in, we're getting all these discrepancies. Yeah, there's something going on. I can't say anymore. Yeah, I don't know, do I?
Interesting, Mum, and I look forward to chatting again. I'm going to have to go here shortly, but look forward to chatting again because I have much more to say about how I think it's actually working. And Again, you have to be, first of all, you definitely have to be a flat earther to entertain any of this sort of stuff. But then you have to also accept other things that would otherwise be fantastical for the normal person to even entertain. You know, like giant trees, for instance, or like a watery contour.
Well, I think the Ring of Fire could be connected to your giant tree trunks. You know, these so-called volcanoes under the ground, things like that.
They're all.
Because you don't really get heat from anything that's not, material matter into heat, and I'm thinking things could generate heat.
I'm going to read this poem the next time again, and I'll go through it actually, because I'll be able to go through it line by line. But Yeats knew the answers back in 19th century. So millions of people know exactly the system we're living in. This is where the G comes in the Masonic square and compass. The square is for the flat stationary earth, and I've been saying, just to finish up, I've been saying about the chessboard, and you overlay it on the dodo. This describes the Cartesian grid-like coordinate system for the earth. Contoured barrier above, which is a collapsed snow dome, Anyway, but yeah, the G in the center then is the pivotal thing, the Masonic G. Well, what is it? Again, it's the sun. It's related to the sun. The 666 describes 3 different movements that the sun takes and makes.
Well, if you overlap the 3 6s, you do get a general G angles. I did that earlier.
Yeah, even the 6.
It's sort of like a mad G.
Yeah.
Oh, before you run off, Pete, come on, give us the rainbow thing, man. I've been waiting for this.
Do you want that, man? I was saying, well, this is where the rainbow comes in, man. Okay, it's a big one, I think, and when I think about it, it makes more and more sense. But okay, well, the barrier is mirror-like. When you introduce a light to it, it's mirror-like. But with the tree, when the tree is cut, right? Think of a tree how it would look if it was cut, as opposed to lights shining through the different branches, different whatever the structure it had. So now you have just the light shining through the sun, and the outside of the sun is the boundary conditions, if you will. And this is what we're seeing. The sun is a focused reflection. And of course, the rainbow only comes up under certain conditions, when there's ample moisture in the air, and it's not.
So you think the tree is still attached to the top, and it's just a trunk that's been chopped down, and it's still attached,
just like the rest of the trees are gone, but the energy that's powering this system, I don't think it's gone. I think it's.
I understand. I know exactly what you mean there.
Still intact, and here's the rainbow isn't semicircular. As you rise up, it's a complete circle. We're seeing the outside of the tree as projected. So imagine putting that Christmas tree that we all put up and celebrate. This is what is twisted about it. They have us celebrating our own fall, I guess. We have the Christmas tree cut, or reminding us, maybe more than celebrating it. Christmas tree is cut, right?
Remember it, not celebrate.
Think about it, Mum. Then you have the birth of the Son of Man. The Son of Man. That's when the birth is, when the cut tree is put on the X, or the X. There is definite distinction.
Well, that explain why he was crucified on a cross, and it's like, no, the cross was the tree. The tree represented the cross. There, it's like, the sun. Yeah, that makes more sense than being fucking born on an equinox and about getting behind it, which they all knew. Anyway, it was a change of cycles. There was no significance. They were arbitrary dates. There must have been something weird behind that.
There's more than that, man, and I'll save that. There's more than that, so I can expand on that further. But if you just think about it in that term, this is what I think. So the projection system is still intact. The movements are intact. It's a broken system, obviously, when you cut the shit out of everything. But that light projection now is the sun. That's why the sun is the sum total, because it's no longer dispersed through the natural, or whatever you want to call it, the fantastical natural, where you're talking about 16-mile-high trees. And if you think about these trees, right, you have the central core, which is holding back the waters, right, and it's giving, all its different energies. This is why the sun is the whole as well. If you imagine the sun and the tree being a unified whole, you'd have those energies dispersed in a different manner. We know the amazing energies.
Well, sorry, jump in there. That explained loads of weird poems from years ago there, like in Hebrew and all these things, where they said the sun is the flower of the earth. If all the energy's been taken up from the earth, then the sun ends up being the light of it, and that's what they've always said. So that'd explain a lot of the. Say that.
I'm telling you, that's what I'm saying. I wish I had more time, but I have to go here. But I'm going to read this next time, Ron, and we'll go through it, and you'll see how exactly Yeats knew. And again, if he knew, millions knew back then, and they know now. But yeah.
And he's another name that's revered. So obviously, I knew anyone that they say, oh yes, you have to look into.
There you go. And again,
perfect, mate. I think you've fucking leaps and bounds this one.
This
really do.
There's more to come, Mom. There's more to come. Believe me. So
yeah. Well, I don't know if this is how Scientologist feels, but I feel fucking great, right?
nice. But think about the rainbow thing. So we have the boundary. It's been reflected, shone up and been reflected, as opposed to when it was properly free on.
Well, it would explain the angle, why the angle doesn't change. You know, and I know they say refracted light circle, and it's like, yeah, I understand that, but there should be areas where.
Now, also think about
things.
Think about the desert areas around the world, right? Desert is the remnants of these were the epicenters where the trees supporting the barrier were cut down, and now you have the desert, the sand. And what Dell was saying at the last time about the pearl, and amazing, like the oyster pearl is about sand being constantly compressed and grinded under certain conditions until it comes out a beautiful pearl, which is a far cry from common sand. This is the type of, I'm not going to say life, sort of transmitters we're dealing with when we're talking about giant trees, but at the core of it all, maybe it is life. We have a pineal gland in here. So do we want to solidify it, or do we want to vilify it? I think maybe we want to solidify it, really. And maybe
I think the fact that we've openly admitted to trying to discover half the globe, even if it's just on a basic top level, we've explained to everyone in the world that man has no idea what he's doing. He's always looking for something. We've seen that. Know that we've had the esoterica from the last 100 years. We've had bleeding. What was it? Jumping out of planes and working out a way to hit the ground thing. Man is after something. Yeah. No, I do believe it. Someone's looking for something. There is an answer. There must be.
Man, I'm telling you, I'll expand on 420 again the next time. I was going to say a bit more in it, but it comes.
I always wondered. Sorry, before you go, I won't say up anymore. Before you go, I always wonder about. Do you remember Broomsticks, the film? Do you ever watch it?
Dick Van Dyke, was it?
No, it was what was his name?
Angela Lansbury.
Lord Lansbury's daughter, I might add, just in case you didn't know. But there's a bit where she's corresponding and she's getting back words that are magic words, and they're working for her to meet the fella. And he goes, "What do you mean? I've just sent you gibberish in a book?" And it always makes me think. Every time I think that, I just think, do you know what? We don't know what we're getting, but it's powerful. Whatever we're getting, it's powerful. Even if we're not going to use it and if we're going to repeat it, just put it somewhere, because you don't know. You really don't know. So I'm just saying, everything you're doing is ace, man.
Listen, make your own, what do you call it, blood over intent. Make your own words.
It's hard enough stopping wanking.
The legal name, well, that's your own business. But I mean, again, that's what they want us to do.
Well, let me camera covered.
There's no inherent evil or good. These are all sort of resistances along the way that we must face, temptations as well. If we can overcome them, then who knows what awaits, I guess we can all agree that we live in just fantastical times. Our whole mind and spirit has.
There's been fantastical measures sent out to stop you. There's people being sent out, Pete, to do things, and you go, really?
Yeah, I know.
What for this? The people insult you. They say things like, "Oh yeah, just a guy doesn't know what he's doing." But then you go, "Oh no, you got 19 soccer accounts on your ass." You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We're not daft, man.
Yeah.
We're not daft. It's fucking weird.
Well, the only account
Sorry,
I have,
man. Just saying. You know.
no, but the only account I have is this account. That's all I have. That's the only one I use. And anyone who says it's any different, they're going to have to prove something, because it's not. It's not my reality.
And from what I can work out, you're not a bad fella either. So you know.
Well, but look, we know. I know.
Half the battle.
I mean, I've been doing this long enough. So again, I do think there's a greater game. Don't get emotionally involved with any of the characters presented to us. But if you want to solve the greater puzzle that's there, well, then you pay attention to the clues. If you don't want to solve it, then you don't pay attention. That's as simple as that. Again, when I'm going to read Alice in Wonderland, I'm reading that for myself as well. But anyone out there listening, Del, of course, Brian, you know, not sure about you, Brian, really. I kind of know Del and Mum a bit longer, but I'm sure that they will want to sort of see what threads are out there, what maybe connect.
Yeah.
But I hope the same is for
I do love the wording.
I hope the same is for you, Brian, because it's a puzzle for us all, you know. It's a puzzle for our children. Jack and the Beanstalk, you know. Let me just say, Rockabye Baby. Think about it. The further we go back, the more truths we have. Like, you know, this isn't about ultimate deceit. This is about ultimate. So we're going to get back to something. Rockabye Baby, Rockabye Baby. I'll sing it. Rockabye baby on the treetop.
On the treetop.
And the wind blows, the cradle will rock. When the bough breaks, the cradle will fall. Down will come baby, cradle and all. Think about it. Now go back tonight and think about those words again.
So when a tree comes down, the cradle of life is over.
No, we're the baby then. We're the innocents. The innocents have fallen. This is the fall of man. This is where the angels have fallen, Brian. The sky actually collapsed. So if lights are just been shone on a barrier, if the barrier...
Do you know that fits with all the ancient songs as well, because they were all written in that speed. It's only later that we actually... You know what I mean?
Exactly.
So I'm going to have to leave it there, guys. It's getting pretty late here, and it's been great. And
thanks very much, Shay. It's been a great chat.
Brian,
Nice meeting you. Anyway,
Brian, it's seeing you, mate. Nice one. Thanks for being helping me on my black women's matches and stuff. You know, I appreciate it, man.
I'll see you around, pal. Take it easy.
All right,
take care, Groover.
Don't hit that
lads.
too hard, man. You hear me?
Good night, Brian.
All right. Take it easy, Brian. Take it easy, man. And see
Brian's
you
cool. Peter, it's been wonderful talking to you again. It's been amazing. Great. So, what are you doing now, then, mate? Okay. Quick cup of tea. What are you gonna do? Rolly.
Quick rolly. A cup of tea. No cup of tea. Just a quick rolly into bed. Simple as that.
Good lad. Good lad.
But
like I say, mate, when I say lad, I'm not being patronizing. I like it.
45, so I mean, age doesn't even matter anymore. Time.
No, that's now. I've got brothers who are 15, 17 years old. You're okay. And do you know what? There's nothing to do with age, is there? You still feel 15 no matter what age you are.
Think about the sun now, Mum, and that's in the new sense. Or at least cast the thought that way. Time is broken, so we only measure. We're measuring endurance in a broken system, I guess, you know. So I think under natural circumstances, time has no meaning. So that's a hopeful thing.
No, I think you're right there. No, I think you're right. I do believe there's definitely a big tie-in with Switzerland, the clockmakers, and what's above our heads, automatic for the people.
Yeah.
With all the... Well, no, I think they're the ones who know the basic stepping stones for, you know, celestial things, or for the stories that are going to be dripped to us. And I do think they're the Swiss, but to say they moved from Germany to Switzerland, no, do you know what? I think they've been running stuff from Switzerland for fucking hundreds and thousands of years, or, well, for at least maybe 2,000 or 3,000 years.
Yeah. And
they just orchestrate stuff, you know, certain areas. I think they evacuated from Germany. I don't even think if anyone was clever enough to run the world, they would have lived in Germany or lived in, you know, wherever Jan Erik says. Like, I believe all the stuff he's saying, the people who run it, but I don't believe And I think they've always been in Switzerland.
Well, as I said,
But you have your own inclinations.
as I said, my mind is that everything might have been different for just 400 short years ago. So a complete different reality or history awaits to be unfolded. But listen, I definitely have to go. So yeah, I'm sure Dal might have something going on, and if not, sure, I look forward to talking to you next time.
Peter, it's been an honour.
Excellent. And listen, take it easy on yourself, man. With the beer, anyway. I would say, No, I don't mean that in
Do not
in a
worry
bad
about me.
sense, but you know what I mean.
No, don't you worry. Don't ever worry about me, man, mate. Like I say, I've not seen a doctor since I was 8, so I'm not doing too bad.
Nice one.
Peter,
All right, buddy.
love you.
Take it easy, man. Over.
Take care, pal.
So thanks. Take it easy.